Chapter 101. The same day that Jessica, Josiah, Taylor, and the recovery squad left to investigate zones E3 through A5, Kai was preparing to leave to return home to the Ville with Gale and begin crafting the custom weapons for the superiors and introducing her to his parents. He had secured $5,000 for each weapon for a total of $25,000. He had a new 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home with a guest restroom and a 1-bedroom and 1.5-bath mother-in-law suite that sat behind his house. Far behind that was a small building that was 100 yards away from the cliff. This building was similar to where Wayne's house was, but was around 20 or so streets over, and that building was Kai's new blacksmithing building. Kai now had his very own smithy. Here he would again attempt to make stronger weapons and armor to improve him and his friends' chances of survival. Speaking of survival, his proudest feature is what could not be seen. He read the letter from Jessica while he waited on Gale. "Enjoy your little bunker. It took me a while to make this," it read. This underground bunker was more of an underground passage that cut directly to his parents' backyard in the Ville. Kai wanted a way to travel without being detected. Kai would take his time in the Ville. He would get Mr. Smith and they would craft the best weapons ever. Not only did he get the promise of $5,000 per weapon, he also got them to provide the materials. However, thanks to Irie, they only gave him 15 cores, or 3 per weapon. So he had 3 chances to get their weapons right. He wanted $5,000 apiece, so he could get Mr. Smith and his father $1,000 for each weapon, leaving him with $3,000 for each weapon, or $15,000 in total. For their weapons, he was given parts of the water rhino from their field trial and Blackwing parts. Gale arrived at his house and her eyes beamed when she saw it. Kai raised an eyebrow at her exuberance. "This is great," she said. She fell on the bed and made noises like the bed was the most comfortable thing she had ever laid on. "Damn, let me enjoy it first," Kai mumbled. "What's that?" asked Gale. "Nothing," Kai replied. "You're ready? We got a long day. Plus, I've been wrecking my brain about these weapons I have to make for the superiors," Kai said as he sat on the bed. Gale sat up on the bed. She kneeled behind him and gave him a massage. "Oh, you're tense," she said. Kai laughed. How could he not be? He stood and reached for her hand. "There will be plenty of time for that. Let's get out of here," he said. An hour later, the two were riding a hoverbike he had once again loaned from the sect. He really needed to see about buying one. He was constantly thinking about weapons and armor, and the whole time Gale just talked and talked and talked. A few hours later, they arrived in Kai's small little town. He parked the bike and helped Gale off. Kai's mother, Christy, ran out yelling a strange noise. It was a half-happy, half-curious, half-insane sound. Kai couldn't describe it. She ran right past Kai and hugged Gale. What followed was a bunch of fast, confusing words and high-pitched squeals. His father, Kevin, ran outside with his flame sword in hand. He looked at his son and a lovely young lady talking to his wife. He smiled and began to dig in his ear. "Hey, Kai," Kevin said. "Hi, Dad. Is your ear okay?" Kai asked his father. "What? Oh no, I'm fine. I heard a scream and thought we were being attacked," Kevin said, laughing. Kai stood on side of his father. They looked at the women. The squeals were on a whole different decibel level. "That's worse than Brenda's vicious voice skill," Kai thought. "I don't know who or what that is, but if it makes your ears bleed, then yes," Kevin said. He and Kai laughed. Gale and Christy walked inside, continuously talking the entire time. Once inside and the two women took a breath, Kai properly introduced Gale to his father and mother. Again, the two women hugged as if they hadn't just talked for 30 minutes straight. "So, son, what brings you here so early?" Kevin asked. "Well, Dad, after the superiors noticed my flame katana, they commissioned me to make them some as well. I also bought a few basic swords to enchant as well," Kai said, remembering his father preferred to use the word enchant instead of infuse. "I also wanted to attempt something with orbs as well," he said. That piqued Kevin's interest. "Really? Like what?" he asked. "I have refined, Dad," Kai answered him. Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" he asked. Kai smirked. He had gotten so used to talking to other heroes, he had to remind himself that only he and Reed were supers from this town. No one here would have a clue what refine meant. Right, the best way I can explain it is that we grow in power if we can master our power at our current level. Once we master all of our skills, we can then concentrate on our energy pool, and we will enter a certain state of enlightenment. Apparently, our power is a way to manifest the will of our spirit. At least, that's the deduction I have made myself. Others would say we are interacting with our power on a deeper level. We have to do the process slowly. One can't just have super strong abilities and lose control, explained Kai. His father nodded. Makes sense. You won't put a sword in a baby's hands. They will surely slice themselves, Kevin said in an attempt to be wise. Kai looked at his father. Well, that's one way to put it, he thought. Yes, sir, exactly. Is what he said, though. Kai could blow people up and heal from wounds that would kill most. But he still would not disrespect his parents. Christy and Gail were now cooking, but they kept looking up, listening to Kai's explanation. He stared at Gail. I didn't know she could cook. Bonus points, Kai thought. Gail smiled at him, thinking he was checking her out. Son, Kevin said, snapping Kai from his thoughts, when Reed and I left, we were considered rookies, or base level, heroes. We only had the basic skills that came with our power. We have all refined now and have become stronger. We either gained new skills or our existing ones became much stronger, he said. Well, you were already strong to me, Christy said. That was such a motherly response. Gail smiled. So what can you do now? Kevin asked. Oh, I can shoot my energy. I can use it to blind people. And you know about my bullet, grenade, and bomb. Grenade is a smaller and weaker version of my bomb, but it's stronger and larger than my bullet. I can dispel poison and send energy to my fist. I call that spirit fist. I can use block and I can use boost. That lets me run really fast and jump really high. When I refined, I gained the ability to heal others. So I can self-heal and heal other people, even though it's a small heal. Also, my bomb is my extreme skill, Kai said with a straight face. Christy and Kevin looked at each other. I won't pretend to know what any of that means, Kevin said. Gail, maybe you could help us out. What are your powers? If I may ask, said Christy, already asking without asking. Gail smiled. Yes, ma'am. Well, I have gravity ball, pressure, levitate. My extreme skill is scar, and all heroes can use block, she answered. I didn't learn anything new when I refined, but my skills are much stronger, and I can move better, levitate longer, and I go up higher, she said excitedly. Gail smiled. My base skills were gravity ball and pressure. Gravity ball allowed me to condense gravity in a ball and release it in an explosive fashion. Pressure allows me to raise or lower pressure surrounding a person or myself. I have since learned to push and pull in addition to raising or lowering it. Levitate means I can fly to an extent. My extreme skill is called scar. It's a vertical line of condensed gravity that cuts through objects and has a small gravitational pull. It explodes when it contacts its intended target. An extreme skill is our strongest skill. It takes half of our energy pool, meaning in most cases we will only be able to use it once. Although your son can use it 3 times, she said, throwing Kai under the bus. Christy and Kevin became excited. You can fly, they said in unison. Gail jumped. Hey, I can run fast and jump high, Kai said. Yeah, good for you. So flying, huh? Kevin said, flicking his hand at Kai like an insignificant bug. Kai smiled. He was glad they were giving Gail compliments. Well, kind of. I hover like 10 feet off the ground for like 5 minutes. I wouldn't really call that flying, she said. Wow, to be able to fly. That's amazing, Christy said. Kevin jumped on a table and stretched out his arms, pretending he was flying. Does she fly you around, Kai? I bet you feel like a baby, Kevin teased. No, she doesn't fly me around, and I wouldn't feel intimidated if she did, Kai said. Well said, son, Christy praised Kai and glared at Kevin. I see you've been around your mum too much. Come, let's meet Mr. Smith and I'll show you the cores we collected for you. Kevin stood and ushered his son to follow him outside. We'll be back by dinner, babe, Kevin said. See you later, Mum. Be back soon, Gail, Kai said. Gail smiled and the 2 men left the house. Chapter 102. Kevin and Kai met up with Mr. Smith at his forge. Kai fist bumped the man and inwardly smiled. Kai now had a forge as well, and he couldn't wait to break it in. This wasn't just a trip to make enchanted weapons for the superiors or attempt an experiment with orbs. It was also one final crash course before he would make his own weapons and armor in his forge. He would ask if Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise wanted to join his father in being a small law enforcement unit for the sect. The guards that guarded the gate were regular humans who did it just to support their families. Kevin, Mr. Smith, and Pastor Praise went on beast hunts at least twice a month for food, hides, and cores. His town was self-sufficient, and they used their parts for clothing and other needs. "Kai, you're looking swell," Mr. Smith said with a smile. "Thanks, great to see you. I need to ask if I can use your forge and ask you to assist me." "This time, I'm making weapons for the superiors," Kai said. Mr. Smith whistled. "Moving up in the world," he said. "Any ideas of what you will make?" he asked Kai. "Yes, but let me explain the process I want to follow. First, I wish to craft their weapons. Then I want to enchant a few of their standard swords. Finally, I want to experiment with some orbs. If I can do what I think I can, then I wish to try one more experiment. Well, maybe two." "I spoke with them, and you will be compensated," Kai said. "Understood," Mr. Smith said. Kai decided to tweak the last part. The superiors knew nothing of him. However, if he felt that they valued his craftsmanship, he would perhaps be willing to accept Kai's invitation to patrol the interior of the sect. He would then introduce him to the superiors, and he would exclusively craft for the heroes, and Kai would receive a small finder's fee. "I've written down these as options, but I want to craft them all and enchant around 5 arming swords," Kai said, opening a piece of paper and showing it to his father and Mr. Smith. The two older gentlemen looked at the paper and back at Kai. "How long?" asked Kevin. "A week," Kai answered. "It will be close, but I can do it," Mr. Smith said. "So, you will be able to complete and enchant 13 weapons, and the other 2 items as well?" Kevin asked Mr. Smith. He shrugged. "Sure, why not?" he answered nonchalantly. Kevin cringed. "Well, let's get started," Kevin said. The designs Kai had were 8 different weapons. He would simply install an orb in the pommel of the 5 arming swords for a total of 13 enchanted weapons. The 2 special items he would make were pendants. Kai would break down the clear core he already had from the fiends, plus the one he recently received from the Frank Fortune mission into orbs. He was going to try to push his healing skill into a clear orb. Then he would embed each in a pennant, creating a medallion with the power to heal someone. The feeling he had when healing gave him that idea. If he was correct, he should be able to constantly permeate his healing energy into an orb that had used all its power. Through constant permeation, the empty orb should, in theory, turn into an orb that recharges with natural energy and can heal someone as long as they wear it. Kai had realized something. The chambers surrounding the orbs that resemble crystals held stored power inside. That was the good thing about it. The bad thing was that the chambers also greatly hindered the recharging process. They acted like a kind of barrier where the orb had to fill first, and then the excess energy would fill the chambers. Once all chambers were filled, the gathering of energy would cease, and one would be at full fighting power. During this process, new chambers slowly grew to house the excess power. This determined the levels of beasts and determined when humans were ready to refine. For a human, the excess energy had to permeate blood, bones, muscles, cells, organs, skin, and every fiber of your being. Then one could refine. At least that was Kai's theory. He also believed that this was critical to unleashing your extreme skill, because it depleted half of your energy pool. During sleep, one would be in a certain state of tranquility. That is why sleep, meditation, or Kai's focus quickly replenished the energy pool. Because during this state, one would be in tune with the world's energy. There were no distractions, no noise, just you and the world. When Kai first thought of this, he smiled to himself. The fact that he could recharge his energy during battle was amazing. Perhaps his most underrated innate ability was his most important. Once the chambers were empty and the core was depleted, the orb inside of the core was no longer useful. It died. But if a certain energy was reintroduced to it, it would become alive again. Similar to someone who is deceased and received a shock to restart their heart. The power was the shock. The type of power might change, but the orb would still be intact. He had to break away the chambers, though, and focus purely on the orb. The orb would then need a housing. It would need somewhere to be stored. A container to hold the energy. Since they were out of bodies now, weapons, armor, pendants, and other things would do. This was proven true by the slight release of the power when the weapon was used. Once it had fully permeated the weapon, it would then need to be released. That was the stronger fire attack that came from his father's sword when they first crafted it. That was why a gauge would be installed in all of Kai's creations to inform the user that a stronger, larger, and more dangerous attack would be next. Mr. Smith spoke. All right, so the 8 creations are an axe, trident, warhammer, bow, halberd, naginata, steel fans, and nunchucks. Then you want to simply enchant the 5 arming swords, he asked. Yes, I have 5 elemental cores. I want to put an orb in each, Kai responded. Then the healing orb pendant thing, said Mr. Smith. Yes, said Kai. How will you determine which weapon gets what orb for the superiors? He asked. Well, that depends. Dad, you said you saved some cores for me, Kai said. Yes, we have 10. 7 normal elementals and 3 uniques. There were more, but some of the townspeople needed a few, Kevin said. That's fine, Dad. 10 will be great. Now let's get started, Kai said. A few minutes later, Kai sat with 2 clear orbs. The chambers he had broken off resembled crystals. He knew his mum could use them for something. Maybe she could make some sort of jewelry. The crystal chambers were small and vertical. He had seen some ladies wearing something similar in the form of earrings when he went to church. He decided he would just give them to his mum. Kai performed his heal skill on the orb, and to his relief, it absorbed the energy. The faintest glimmer of light could be seen inside the orb. Kai performed his skill again, and after the 3rd time, he discovered a problem. Kai frowned. He had just discovered he could only use his heal skill 3 times a day. In the end, it took Kai 6 days to enchant 2 orbs. So the orb takes slightly over 33% each day. My heal is a new skill. Once it improves, I might could do more, he thought. Kai was happy though. He could now enchant orbs. What would happen if he put a healing orb in a weapon? What would happen if he could get other heroes to enchant clear orbs? What about Steve? The man had the ability to store items in an alternate space, and he could make portals. Kai wondered what effect he would give an item. What if I could make a bracelet, pendant, medallion, watch, or something that someone could store items in, or let someone portal to somewhere else, he thought. Kai put the healing orbs in the pendants. One had a picture of his father, his mother, and him as a little kid around the age of 6. The other had a photo of Gale and him when they attended the movies during the Frank Fortune mission. While Kai was attempting to send his unique energy into the orbs, Mr. Smith had made the pendants. Then he sharpened and cleaned the arming swords. He removed the bottom of the swords and inserted the orbs in the pommel. These swords were just to show his range. He nor Kai were being paid for them. Mr. Smith wanted absolute clarity before crafting these 8 unique weapons. 5 would go to the superiors, and 3 would be left. Kai would keep them and sell them later. The deal was for 5 weapons, not 8. After 6 days, everything was complete. Kevin hugged his son and Gale, and Christy hugged each other. Kai and Gale bid everyone farewell and left to return to what would soon be their new home. Chapter 103. Victor Vampire sat on his throne. He delved into the mind of Stuart Steam. From his dormant portion of his consciousness, he listened and watched him and the other heroes move through his newly claimed territories. Victor wanted Zone E4 and E5 as a buffer from danger. E5 was where Bianca was supposed to stay until he called for her. His new knight Stuart was to oversee Zones E4 and 5 when Bianca was called to join him, Anastasia and Carmela. He watched the scene unfold, studying the heroes and gathering information through Stuart's eyes and battle prowess. Once he saw his new vampire get his heart pierced by the strange young man that could make parts of his body imitate abomination parts, he was a bit dejected, but knew he could turn another. Stuart kept his senses, but hadn't yet adjusted to his first taste of blood. He bit Ray and indulged himself in his blood. If the headstrong young man would have listened and sipped on small amounts of blood prior, he would not have lost himself. Driven by bloodlust, he began to rush in recklessly. A competent steward would have remembered that the person he fought had a skill that could pierce body parts and kept his distance. He was winning the fight, and one mistake cost him his life. Victor was upset that he revealed he had a master. Now the heroes that survived would be on high alert. If he would have shut up, then Victor could have kept the element of surprise. Now the beautiful woman that controlled Earth would inform her cohorts that someone was definitely behind the scenes. He should have listened to Logan and took his time. Logan went the furthest out and slowly worked his way in. Victor took over 2 entire zones and then spread out. Once his link with Stuart broke due to his death, he switched to his second wife, Bianca, and witnessed a horrible situation. She was losing. Bianca kept a brave face, but Victor could tell that she was outmatched. Whenever she attempted a debilitating move, a disruption entered Victor's link with Bianca. It was like static or something. For a few seconds, he could not sense Bianca, feel her, or help her. This process continued a few more times until he felt a powerful surge of energy. This surge completely overwhelmed Victor, pushing him completely out of Bianca's mind and hurting him in the process. Victor's nose began to bleed and he had a piercing headache. He was sweating and felt woozy. It felt like the time he, Logan, and Malachi celebrated their birthday with a strange brown liquid that warmed their insides when they consumed it. Victor needed to gather himself. Bianca needed him. He had to tell her to retreat. The woman that used Earth was formidable, and the man that manipulated minds had strong skills. Carmela rushed to him and helped him up. Victor steeled himself and sloppily drank a generous amount of blood. He sat on his throne and mentally searched for Bianca. When he connected to her mind, it was fractured. It was like looking at the sky, and it was slowly being burned away, leaving nothing but darkness. She was dying. Victor's fangs grew. He gripped the arms of his bone throne and growled. "Number no," he yelled. Victor stopped and calmed his anger. He felt like something was off. Someone else was inside of her mind with him. He turned and saw a man standing there with a black vest and black pants on. He wore combat boots and had light brown hair and eyes. The man drew his sword and glared at Victor. Victor turned into his man-bat form and flapped his arms. He flew into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. He flew back down, and the man swung his sword. It dug into Victor's shoulder, but his rage was boiling over. He felt the blade but ignored it. He reached out and grasped the man by his neck. He squeezed, and the man gasped for air. Victor's eyes turned red as he looked Taylor directly in his eyes. "What are you?" Taylor asked. "You have killed my wife. You will all die. Your parents will die. Your children will die. Your friends will die. Your city will burn. You will burn. Everything you love will burn," Victor said. Taylor could feel this thing's gaze boring into his soul. "Never!" Taylor yelled. He reached out and touched Victor's arm. His mouth moved and Victor froze for a few seconds. When he snapped from his confusion, the man was over him, thrusting down with his sword. "Charm!" Victor yelled. The sword dug into Victor's chest due to his momentum. The stab narrowly missed Victor's heart. Victor's skill bore into the man's head, and Taylor's eyes began to turn red. Victor's influence had entered the man's mind. Taylor began to shake. He gritted his teeth as he fought off the charm skill that was used on him. Taylor yelled and screamed, "Return!" just as his eyes went completely red. He disappeared right before Victor's eyes. Victor ran into the space where Taylor previously stood. He roared and punched the space. Victor kneeled and screamed, causing him to be ejected from Bianca's mind. However, the sheer force of his wind-infused roar caused her body to explode. In the real world, Taylor's mind was now infected by the charm skill from Victor. He shook and twitched on the ground as Victor's charm entered his cerebrum and settled in his temporal lobe, where it remained. This part of the brain controls audio and visuals. Victor did not know this, but even though he didn't turn Taylor, he now had access to what he saw and heard. Victor's mind snapped back into reality with a boom, knocking him back and dislodging his throne. The throne went back and flipped over with Victor still sitting in it. The vampire stood as blood seeped from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He rubbed his head and stopped. It sounded like an echo, but he heard the woman that controlled Earth. She was asking the young man that could turn parts of his body into beast parts if he could carry the others. Victor went outside and roared a wind-infused, heartbreaking roar. His wife was dead. He would never forgive them. Victor returned inside and sat on his throne. He sighed and called for more blood, then he closed his eyes and carefully listened. Chapter 104. Before Kai left, he gave Mr. Smith and his father $5,000 each for helping him. $5,000 in 1 week was great for anyone. Mr. Smith had taken an extra step when he received $5,000. He was downright giddy. He ran and grabbed cases that he had pre-constructed and placed all the weapons in them. He also gave Kai several dozens of small cases that looked like they were made for rings. Kai chose to put the orbs he didn't use inside of the small cases. Kai, his father, and Mr. Smith stacked 12 cases side by side in a 2x2 format. They then sat the 13th across the middle, splitting the difference. Mr. Smith, Pastor Praise, his mother and his father all delivered the weapons to Kai's home. Kai gave them directions to his new house, and when they arrived, he and Gail stood on the front porch with huge smiles on their faces. "So is this some kind of storage area? This place is too swanky for that," Kevin said. "Actually, Dad, this is our new home," Kai said, catching himself before he put his foot in his mouth. He left it open-ended. By saying our home, it pleased Gail and his father. "You and Gail have a house, that's great. So wedding bells are coming soon, huh?" Kevin asked. Kai stammered over his words and Gail grabbed his arm with an insane smile on her face. "Shut up, Dad," Kai thought. "Gail, are you with child?" Christy asked. Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise covered their mouths to laugh. Kai looked at his father and noticed the man was trying to keep a straight face. Kai's skin began to moisten. His skin was crawling. He felt nervous. "Think fast, Kai," he told himself. "You'll be getting the invitations as soon as they're drawn up," he said. Gail rested her head on his shoulder. "No, I'm not expecting yet," she said. "Yet?" Kai screamed inwardly. Christy stared at them. "Grandkids would be nice. You'll always have a babysitter," she said. Kai had to change this conversation quickly. "Come take a look," he said. Kai and Gail showed the three around the house. Kai took a particular interest in the way Gail was showing off the home. It was like it was her home. She hadn't even moved in her stuff yet. Kai hadn't even asked her to move in with him yet. He knew he would, though, so he didn't mind. He was glad that she felt this comfortable around him. After looking at the faces of his dad and his friends, he led them outside to behind the house. To the left in the distance, he showed them his smithy. It was slightly larger than Mr. Smith's forge. They then walked directly across the yard to the right of the main house to a smaller but still nice house. "Step inside," Kai said to his parents. His dad entered and looked around. It's nice. 1 bedroom with a humongous attached bathroom and a closet big enough to be a bedroom itself. Large living room and a huge kitchen with an island. "I can cook in here all day long." "The open floor plan is great too. I see that's in your main house as well," Christy said. "So you like it?" asked Kai. "I do, only a fool would not," she said. "Yes, son, but why do you need 2 houses?" "I understand one is smaller than the other, but still," Kevin asked. Kai tossed the keys to his dad. He would have tossed them to his mom, but she was still looking around and didn't want to hit her with the keys. Kevin caught them and looked at his son with a raised eyebrow. Christy looked at the keys in her husband's hand and back at her son. "You're giving us spares. I'm not going to be able to check on your house when you two are out doing your daring do's," Kevin said. Kai and Gail laughed. "This particular house is for you two," Kai said. The two blinked. "What?" Christy said. "Yes. A large bedroom to sleep, big bathroom, kitchen, living area, and a small restroom for guests. I figured that's all you would need." "Are you happy?" Kai asked. Christy cried and dove into Kai and Gail. Kevin teared up, but kept the tears in. He was too manly to cry. Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise smiled. "Truly a blessed day," Pastor Praise said. Kai looked at them. "Hey, you two have been nothing but good to me as well. I spoke with the superiors. We are putting together a small force to police the petty crimes around here. Apparently, our area is known for having fighters that can handle magic beasts most cannot." They want to extend an offer to you two, plus my dad, to head this force. It comes with free housing and a nice salary. You will be responsible for interviewing and training whoever wants to join. That was the main reason for the arming swords. That is the standard weapon for the trainees, and will now be the standard weapon for the force. You will have to name them, though. They do not want to use the police name for some reason. Protectors, they all said. Kai turned his head and Christie smiled. What's that about? Kai asked. Christie sighed. That was the name of their party when they adventured together, she explained. Really? How did you adventure in this atmosphere? Kai asked. We wore filtration masks, and we pretty much cleared out the surrounding area to establish the veil. It was 10 of us then. Now, only 4 of us remain, Kevin explained. Oh. Who's the 4th? Asked Kai. Everyone looked at Christie. Your mum, Kevin answered. Christie threw out a punch. I was fierce before you were born, she said. Kevin grabbed her and pulled her in close, planting a kiss on her lips. You're still fierce, he said. Kai groaned. Although he was an adult, he was a young adult, and no one wanted to see their parents kissing. Well, I see where you get it from, Gail said. Get what from where? Kai asked. Gail shook her head. You're hopeless, she said. Kai shrugged. So will you accept? He asked Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise. Well, yeah, you didn't hear our mantra, Pastor Praise asked. Kai ignored him. Great, I will present you all to them tomorrow. Kai offered Pastor Praise and Mr. Smith to spend the night with them in his home, but they refused, opting for a hotel instead. The next day came and everyone headed to the Royal Recreational Centre for their 9 o'clock meeting. Kai introduced his parents, Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise. Thaddeus beamed. Hey, are you the same guys who ran off King Grizzly? Thaddeus asked. I see our reputation precedes us, Kevin said. And who took his eye? Fred asked. That would be him, Pastor Praise said, pointing to Kai's dad, Kevin. I was lucky, really. I threw a knife and it just stuck, Kevin said. Lucky. Man, I burned that thing and it still kept coming. After you took its eye, it hasn't been seen since. I heard you even started dancing afterward, Fred laughed. Yeah, I did, Kevin laughed. Wayne chirped in. Kai had never seen the serious-faced man smile so much. Kai, your father's adventuring party is legendary. Tales of their destruction of nests started us on our current route. They put together a group that consisted of archers, shieldsmen with spears, warriors with huge swords, and even had people that threw concoctions on beasts that melted their hides and allowed fire to be more devastating. We follow that model to this day. That is why we send people out in groups when they hunt, Wayne said. Kai had no clue his parents and their friends were popular. The superiors had to know who his parents were. Now they were fanboying, and Kai would now take complete advantage. I'm glad that they were important to the development of how hunting parties are now. I hope they can be important to the security of the sect as well. But first, let me show you the items that we crafted. Chapter 105. Dexter, Felicity Flight, and Stone headed to Zone W3 to perform a mission. In the dead zone, the area separating the inhabited zones, reports were spreading around about a pack of magic beasts of the wolf variety. Stone was hesitant to take this mission, trying instead to take a mission to head north in an attempt to kill a group of roaches. Dexter thought roaches with multiple arms and perhaps multiple weapons, and who knows what powers, would be better handled after they did this mission. Since Felicity was his teammate, she sided with him. According to reports, the wolves were killing people on the outskirts of zones W3 and W2. They had various powers and even had an alpha wolf. Most magic beasts travel in groups and are often led by a leader, whether it be male or female. Dexter knew they had to combat several wolves and finally destroy their alpha. The 3 warriors arrived at the home of the Elder. The Elder was the de facto leader of the town. After talking with her, she confirmed that the wolves attacked at night, and when the sun rose, the townspeople were greeted with limbs and the half-eaten bodies of multiple animals. From time to time, the bodies of townspeople would be sprawled out as well. The pay was only $1,000, or units once uploaded on their cards, for the mission. A far cry from what Dexter and Felicity were used to. To Stone, it was a nice bit of money. Split 3 ways, it would be $333 for what would probably be a day's work. Stone had been given a week off. People knew he was an adventurer, and a strong one at that. Stone had found out that all superiors had to reside somewhere within the sect. They did not have to perform hero duties, but they had to be accounted for. The best way to do that was to have anyone with powers live in a certain radius. The 3 warriors entered the dead zone. Dexter knew that the mission would take longer than it should, but he knew that they needed to stay together. They had information about the wolves and nothing else. Just knowing they had an alpha meant they were organized and knew how to utilize their skills. Dexter, being a strategist, had to learn the number of wolves, attack patterns, and powers, and that was just the pack. The alpha was something different altogether. The 3 had to decide whether to go right or left. Dexter suggested right, but Stone was adamant about going left. Dexter agreed and walked in the rear with Felicity in the front and Stone leading the way. Occasionally, he would stop and grab a handful of leaves and dirt. He would smell them and point in a certain direction. Dexter nodded and followed. His warrior instincts were kicking in. From what he knew, Stone had the power of Earth, so how was he smelling things and knowing which way to go? This was their 3rd mission together, and Dexter began noticing small things about Stone. He jumped at their first 2 missions, but tried to avoid this one. His sense of smell and hearing were exceptional. He admitted to having no clue about refining, but his strength and endurance are on par with a 2-star warrior on the verge of becoming a 3-star. The main thing that Dexter noticed was his footsteps. Dexter had the power of Earth as well. He noticed that Stone had cumbersome steps. For the life of him, Dexter could not figure out how Stone's steps were so heavy. They were not loud, just heavy. Through Dexter's Earth ability, he can sense the fluctuations in the Earth, up to a certain range. Stone had Earth ability as well, so why could he not soften his steps like all Earth users could? It was such a simple trick. Even magic beasts affiliated with Earth could do this, so why couldn't Stone? Finally was Stone's fighting style. Dexter didn't recognize it from anywhere. Certain towns specialized in certain styles. Kai and Reed's town specialized in swordsmanship and close-range combat. Phil's hometown of Port was well known for sneak attacks, assassinations, and close-range weaponry like knives and daggers. Wayne's lineage prized themselves for being proficient in all weapons, but were renowned for their martial arts. In other words, Wayne likes to wrap his hands and feet in his power to amplify them when he strikes. Dexter thought it could have been a style that he hadn't seen yet, but the more he watched Stone, the more his fighting style seemed juvenile. Felicity had taken a liking to him during their 2 weeks there. The first 2 missions were simple, an escort to another zone and eliminating a group of pesky petrifying pigeons. Those birds were everywhere. Stone raised a closed fist, signaling Felicity and Dexter to stop. They walked slowly and peered over a small hill. They looked down and saw a massive area filled with old rusted vehicles from older times. Everything now was hover-oriented and powered by cores. The wolves had made a home in an old car lot. "I count around 20 wolves. This is a nest. We need to call this in," Felicity said. "Yeah, they have home field advantage," Dexter said. "Everything has home field advantage." "This isn't the sect," Stone said. "That's not the point. Nests are simply the homes of magic beasts. These are not free-roaming beasts that attack to establish territory. They already have a territory. They have established traps, alarms, scouts, a way of living, and a hierarchy. They are basically us, but just in beast form," Dexter said. "Number? We're better than you," a voice said from behind them. They turned as a claw slashed at them. Dexter raised a wall, and Felicity used quick step and flew back while still standing. Stone raised his daggers and took the blow directly. Stone was knocked back off the cliff and plummeted to the ground near the cars. The other wolves looked and began to howl. Stone flipped and landed atop a car with his hands. He pushed himself off and landed on the ground. The huge wolf was on all fours. It did not give chase to Stone. It instead charged Felicity. Dexter marveled at Stone's grace. It was like a wind user. An earth user would have raised a pillar of earth to soften their fall. Dexter quickly raised an earth wall and the wolf crashed into it. Dexter summoned spikes on the wall and impaled the wolf. It yelped and jumped back, blood seeping from the punctures. Hyperflight, Felicity said. She flew past the wolf in a blur and landed next to Dexter. The wolf was caught in the backdraft from the pressure of her flight. It lifted in the air and was sent flying towards the ground and crashed into a parked car. "Where's Stone?" Felicity asked. Dexter looked at the scene below. He didn't see Stone, but he saw a wolf he was sure he hadn't seen yet. The other wolves surrounded it and snarled at it. Did it come from underground somewhere? Dexter wondered. Dexter used his sense of fluctuation, and his eyes opened wide. The new wolf had the same weight density as Stone. Dexter looked at Felicity. "That grey wolf down there is Stone." Chapter 107. "What?" Felicity said. "We have to help him," she exclaimed. "Relax," he said to Felicity. "Hey, Stone, you ready to stop pretending? How about you tell us who or what you really are?" Dexter stated. "What are you talking about?" Felicity asked. Dexter ignored her. "Why you're at it, tell the two that have been following us on our missions to show themselves before I impale them," Dexter said. He turned to Felicity. "Our wristbands haven't been working since we hit Zone W3, and they have been in and out since Zone W2. That's why I wanted to go this way, further east, towards an area for us to receive a signal. Remember, whatever we do, we must move east." "Get ready," he told Felicity. "What the hell is going on, Dex?" she asked. "Stone isn't a human. In some kind of way, he can turn into a wolf. Those down there are ones I assume are like him," Dexter said. "So he serves the Alpha?" Felicity asked. "Stone is the Alpha," Dexter whispered to her. "Number, I'm second in command. My Alpha sent me. Sorry, I tried to prevent us from coming here. I liked you two. But you insisted. I cannot allow you to leave here alive," Stone said. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing." "Quake," Dexter said. The ground rumbled and Dexter grabbed Felicity's hand. "Fly us out of here, now!" he yelled. Felicity screamed. "Okay," she said. She flew up, and a strange pressure held her at around 10 feet off the ground. Dexter and Felicity fell towards the ground. Dexter softened the ground, and Felicity used her flight skill to land gracefully. "Guess you two got tired of lurking in the shadows, huh?" "At least I know one of you can use wind," Dexter said as he unsheathed his sword. Felicity pulled hers out as well. The two stood side by side as two large black wolves came out. Dexter stared at the two wolves. One was light grey, and the other was the regular shade of grey. Dexter looked over his shoulder to the left, down the slope where the old car lot was. Stone and the other wolves were circling around to surround them. "Felicity, they're attempting to surround us. We have to end this quickly. If we're surrounded, we're dead," Dexter said. Felicity wasted no time. "Jet," she said. A cone of pressurized wind blew away the two wolves. Dexter charged behind them. The wind wolf used his ability to counteract the blow from Felicity's skill and eased their fall. The water wolf made water shoot from its paws like a stream, steadying itself slightly before crashing through a tree. Dexter summoned an earth spike to impale it. In a feat of acrobatics, it held its paws to the right and released water, making it move to the left. It landed in obvious pain from crashing through a tree, but otherwise it was unharmed. "These things are skilled," Dexter said. "Shut up and attack," said Felicity. "Jet," she called for her skill again. Dexter smiled. "Triple spike," he called. 3-pointed 8-foot spikes sprang from the earth. The water wolf squatted on all fours and blasted a stream of water from its mouth. Dexter raised a wall, and Felicity used her movement technique, slipstream, and shot her body directly to the right. The stream of water passed in between the duo. Felicity evaded the attack, but Dexter had placed his trust in the exceptionally defensive properties of his earth power. The stream of water bore through the earth wall like a drill, skimming Dexter's right shoulder. The wound wasn't fatal or even painful to a seasoned warrior like Dexter. However, it would now hinder him until he could use a health patch. The water wolf spoke. "Oh, so your defense isn't so great?" It laughed in a clear voice, mocking Dexter since it had drawn first blood. "You're proud of this? I bleed more when I cut myself shaving. Allow me to show you what a wound truly is," Dexter replied. "This isn't a contest, Dex. Focus," Felicity said as she ran towards the windwolf. Dexter glanced at her. She's one to talk. Why battle against the wind? It would be better if we switched, Dexter mumbled to himself. It was no time for that now. 7 other wolves were coming. Dexter went for broke. It wasn't important to win. These wolves were just holding them in place until Stone and the other 6 arrived. 9 against 2 were terrible odds. Rocket, Jessica said. A concentrated blast of pressurized air went in between the wolves and exploded. Dexter then released a double spike from the ground. Each thin, pointed piece of earth angled towards where he predicted the wolves would land. Twin earth wall, a voice said. A flat piece of earth materialized and fell atop the angling points of earth. Stone walked out in human form, shirtless, with his dual daggers drawn. You can always join us, you know, Stone said. I've never heard of a magic beast that can turn into a human. What are you exactly? Dexter asked in an attempt to stall for time while plotting a way to escape. Felicity walked by Dexter and looked closely at Stone. You adventured with us. We thought you were a friend, she said. I do not wish to be enemies. You two often talk about the ones you are subservient to. The superiors, right? Why not join us instead? Asked Stone. I mean, you're a wolf, so. Will I catch fleas? How will I bathe properly? I do like a good hot shower. Am I supposed to eat bones? It's not sounding real appealing, Dexter teased. Stone was seething. I don't have any damn fleas, Stone growled. The other wolves began to circle. This isn't good, said Dexter. Felicity, follow my lead. We got to get out of here, Dexter said to Felicity. She nodded. Quake, he called. Felicity ran and grabbed Dexter's hand. She flew up as the wolves lost their footing and fell. All except Stone. His powers given to him by Logan enhanced his wolf abilities. The other wolves had not went through this process yet. They were supposed to simply lay low and gather intel until the time comes for them and the other fiends to attack the sect. No one could have predicted that 2 members from the heroes would arrive. Out of all the towns, they had to come west where the wolves were. The wind wolf released a huge gust of wind, blowing Dexter and Felicity into a tree. Felicity lowered herself and Dexter with her flight power. The wolf that controlled wind now stood behind the others, ready to release a gale of wind to disrupt Felicity's flight. The thing with Felicity's power of flight is that she must first reach a certain altitude to become truly effective. Before she reaches that height, it's basically like she is jumping. Once she gets to around 20 feet in the air, her flying power engages and only a powerful gust of air from a higher-ranked hero like Wendy Wind could disrupt her flight. As soon as Dexter landed, he released a skill. Quicksand, he said. Felicity, we gotta kill that wind wolf, he instructed her. Dexter directed his quicksand in the area where the wolf was. The wolf leaped and Felicity ran in the center of the wolves. Barrel roll, she said. She spun in a fast, tight circle. A gust of air swirled in a circle, ensnaring all the wolves and pulling them into her. Stone, the wind and water wolf, along with the others, were in the air. Felicity looked to the sky. Dexter, protect me, she said. Not now. Wait a little longer, he said. She ignored him and began to speak. Extreme skill. Dive bomb. Felicity shot in the air like a missile. Those who were close to her were thrown in the air, caught in a slipstream. She disappeared into the clouds, looked at the wolves in the air with her, smiled, leaned backward, and rocketed to the ground. Chapter 108. Felicity accelerated towards the earth, plummeting head first. She accelerated faster and faster and faster. Those who were airborne with her were pushed down towards the earth. Her extreme skill caught them in a vortex of pressurized wind, rendering them unable to move. Seconds later, a huge crash was heard, as Felicity and multiple wolves now lay in a crater. Dexter ran towards the cloud of dust, releasing spikes into all the fallen and injured wolves. He grabbed Felicity out of the dust cloud, slung her over his shoulder, and ran towards Zone W1. She had exhausted her energy pool and was now unable to use her skills. She was essentially now a mundane who could fight well with a sword. Dexter had to get them out of there. She was supposed to be their means of escape. If she could have gotten airborne, they would easily have left this horrid situation. Dexter knew that she did what was best, though, by greatly lowering their numbers. Her extreme skill envelops her in a protective vapor cone similar to jets traveling at supersonic speeds, thus protecting her when she crashes onto a surface. Otherwise, a fall from such heights would surely have killed her. Dexter used the movement skill, Moving Mountain, that he, Jessica, Sage Sand, and Evelyn Earth all shared, to quickly make haste. The skill allowed him to essentially move without moving. The Earth, instead, acted like an escalator, rapidly pushing him in whatever direction he desired. But his energy was depleting, and he knew they would not make it all the way to the sect. As Dexter maneuvered through the old rusted cars, he knew he would have to rest at least once. Stone and the other two wolves, the Wind and Water Wolf, were far away enough to not be sucked up into Felicity's vertical vortex and slammed into the ground due to her extreme skill. The other wolves were not so lucky. The ones that hadn't been impaled by earth spikes from Dexter had their bodies unnaturally slammed into cars and huge boulders. Their ribs protruded from their bodies and blood flowed out, mixing with their fur. Stone's eyes began to water as he watched the newly turned members of his master's pack slowly dying. Stone did not want them to suffer, so he walked to the ones that had ragged breaths and kneeled beside them. He touched their heads to his and wished them peace in the afterlife, promising them absolution and revenge through his hands. Stone and the other two wolves looked to the sky and loudly howled. Dexter sniffed and pointed in a particular direction. The Wind and Water Wolf ran in that direction, with Stone following behind. Dexter was a little past halfway through the oversized car lot when he heard a cacophony of howls. He looked over his shoulder at Felicity. "We won't make it, Dex. I'm sorry, I acted too hastily," she said. "You have nothing to apologize about," Dexter replied. "I'll get us as far away as I can," he said to her. "Who are you kidding? They are wolf-like, meaning they have enhanced smell at the least. Plus, you're not exactly subtle with that movement skill of yours," she chucked weakly. Dexter glanced past her and looked at the cars that were thrown aside by his moving mountain skill. Although it allowed him to move by shifting the earth, it was basically a mound of rapidly moving earth. Whatever was in its way was moved aside, leaving an obvious trail for anyone to see. The wolves didn't even need to use a sense of smell. They could just follow the disturbed trail of earth and rows of cars moved aside. "Are you close?" he asked Felicity. "Kinda. Another half an hour maybe, and I should be able to use hyperflight," she said. Hyperflight was Felicity's flying skill. She could fly anyway, as her core power allowed her to, but hyperflight let her fly at supersonic speeds. She and whatever she was in contact with were protected by the same protective cone of wind that shielded her when she used her extreme skill dive bomb. With just a small bit of energy, she could easily reach the sect within minutes, while on foot it would take them hours. However, her core skill only let her fly at a steady speed, around 20 miles per hour. It was like she was more so cruising than flying. Also, she had no protective air barrier when doing normal flying. She could actually run out of oxygen when flying too high. This didn't apply in hyperflight, as she was unaffected by air regulations. In this new, polluted, horrible world, bugs did exist, but not the small, irritating kind. Bugs were now at least 5 feet tall, and some could speak and walk. So Felicity didn't have to worry about swallowing bugs or anything like that. Fighting a bug that wielded a weapon and shot lightning, water, or something like that was now common. Dexter nodded and stopped using his movement skill. He ran as far as he could before he saw a small building towards the back of the car lot. Railroad tracks ran along the side and behind the small building. Dexter entered the small building. It was open with a few small offices along 3 separate halls and had iced bulletproof windows. In the rear was a garage. Dexter took Felicity into an office and sat her on the floor. "Rest up. I'll hold them off," he said. "You can't. Stone alone is on our level," she pleaded. "Once you recover, fly by and grab me," he chuckled. Felicity bit her lip. She knew Dexter was preparing to enter a losing battle. All because she released her extreme skill much too early. Stone was comparable to a 2-star from what they had seen. It was clear that he wasn't using his full power. He was most likely on par with a 3-star. Plus, he had 2 other wolves with him. In other words, he was on par with them. Felicity had taken herself out of the fight and hated feeling like a burden. She looked up at Dexter with tears in her eyes as he stood in the hallway. A crash was heard as a door was knocked off the hinges and snarling mixed with low growls was heard. "Looks like I'm up," Dexter said, and ran towards the noise. Chapter 109. Dexter ran into the opening and called for spikes. His normal spikes were summoned in his hand. He liked to shove them onto his opponents. Earth Spike was a spiked mound of earth that sprung up from the ground. He lunged at one of the wolves as it released water on the floor from its paws. Dexter switched to a backhand grasp on his sword and dropped to his knees, spinning and slashing through the water. The water wolf jumped over his head, and Dexter switched to a forehand grip and raised his sword with two hands. The blade entered the wolf's neck and slid down its underbelly, spilling guts on the hardwood floor. The carcass fell to the ground, and the wind wolf howled and charged. "Quake, earth shard," Dexter called. The ground shook from his quake skill, and a pointed piece of earth shot toward the wolf from his earth shard skill. The wind wolf wobbled from the quake, its balance affected as it staggered. It noticed the earth shard coming and released a blast of wind directly at it. The blast of wind met the stone shard and it halted. The piece of earth fell to the ground and Dexter charged in. The wolf was not a high-level magic beast, meaning it did not have the ability to walk like a human. It was standard level, meaning it could talk, but still walked on all fours. Low-level magic beasts could not talk nor walk upright, but could still use a certain power. The wind wolf charged at Dexter, and at the last minute it twisted and jumped to the side, evading a sword slash from him. Dexter, filled with rage, tried to demolish the wolf with a single blow. He narrowly missed, and the wolf took in a huge breath while in the air. "Gust," it said in a rough and strange voice. A blast of wind slammed into Dexter at point-blank range and sent him sliding across the ground on his back. Dexter skidded and stopped right by the clear glass that connected the hall to the garage. Peering down at Dexter with a sinister smile stood Stone. "Stone Claw," he said, swinging down with a large grey wolf claw and shattering the glass. Dexter raised an earth wall and quickly retreated. He rolled away and stood. The wind wolf sent another gust into his back, and Dexter, who had his eyes on the more dangerous Stone, staggered forward right into Stone. Dexter tried to raise an earth wall, but it was too late. "Stone Claw," he said, and the end of Stone's fingers again sharpened and emitted a dark grey hue. He slashed at Dexter, and it tore into his chest. The momentum caused Dexter to fly to the side and crash through an office wall. Dexter tried to stand and felt a firm grip on the back of his head. Stone raised Dexter and brought him to his face. "If this is the best you can do, you might as well surrender now," Stone teased. He shoved Dexter's face into the wall and ran along it, making a deep gouge in the wall. He then slammed Dexter's face into the ground 3 times. He raised Dexter again and kicked him with all the force he could muster. Dexter flew back a few yards, knocking out a corner wall, and tumbled across the ground, breaking his ribs in the process. His teeth were broken and a few had fallen out. Skin hung from his face and blood pooled out. Dexter was in bad shape. Stone walked slowly to him, while in his human form, with the wind wolf circling him like a hungry pet. Dexter's moving mountain skill took a minuscule amount of energy, like all movement techniques did, but it still drained energy nonetheless. When fighting against unfavorable odds, every unit of energy was crucial. He was using his skills. Cautiously to preserve his energy for Stone, he figured he would have Felicity by his side, but she had expended her energy, and now he needed to buy her time to recover her energy. But first, he had to survive this. Stone remained in the rear and watched as the lesser wolves chipped away at him. They didn't hurt Dexter much, but the advantage in numbers had given Stone a huge advantage. To reduce the numbers, Felicity had used her extreme skill and killed 20 wolves. In theory, this only left 3 wolves, but 2 were standard-level beasts that had recently trained under Logan. And the third was a wolf that can transform into a man with the power level of a 2-star hero. At full strength, Dexter could defeat Stone, but with a bleeding wound, busted face, broken ribs, and a half-full energy pool, he could only do so much. He wanted to save his energy so he could pull off his extreme skill, and that meant he had to be tactical with his normal combat skills. But now he had no choice. Dexter staggered to his feet. Through the chunk missing from the corner wall that Dexter had taken out when Stone kicked him away, he could see Felicity looking at him. She had stood and gave him a nod. It was time to make their escape. Dexter looked at Stone. "One-on-one, you could never beat me," he baited the wolf-turned man. Stone laughed. "There's no such thing as a fair fight. Only fools believe that," Stone responded. "Tell your pet to stand aside. Fight me man to man," Stone said. "I'm not a pet," the wind wolf said. "Silence," Stone told it. "See, pet," Stone said. The wind wolf charged in a rage and leapt at Dexter. "Wait, you idiot!" Stone yelled. The moment the wind wolf was by Stone's side, Dexter called for his extreme skill. "Extreme, jagged earth," yelled Dexter. Large, sharp, pointed peaks of earth began to shoot up from the ground. The sharp earth rose and stuck through the roof. The building was being destroyed by Dexter's extreme skill. Stone tried to retreat, but a stone spike from the rising stone mountain pierced his hand. Stone yelled as he rose in the air with the small mountain. The wind wolf, which was already airborne, shot a blast of wind at Stone, knocking him off the jagged earth. His now werewolf-clawed hand was ripped open as the wind blast blew him off the tiny mountain. The wind wolf was pierced in its side, the peaks entering one side and coming out the other. The wolf gasped one final time and died. It sacrificed itself so that Stone may live. Stone yelled in pain as his badly ripped wolf claw spewed blood. He roared and looked around. Through one of the holes in the crumbling roof, he could see Felicity in the air holding Dexter. "I'll get you. I'll hunt you down," Stone yelled. "Hyperflight," Felicity yelled as her and Dexter flew away. Stone ran and jumped out of the crumbling building. He landed on his side and looked up. He saw nothing but heard a sonic boom, signifying that the two were long gone. Stone was upset that they got away, but he was somewhat happy as well. He looked at his ripped hand and stuck a health patch on it that he had received from them. It dissolved and his wound closed somewhat. It still hurt and was still bleeding, but it would close eventually. He prepared himself to get his report ready for Logan. A full moon was on the way. It would fully heal him, and he would be hearing from Logan. Stone smiled. He had turned his hand into a werewolf's claw. He had tapped into the werewolf power that Logan told him about. Next time, Dexter. Next time. Chapter 110. Therian Blue stood and looked at the ruins of what used to be Los Angeles. She knew Logan was inside there somewhere, and she needed to speak to him. She summoned an ice slide and slid into the ruined city. She saw a large structure in the center of the city and had a feeling that a large, arrogant werewolf would want to see danger from all angles. She heard a growl and quickly drew her longsword. She channeled ice into it, and the blade let off an icy sheen with what looked like fog coming from it. A huge black wolf walked out from some rubble. This wolf had gold claws on its paws and golden teeth. Therian Blue relaxed. "Stop playing, Logan. I almost sliced you open," she said. Logan laughed and turned back into a man. He kneeled. "Hello, my queen," he said. He called all the Therian women queens and the men kings. Therian Blue blushed. "Stand you mongrel," she said. Logan stood and looked at Blue. "How may I be of assistance?" he asked. "First off, show me your progress. Then we will discuss further details," she said, and stomped past him in a huff. Logan was nervous inside. He followed her inside. Blue heard snarling and growling. Two wolves walked out on all fours in a zigzagging pattern. Blue pointed her left palm at one of the wolves. "Goddamn mutts! Ice! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" Logan grabbed her arm, stopping her from using an ice skill on the wolves. "They're with me. Come, let me take you inside," he said. Blue walked past the two wolves with her head high, as if she was royalty and they were peasants. Once she was far away, the two wolves looked at each other. "Who's that bitch?" the female firewolf asked. "I don't know." But our lord kneeled before her. "Let's tread lightly," the female lightning wolf stated. They slowly walked behind them, keeping their distance. Chapter 111. Phil Poison entered the sect through the southern entrance. He headed to Andy's apartment to meet with him, Tim, and Christian to see who they had recruited. He would speak with his friends to inform them of the plan to eliminate at least one of the new heroes. Phil entered and saw the usual suspects, plus a few new additions. Andy Anger, Tim Teleport, Christian Clone, Sage Sand and Sasha Stretch were all inside the apartment. Robert Rewind, Ernest Expand, Hector Hayes, Cody Copy, and Helen Hare were also there. Andy nodded to Phil. "These are the ones who we were able to gather," he told Phil. "So it's pretty much 10 versus 11, thought Phil. Tristan Telekinesis, Erica Explode, Vicky Vines, and Brenda Banshee were out of the picture, all three choosing to pursue professions instead. Erica Explode and Steve Spatial weren't approached. Word had gotten out that Reed was involved with Erica, and Steve had a unique relationship with the superiors. No one knew exactly what, but he spent more time at the Royal Rec Center than anyone. That much was apparent. Tristan Telekinesis was now a scientist alongside Irie Intellect. Vicky Vines was a farmer alongside her mother Victoria Vines, and Brenda Banshee was quickly rising up the R&B charts as a singer. With all the money she was making, she chose not to risk her life by fighting magic beasts, abominations, and fiends. For those reasons, they were left alone. "So I take it everyone here has refined and become one-star heroes, right?" Phil asked. Everyone nodded. "Okay, we won't know what the teams are until 2 days before we leave. The superiors will announce who will go, and then a day will be given for preparations. Then we will head out the following day. Regardless of who is on what team, make sure that at least one of the others is isolated. From there, we will lead them away and let our other allies take care of them," said Phil. "What other allies?" asked Hector. Phil cringed. "What's with all the questions?" he murmured to himself. "I can't tell you all now, just know that we have help. We have to be meticulous. If we can eliminate the others one by one, we will have the number advantage. First thing is, once we leave, we have to be indifferent to each other. There can be no fraternization. We are teammates, nothing else," Phil instructed. Everyone nodded, dispersed and prepared for the night. They would be having a graduation ceremony, and a couple of days afterward, the group heading into the nest would be announced. A few days after that, the team, along with a general, would head to the rat nest and attempt to destroy it. Later that night, Kai was standing in front of a mirror. His father was adjusting his necktie and pulled out a strange bottle. "Okay, son, this is called cologne. It smells good to women and makes them act strange toward you," Kevin said. Kai tilted his head and looked at the dark blue bottle with a brass top. "Strange how?" he asked. "It seems to have some aphrodisiac properties. When the scent enters their nostrils, they get a strange look in their eyes and want to touch you more frequently. Now don't put on too much. This will make it stink instead. Just a few sprays. I do one on the wrist and rub them together, then one on the back of my neck, and finally one on my undershirt," Kevin told his son. "Okay, I'll do the same," Kai said. Kevin and Kai both sat on the sofa, waiting for Gail and Christy. They would meet Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise at the rec center where the ceremony would be held. It began at 7, and they planned to arrive at 6:30. It was currently 5 o'clock. "Geez, Dad, what's taking them so long? They've been getting ready since 3, Kai said. Kevin chuckled at his ignorant son. "Don't rush beauty, son. All we have to do is shave, bath, and dress. They have to do hair, nails, bath, dress, pull, prick, use creams, butters, lotions, shave other parts, makeup, and other female rituals that we will never understand," he said. "Rituals? Are women witches? Am I hexed? Is that why I cherish Gail so much?" asked Kai in a panic. Kevin stared at Kai. "What the hell is wrong with you, boy? Women are not witches. They have bewitching ways with their sexiness, but that is natural," he answered. Kai was in a panic. "Is he serious?" Kevin wondered. He shook his head at his son. "Has Gail ever dolled herself up?" he asked. "She was ready when I arrived," Kai said. "Oh, I see. So you didn't actually see the process. Well, prepare yourself. If an event starts at a certain time, tell them it starts an hour before that time. There is something called fashionably late and something called ridiculously late. Try to keep it fashionably late, but understand that 9 times out of 10, you will be late no matter what," Kevin said. "I should write this down," Kai said. "Number, you should not. No guide has ever been accurate in analyzing a woman. They're all different in their own way. Just relax. They are attempting to look good for you, to keep your interest. You wouldn't want to walk around with a ragamuffin, would you?" he asked. Kai rubbed his chin. No, I would not, Kai said, thinking of the junkies he had seen during the Frank Fortune mission. Suddenly, Kai turned to his dad. Hey, Dad, what do the townspeople do with the elemental cores once they're empty? Kai asked. Throw them away. They're not ornaments or anything like that, Kevin answered sarcastically. Kai rubbed his chin. He had just thought of something. Two things, actually. After the ceremony, during his downtime, he would attempt his theories. An hour and a half later, Gale and Christy came out and stood in front of Kai and his father. Damn! It took them 3.5 hours to get ready. Kai wondered. He had to admit, though, Gale and his mother looked great. Christy wore a long, all-black dress with slim shoulder straps and black heels. She had expensive-looking jewelry. Gale wore a similar dress, except hers was a dark purple color, and she wore gold jewelry. Kai thought it shouldn't have taken this long for them to get ready, but he kept silent and held his arm out to Gale. She wrapped her arm around his, and the four left for the Royal Recreational Centre. They arrived at the rec centre where Mr. Smith, along with Pastor Praise, waited impatiently. Good grief, I thought someone had kidnapped you all, Pastor Praise said. Mr. Smith shook his head. Relax, guys. We still have 15 minutes. This isn't for us anyway. We're just honored guests, Kevin said. Well, I'm hungry. I heard these things have food for days, Mr. Smith said excitedly. They all entered, and Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise went right to a long table filled with food. The two turned into gluttonous savages as they loaded 2 plates each with food and sweets. They held a cup of juice with their teeth and swiftly found seats. People gave disgusted looks at the hulking Mr. Smith and the tall and slender Pastor Praise. Kai and Gale went backstage and put on dark blue and gold robes. Each student had a symbol on the front left area, resting on one's breast, that represented the leader of the domain they represented. The symbols were a small brown mountain, a blue wave of water, a red swirling fireball, a bolt of yellow lightning, and a small grey cyclone. Wendy Wind stood and approached the podium. Hello everyone, welcome to the graduation ceremony for the new batch of superheroes. Each hero will be announced according to the domain they are assigned to. The order will be North, East, South, West, and Central. Afterward, there will be a few hours of interaction before dismissing everyone, she said. The ceremony then began, and everyone received a small black box as they approached the superiors and shook their hands. Once everything was done, they threw their caps in the air like a high school graduation. They all went onto the floor, and Kai greeted his parents and looked for Gale. She was talking to a stupidly muscled, light-skinned man with an afro with small twisted ends and a thick mustache alongside a medium brown-skinned woman who was tall and shapely with a short hairstyle. Her sides were shaved low, and the top was raised and swept to the side. This was Gale's parents, Mr. Brian Williams and Justine Williams. The man reached out to shake Kai's hand. So you're Kai, the one who has taken my baby girl from me. Nice to finally meet you, he said. They shook, and he attempted to squeeze Kai's hand to show dominance. Kai recognized this and smiled to himself. Kevin noticed this too and stepped forward. Christy held his arm. Kevin looked at her and relaxed. He'll be fine, she said. Kevin stepped back and watched his son handle himself. Kai was a 1-star hero now. When he was a base-level hero, that meant his strength, speed, and endurance were nearly double that of a normal person. And that was if he wasn't in shape. He didn't take offense to what the man was trying to do, nor did he offend him back. He simply kept eye contact and shook Mr. Williams' hand. Yes, sir. It is a pleasure to meet my future in-laws. Kai smiled. He heard a squealing noise and quickly looked around. He instantly thought that the hydro hogs he had fought must have entered the building. But no, it was simply Gale's mother becoming excited. Mr. Williams, after realizing he couldn't hurt Kai, cleared his throat and simply said, Right. Well, take good care of my daughter. She is precious to me, he said. Yes, sir. She is everything to me, Kai responded. The squeal became louder. It was obvious Gale's mother was happy for her. After the initial exchange, they all sat and ate. After a few drinks, laughter followed. Mr. and Mrs. Williams agreed to visit the house, and Kai said he would barbecue for them all. A boom was heard as the doors blew open. A bloodied and dirty Jessica entered with an abomination. Josiah, Tierra Twinkle, and Taylor Telepath were laid across its back. Abomination, someone yelled. Everyone jumped and readied their skills. Wait, it's Bobby, Wendy yelled. Bobby switched back to human form and collapsed. Jessica was out of breath as she spoke. Vampires, super strong, she said, and then she collapsed. Did she just say vampires? A random woman asked. Everyone ran to check on them. Shortly after, a window shattered. Felicity flew through it holding a bloodied Dexter. She and Dexter fell, crashing through the table of food. Man-wolf. It had a clawed hand like a werewolf, she murmured and passed out. Werewolf, someone shrieked. Get home, everyone. Graduation's over. Thaddeus yelled, scrambling to find health patches. Did he not just hear them say vampires and werewolves? I'm not going anywhere, someone said. Mickey began to heal everyone instantly. Extreme skill. Prolific healing, he called. A blinding white light quickly spread out from him, visible from everywhere in the sect. Dexter's wounds went from a bloody mess to small scars. His eyes opened. Everyone else who was injured began to stir. Thaddeus, recognizing everyone's panic, took over. Young heroes, escort everyone home, then return here. We have much to discuss, he said. We will escort some as well. Then we will perform periodic checks, said Kevin. Mr. Smith passed a praise and Christy nodded. Kevin looked at her. Not you, please. Return home, Kevin said. Number I will not. Once everything is calm, I will. But not a moment sooner, she said. Kevin gritted his teeth and nodded. Be careful, my love, he said. The four protectors all ran to a wall and grabbed arming swords. Kevin had left his flaming bastard sword that Kai had given him at home, assuming they were safe in the sect. He would not make that mistake again. The young heroes broke off into groups and gathered the mundanes to escort them. Kai, Reed, and Erica went with Gail to escort her parents and others home. Kai was angry. The vampire rumor that Josiah spoke of was real, and now werewolves. So there were magic beasts, abominations, clawed humanoid things, and now vampires and werewolves. Kai thought back about what the voice had told him. The upcoming journey will be bloody. One thing was obvious. Time was running out. Only one person knew when things would spiral out of control. That one person was Frank Fortune. Chapter 112. With all the territories claimed for their preemptive strike and a chain of command established for the invasion, a meeting was called to put the final plans in place. Therian Black had assembled all the key players to begin his conquest of the sect. Victor had fed his vampire's blood and had bled several humans and beasts dry. He had stored it and gave it out periodically to his minions. The vampires could now blend into society and live as mundanes. They could now see and smell blood without losing their minds. Victor was ordered to destroy nearly all of his vampires in zones E4 and E5 to re-establish order. He was hesitant, but it was accomplished. Now those zones had vampires that seemed normal, and after a week of training them, they could live off of a small vial of blood daily. They would drink this in the morning and would be fine throughout the day. They mainly drank beast blood and had become good at extinguishing the red in their eyes. Their eyes only turned red during battle. Victor was training them to fight, and Black had assured him that he would be able to regrow his army. The previous vampires that were killed had turned into bloodthirsty, snarling, mindless things that would have ruined Black's plans. Their constant need to feed was a virus that Black did not want to unleash yet. He, like Therian Red, preferred Logan's approach. Logan, on the other hand, only turned 3 people in each zone and then had one of those 3 infiltrate society. The other 2 eliminated threats and did missions to provide supplemental income. Who thought the wild wolf would be more tactical and inconspicuous than the regal and poised Victor? Logan did have a problem, though. He had nearly a dozen wolves under his subordinates' rule, but had lost nearly all of them. He only had 5 now, 1 in each zone. He decided to leave Stone in Zone 5, and then he had 4 others. In addition to the 2 he had kept behind, the Lightning and Fire Wolf, Logan had a total of 7 wolves under his rule. He thought that the Therians would be upset about the other wolves dying, but surprisingly, they congratulated him on his success. He found out later that day that Victor's vampires had become rampant, decimating 2 entire zones. Now the superiors were aware that those 2 zones were infected and would surely attempt to kill everything there. In Logan's case, his wolves did not run amok. They strategically hunted and killed older people. They were near death's door and would simply be put to rest. If his human-wolf hybrids had killed younger people, it would raise suspicion. Dexter's subordinate, Stone, was found out by a few heroes, but he was smart enough to not involve the ones he first turned, choosing instead to leave them in their respective zones. He selected standard magic beast wolves and promised them a place at his master's side. Wanting power, they chose to follow him and in turn follow Logan, and in another turn chose to follow the Therians. Stone never mentioned the Therians, though, because he himself had not met them yet. The territories had been established. Fiends would patrol the territories around the Greater Fiends' fortresses. The word fortress is what the Greater Fiends called the dwelling they lived in. The word Greater Fiend is the special grade abominations, like the Therians, Logan, Victor, Malachi, Fashan, and Loyal. The west would be monitored by Logan and Blue, the east would be monitored by Victor and now his 2 wives after Bianca's death. The north would be monitored by Red, the south would be monitored by Malachi and Green. Therian White would remain at Black's side while he was underground. Fachan and Loyal Lizardman would be in charge of enforcing the different zones once full control was established. But for now, Black, White, Fachan and Loyal Lizardman would remain underground. Stone, Logan's lieutenant, would be in charge of the area known as Zone W5 before one would get to Logan and Therian Blue's fortress. Loyal Lizardman had assembled an army of giant lizards as mounts for the army of Greater Fiends. Huge, fireball-spitting Komodo dragons would be used. The lesser fiends had been training with Green, and a few interesting things were discovered. The power given to the lesser fiends by the Therians manifested in 3 different ways: a blast, imbuement, and enhancement. Therian Black and Therian Green's energy did not manifest in them. At least, not in the traditional sense. The blast they had gained came from Red, Blue, and White. The fiends could release a blast of either fire, ice, or wind directly from their mouth. They could also imbue their weapon with these same elements. The enhancement from Green, whose power was nature, allowed them to gain the ability to regenerate limbs, meaning one would have to perform immense damage to kill them now. Black's enhancement power was the strangest. This made the lesser fiends more durable and made their blasts more potent. It also made them more vicious. In other words, Black's blood made the fiends more fiendish. It was as if their dark side was enhanced. Because of him, their offense, defense, and tenacity had increased significantly. Fashan, who led them, now had coherent, brutal soldiers under his command. The 3 others that gained sentience alongside Fachan were now put in charge of certain retinues. Black had simply named them A, B, and C. A and C were female, and B was a male. With Fachan being around 6 feet 8 inches in height, B was around 6 feet 6, and A and C were around 6 feet 4. The initial surge would be an army of fiends by themselves, for intimidation purposes. Then these 3 would be in the second surge. They would ride on the giant mutated lizards that spit fireballs. Then the lieutenants, Stone and Victor's wives, would attack. Then Fachan would attack with a separate army. Then the generals, Logan, Victor, and Malachi, and then the Therians. All the different legions would have an army of lesser fiends all their own. So the attack formation would be an army of fiends for the first wave. Then the 3 sergeants, A, B, and C, riding on fire-spitting Komodo dragons, and another retinue of lesser fiends for the second wave, then another army of fiends with the lieutenants, Stone, Anastasia, and Carmela for the third wave. Then Fachan with another army for the 4th wave. The 5th wave was another army of fiends with the generals, Logan, Victor, and Malachi. Finally, the 6th and final wave was an army along with the Therians. But 2 things had just been brought to Black's attention. From Logan, he received small red squares that could heal wounds. Black passed it to White to research and reverse engineer. And according to White, a group of heroes were ready to betray their fellow kind. Black smiled and began to think of a way to incorporate them into his platoon. He laughed. This was absolutely perfect. Chapter 113. Therian White began to explain to everyone about a young hero named Phil Poison. She had met with Phil twice now, and on the second encounter he told her of the plan to enter the rat's nest. Everyone would not attend. The superiors had chosen to only send half and keep half behind, as they were ramping up plans to expand their territory. After the rat's nest was eliminated, they would have a 10-mile radius of expansion. During this time, a team would go to kill an abomination. They would raise earth walls with Jessica, Sage, and Dexter, led by Evelyn. The four would make interlocking walls of earth. Loyal Lizard Man was in a state of nervousness. Black had wanted him to stay behind. However, he needed to join the battle. Malachi Minotaur had perfected the art of blacksmithing and could now make weapons just as good, if not better than him. While Loyal was gathering lizard-type magic beasts, Malachi, who remained by Black's side, had time to steadily improve. By the time he had returned, Malachi had crafted all the weapons for the attacking force. Loyal knew his days were numbered. He had watched the youngsters fight and had a strong feeling that they would defeat the rat royalty. After that, he would be the last surviving member from King Grizzly's forces. The Therians were slowly erasing King Grizzly's legacy and memory. He felt they would kill him after the battle was over, so he had nothing to lose. He would use their despise of King Grizzly to his favor. Lord Black, I wish to participate in the battle. To remain here would be a sign of cowardice, Loyal said. Black studied him for a moment. Your skills make you more equipped for information gathering. There is no shame in that, Black said. Yes, and I understand. However, this battle is for the glory of all fiends, Loyal said. But you are not a fiend. You're a magic beast. Once this is over, we will hunt down your kind and kill them all. You still wish to help us, Black said with a sneer. All the fiends present looked and laughed at him. Loyal hid his humiliation and faced them all. I am loyal. That is not just my name. I am loyal to whomever I serve. As a chameleon, I can change to adapt to any situation. And I have pledged loyalty to the Therians, he said with confidence. Black sucked his teeth. Very well. If you wish to die prematurely, then so be it. You will attack alongside Fachan, Therian Black ordered. Fachan rolled his eyes, and the other higher-ranking fiends chuckled at this. Loyal was on the same level as a lesser fiend. He could only camouflage himself. Red spoke up. Brother, you will send a small unit to attack those who enter the rat's nest, right? Then why not let him lead them? His ability to hide his presence makes him the ideal candidate for attacking them in the shadows. Send in Loyal and a few fiends to observe, Red said. Well, I wanted as many fiends as possible for the attack against the powerful ones in the city. But if the ones who attacked the rat's nest escape, they could prove problematic if they get behind us, or even worse, they may escape. Very well. Forget about attacking with Fachan. You will take around 100 or so and observe them in action, then report. You were in King Grizzly's army, so you know how to lead a unit, Black said. So you were in King Grizzly's army. A lot of good that did, Anastasia teased. Everyone laughed. Loyal swallowed his pride and nodded. Thank you, Lord Black, he said. Loyal didn't care how any of them felt. He accomplished his goal. He wouldn't be stuck in hiding. He could now only wish that the young man that could use the power opposite of Therian Black's power would be one of the people chosen to enter the nest. He began to think of ways to get the man King Grizzly's canine teeth. He grinned to himself as he sat against a wall and listened to Therian White's explanation of the young man that would betray his people. So, the young man I told you about is named Phil Poison. He has gathered a team, and they wish to join our ranks, Therian White explained. Really? Humans join us? Green asked. Can they be trusted? Therian Red asked. Probably not, but if this plan eliminates some of our enemies, then we should try, she responded. Black rubbed the small black horn on his chin. Fachan, Black called. Fachan, the leader of the army of lesser fiends, looked at his lord. I know of that nest. Take A with you and visit the leader. Explain to them that we would be in their debt if they could eliminate as many of the heroes as possible. Loyal, take a few lizardmen and a few fiends and observe the situation. What say you all? Black asked his family of fiends. They all looked around. Victor, looking to redeem himself, spoke up. Instead of just observing, An ambush upon them leaving would be perfect. Another option is, after they have entered, we could send a small unit of fiends in after them. Once they're boxed in, we should be able to kill a few at the least, if not all, he said. Excellent idea. However, we should let the rats do what they do. Then, when they leave, we'll have Loyal and his retinue awaiting them, just in case. The question is, if this is true, how do we distinguish between the heroes working for us and the ones we are trying to eliminate? Asked Black. I just might have a solution to that, White answered. I was originally working on a sort of signature or mark so that the fiends could consider us as friendlies. This was when they were stark raving lunatics, she said. No offense, Fachan, she smirked. None taken, my queen, Fachan responded. By taking small bits of blood and bone from them, I created these small pendants, she said. White stood and went to her lab. She returned with a small box. She opened it, revealing 10 small skull-shaped pendants. The skull was a skeletal human skull. The skull was made from the bones of a fiend and soaked in fiend blood. They were only the size of a coin and would emit a faint aura to the fiends. The fiends were intelligent now and could distinguish between friend and foe, but they did not know of the humans, so this would signal them as to who is exempt from their wrath. Black twirled the small pendant in his hand. It was tiny, making it easy to conceal. Great. Now get going, Fachan. Upon your return, we will send a small unit, Black said. Fachan stood, nodded, and left. Great. I informed the human to return to port the night before in case something had changed. It helps that his grandfather is the leader of the town. I will tell him to give these to his grandson and inform him of the plan, Therian White said. Let's hope he keeps his word and milk him for information, as much as possible. The city's inner workings, defensive measures, positioning, patrol, his fellow heroes' powers, the powerful ones, and so on, Black said. Yes, brother, I know what to do once he outlives his usefulness, White said. I'll leave now to deliver these pendants to his grandfather and return, she said. Take a few fiends with you. From now on, you have no need to travel alone, Black said. White turned on Black. I am a Therian. I have no need for an escort, she said. Red laughed. Black shook his head. Please, sister, we have no doubt that you can handle yourself. It is merely a precaution. If a group of those heroes gang up on any of us, we do not know the outcome. The ambush will mainly be used to observe their tactics and powers. Loyal will cloak himself and observe from the inside, and the small unit of fiends will engage. We will observe from a distance, Red said. She glared at Red, nodded, and stormed off. I swear, these sisters of ours, he said to Black, they want to rush into danger. Black smiled. They are Therians. What else would you expect? The thirst for battle is strong in all of us, he said, and opened his book. Later that night, White and Fachan returned. It is done, White said. Black nodded. I managed to speak with the rat leaders. They are in for a surprise, Fachan said and laughed. Really, how so? Black asked. Fachan explained to Black about the way the rats attacked and their strategies. He also told them about the powerful ones. These particular rats had been mainly undisturbed. They ate waste for the most part, and the thought that the humans would bother them for no reason infuriated them. These were the remains of the rat soldiers that marched with King Grizzly during his raid. A few escaped and began to breed. Wounded and defeated, they only managed to travel a few hundred miles before they settled in a huge cave and began their fight for survival. They themselves were planning a conquest in a few more years. Now, without even knowing so, they would be pawns in the Therians' game of war. This is coming together nicely. Their forces will be divided, improving our chances of dominating them, Black said. He balled up his fist and growled, After the young ones leave the rat's nest, 2 weeks, and then we attack. White, work on recreating the red squares. You have 1 week to do this. Then we will move our forces into position the following week. Then we will crush them, Black said. Everyone stood and went their separate ways. I will see you all tomorrow. I feel the need to hunt a few humans, he said. I'll join you, brother, Red said. They smiled at each other. Like old times, Red said to Black. Black grabbed his greatsword. Yes, Red. Like old times. Black and Red hunted and grabbed a few humans. They sat out in the woods and cooked one over a fire. The other two would be brought back to feast upon before their invasion of the sect. So Loyal grew some nuts, huh? Red said. He's planning something, Black said. You think so? Maybe he's decided to go out like a soldier instead of being a whipping boy, Red said. Most who have an option to live will choose to live. The fact that he willingly wants to fight is proof that he is up to no good, said Black. Red bit a chunk of slightly cooked flesh from a lower leg that he held by the ankle. Blood leaked down his jaw. He wiped it with his forearm and threw back an eyeball. White and pink fluid squirted out as he chewed. Want me to kill him? Red asked. Nah, A, B, and C want to prove themselves. I'll put C on him, and during our invasion she will be tasked to put that fool out of his misery. To keep him lingering around is asking to get stabbed in the back, Black said. Agreed. Malachi can craft now, so he's outlived his usefulness. I'm sure you can get someone else to spy on people, Red said. Yes. Malachi crafted nearly all the weapons and armor for this upcoming endeavor, and I have been thinking of making one of Logan's female wolves our spy master. They have impeccable athleticism and balance. Besides, pretty soon we won't need spies. Everyone will know who we are, Black said. Red Fist bumped his brother. And what after? He asked. Well, I got an idea from us giving the fiends our blood. After this is over, I believe I will begin to utilize my sacrifices in the town I told you about. I will visit Port, and I will begin to experiment on humans. Chapter 114. Kai was in the wilds shooting a deer and healing it. The deer had to think this man was insane. He would shoot it and then heal it, only to shoot it again. Kai wanted to break through his 3 heal-a-day block. And unfortunately for the deer, he was his test subject. He would be entering the nest soon, and he had a feeling that his ability to heal would come in handy. He knew his healing had improved slightly, allowing the skill to heal a tad bit more, but he could still only perform this 3 times a day. Healing a bit more was just that. A bit more. Just 1% more. What am I doing wrong? Kai pondered. He was getting frustrated. On one hand, he had improved the quality of his healing, even if marginally. But on the other hand, he could still only heal 3 times a day. The teams would be announced later today, and he already knew he would be going with the squad that would enter the rat's nest. He had already made an arrangement with the superiors to go because he had to get the low-level rat magic beasts. He would transport them to the sect's headquarters via Sophia Speed. It was already decided that she would not attend. She would simply transport the bag full of magic beasts. Kai's parents were given a nice amount of money and precious cores to divide and store the rats upon arrival. The carpenters had built a large 6-chamber unit for earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and one for the removal process, meaning the ones that were in there were to be harvested for their cores. Kai approached the deer and prepared to use his final heal. According to Mickey, it was a dual heal in the sense that it first healed cuts, wounds and bruises, and secondarily it mended broken bones or slowly restored lost limbs. He stared at the wound on the deer's hind leg. The deer was whining and scooting across the grass. Kai stood over it, continuing to stare at the hole. There has to be a way to perform more heals per day. Do I send in more energy, more light, or mix the two in some type of fusion? That is something to keep in mind, he thought. When he thought of mixing his energy and his light power together, his vision began to change. From the wound, Kai could see an extremely dull, almost non-existent white aura around the deer. What the hell? Kai mumbled. He stepped back and continued to stare at the deer. He looked up and saw everything in front of him in black and white with small hints of color. He laughed to himself and looked back down at the deer. Where the wound was, he could see what looked like a dark spot, and around it was red. Outlining the red was yellow and then blue, before everything else about the deer was green. Lines ran through the deer's body. Kai rubbed his eyes, and the colors went away. He stared at the wound again, and they came back. Kai looked up, and what he saw amazed him. He could see obstructions like rocks and trees outlined in thin white light. Animals were outlined as well, but the lines moved with them with thin lines going through their bodies, and at the center of the outline it pulsed like a heartbeat. Is that their veins and heart? Kai pondered. He moved closer towards an unsuspecting animal and stared at it. Only a white outline was visible, but as he continued to stare, colors began to reveal themselves inside the white outline. A pulsating white cluster signified its heart. From it, the colorful veins spread out. A stationary white cluster was also where its head was, signifying its brain. Black, red, or yellow wasn't present in any magic beast he had observed so far. Blue lines ran through this particular beast's body for veins. Remembering what Thaddeus told him about Frank Fortune's power, Kai knew that black was the origin of the injury or certain death. Red were severe injuries or a bad decision, yellow were moderate wounds or a 50-50 decision, blue was a surface wound or a safe move and a counter, and green meant it was a safe move and a critical counter, or they were perfectly healthy. The further away from the most damaged area that additional damage was inflicted, the less effective it was. The black spot that was on the deer's hind leg signified the actual wound, and the red was the extent of the damage. If the black continued to spread further out, it would mean the wound was getting worse and the deer was dying. He looked around and observed other beasts. After studying them, he came to the conclusion that the color of their veins also signified their danger level. Kai smiled and rubbed his chin. I just learned how to sense vital spots and my opponent's danger level. What do I call this? It's not a combat skill, it's really passive. Or would this be a support skill? How about sense weakness? Number at its core, it allows me to sense life signatures. Or is it energy signatures? My light abilities are slowly manifesting. This has to be an effect of that. My energy power is really used for combat, but my light power is more of a support type. Kai thought for a while. Hell with it. Life sense. I'll simply call it life sense. I wonder if I can learn to sense danger as well. Life sense and danger sense in tandem would be dope. When I learn to sense danger along with my new life sense, I will simply call it sensory. I will definitely work on that. If I can sense life signatures, I should be able to sense the intent of said life signatures, he mumbled. Not half bad, though. My healing potency has increased slightly, and I can now see where I should focus my healing. Also, if I observe something for a few seconds, I can see the color of its veins and, based on the color, judge its danger level. Black is certain death, red is extremely dangerous, yellow means we're evenly matched, so fight at my own risk. Blue means I have an advantage, and green means I can kill it easily. That is me judging its danger level. When it comes to healing, I simply focus on the darkest spot in the body for maximum healing efficiency. Their body's natural ability to heal would have to handle the rest. Small gains, but gains nevertheless. Burnt cornbread is better than none, I guess, he said in an effort to look on the positive side of things. Kai knew that being able to heal someone at all was a great benefit. Even if the quality of his heal was vastly weaker compared to Mickey and even Josiah. He began to walk towards the central sect domain. He wanted to be alone as he headed to the Royal Recreational Center before they announced the teams for the Rat's Nest. The superiors had all wanted their emblems on the left chest plate area of their armor that he, his father, and Mr. Smith would craft. He grabbed a bite to eat and walked along a small pathway that led behind some houses. He saw a body fall from a certain house, and it landed with a loud thud. A shirtless man jumped up from the ground and looked at Kai with crazy eyes. "Reed?" Kai said in surprise. Reed looked at Kai. Be cool, just walk with me," he said. Reed began to walk so fast it looked as if he would run. "You okay, Reed?" Kai asked. "I'm good. Hey, Kai, let me use your shirt right quick," Reed asked. Kai raised an eyebrow. Kai slowly removed his shirt and tossed it to him. Reed running around shirtless was actually a common event. But Reed crashing to the ground from someone's window wasn't. Kai now had on a grey muscle shirt and Reed wore Kai's red shirt. "What's going on? Whose house was that? What happened to your own shirt?" Kai asked. Before Reed could answer, a noise was heard as a middle-aged man ran out behind the homes. He had a baseball bat in his hand. "Come here, you!" he screamed and charged at Kai and Reed. Reed, why is this man running at us like we stole something?" asked Kai. He looked up and saw Erica explode looking down at them with sad eyes. Kai turned to Reed and saw him running away and laughing. Kai shook his head, laughed at his friend, and ran off as well. Kai caught up to Reed, and they talked while they walked to the Royal Recreational Centre. Reed kept peeking over his shoulder. "So how's it going?" he asked Kai. "Everything's fine. Just learned how to sense life signatures." "I'm calling it life sense for now," Kai said. "How's that work?" Reed asked. "I can see what looks like veins running through them. The color of that determines their danger level. If they're black, then I had better not even look at them wrong. If they're red, then they're extremely dangerous, and I have the smallest of chances to win. Yellow means it's a fair fight. May the best man win. Blue means I have an advantage over them, and green means they're not even a threat. Then, when someone has a wound, black signifies the point of impact or the actual issue with their health. These wounds are life-threatening. Red is a serious injury that can potentially become life-threatening if not treated. Yellow is a moderate wound, hurts like hell but will heal in time. Blue is a scratch, like a cut or something. You can keep fighting with this injury. Green means you're in perfect health. With this, I will be able to heal people more efficiently." Kai smiled. "Man, that's scary," he laughed. Kai looked at him for a bit. "Really? And how's that?" he asked Reed. "Didn't you pay attention in training? Most of us only gain one additional skill after refinement. Sometimes we don't even get that. Our bodies and stamina and speed and pain tolerance and blah blah blah. Pretty much we improve." "But you have a lot of skills," Reed stated. "Yes, but we can learn as many innate skills as possible through experimentation, according to Thaddeus. I have energy, so I have a lot of options. Your ability is power, so I guess you can punch stuff in multiple ways," Kai said, and began to shadow box. Reed's face turned ugly. "Ha. Huh. Funny, to be honest, I am still trying to create better skills. I have warrior's will that I told you about. I got that when I hit 1-star status. My core skill is called Vital Strike, allowing anywhere I strike to be treated like one was hit in a vital spot. When I use the fire-imbued gloves you gave me, I then call it Flaming Strike. My innate skill is simply power, making me stronger every time I battle," Reed explained. "Yes, but your ability constantly grows after each battle," Kai encouraged his friend. "Thanks for the words of encouragement, but I slowly grow in power. It's like I slowly get stronger. It's not like I double my power every time I battle," Reed chuckled. "Yes, but those gains are permanent, and they do not fade." "Hey, have you ever tried to activate your power?" Kai asked. "What do you mean, activate?" Reed asked. "If you could describe your power increase, how much would you say it increases by?" Kai asked. Reed pondered his question. "It's minuscule. The only way that the superiors know is that eerie intellect analyzes our blood and can tell us our strengths. They told me what my power is and how it works. Andy can double his strength, but it fades. My core strength is stronger than his, but since we have refined, I don't know. But the whole activating my power thing is something I never thought of. I'll have to investigate that," Reed said. "Well, think about it later. We're here." "Time to see what all the fuss is about," Kai said to Reed as they arrived at the Royal Recreational Centre. Chapter 115. Kai and Reed entered the Royal Rec Centre and shot pool while they waited. After an hour, everyone else began to arrive, including Erica Explode. She and Reed stared at each other for a bit and turned away. They all went to their respective seats at a ridiculously long table filled with food. The door opened and Sam's strength entered with the superiors, Irie, the healers, and the generals. The generals had been healed thanks to Mickey and his extreme skill, Prolific Heal, but they still had dreadful looks on their faces. Sam was the only general that wasn't affected by any events because he was scouting the rat nest and abomination site. He was given a quick rundown of what happened, but the detailed version was about to be explained as the injured persons were given a day to rest. This dinner was something they had begun to do before a big event. It was night, and after this dinner, the teams would be announced, and in the morning, they would leave. The higher-ups found their seats, and everyone sat. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted, but a tense feeling hung in the air. Everyone remembered what happened just 2 days ago. "Okay, everyone, we have a lot to run past you before we head out tomorrow. We will be starting with the events that happened at graduation," Irie said. Dexter stood and told his tale of the werewolf named Stone and how he and Felicity narrowly escaped. Then Jessica stood and looked around. Josiah, Bobby Beast, Tierra Twinkle, and Taylor Telepath all sat next to her. As you may or may not know, the recovery squad, along with Josiah, Taylor, and myself, went to Zone E3 through 5 to investigate strange happenings reported from the last time the recovery squad, Mickey and Josiah, went there. When they went, they reported what seemed to be vampires. They returned later, minus Mickey, with Taylor and me in his place. Zone E3 was fine, but upon entering the zone, Stuart began to act strange. Apparently, he was bitten the first time they had went and had changed into a vampire. He betrayed us, killing Ray, and Bobby had to eliminate Stuart for good, she said. Everyone looked at Bobby and he was visibly sad. It was understandable. He had been with the others from the recovery squad for years, and from what Kai knew, they had all gotten along. Before Stuart turned on us, a vampire woman came out, and Stuart basically submitted to her. She was powerful, but Taylor and I managed to defeat her. Before she died, Taylor entered her mind and attempted to gather information. She eventually exploded, and that's what harmed us. Something happened while Taylor was in her mind. He woke and reported a man inside of her head. Most likely, the vampire leader. From here, I will let Taylor explain the rest, she said. Taylor sat still with his head down. He was scraping the table with his fork. Everyone stared at him. He continued to carve the table like he was in a trance. Taylor, Jessica called. Huh? Oh, sorry, he said. Taylor stood and began to tell his tale. When the vampire woman was on the verge of death, I used my mind reader skill to enter her mind. Once inside her head, I encountered a strong male vampire. We fought and I managed to escape. I believed that being was the head of the vampires, he explained. Everyone was quiet. Taylor lowered his head and began to scrape on the table again. Hey, Taylor, can you not do that, please? Thaddeus asked. It doesn't matter. It won't be your table for long, he responded. Say what? Asked Thaddeus. I said, it will not be your table for long. The Therians will feast on your flesh upon this table, Taylor yelled. He looked up with his eyes red. The fuck? Fred said. Everyone jumped up and readied their skills. Taylor turned to the person nearest him and drove the fork right into Otis's eye. Otis yelled in pain, and Taylor began to stab Otis repeatedly in his face. Get him, Thaddeus screamed. Taylor cackled and called out, brain freeze. Everyone froze, everyone except Kai. Kai looked around and noticed that everyone was stuck. Taylor began to stab Otis again in his face. He was trying his damnedest to take out his eyes. Kai ran to Taylor and Taylor looked up at him. Extreme skill, mind melt, he said. Kai laughed as he continued to run. I'm guessing that doesn't work on me, he said. Who said I was targeting you? Taylor smiled. Kai saw that Thaddeus began to twitch. The other heroes broke loose from Taylor's brain freeze skill. Thaddeus had a far-off look in his eyes, like he was there but not, like someone who was daydreaming. Tears began to drip from his eyes. He was trying to fight it, but couldn't. EMP, Thaddeus said. A soft golden wave spread out and washed over everyone. I can't use my skills, Evan yelled. That's his EMP skill. No one can use their skills for 5 minutes. Survive until then, Wayne said. Survive, thought Kai. That or take out the puppet master, he thought. Kai raised his hand and, to his surprise, his hand glowed with energy. Bullet, he said, trying to use his fastest projectile. Lightning veil, Thaddeus said, and a wide column of golden light appeared in front of Taylor. Kai's bullet struck it and dissolved upon impact. Thaddeus lifted off the ground, golden lightning arcing all around his body. His eyes and hair had turned golden. Everybody, get ready to use block, Evelyn screamed. Extreme skill, lightning storm. He shrieked like a madman. Around a dozen huge lightning bolts began to spin around his body and quickly moved out while continuing to spin. They separated, and then there were 24. Once they were around 6 feet away from him, everyone's vision was blinded as lightning began to lash out. Everyone used block, but that only stopped the initial attack. The lightning continued for what seemed like forever. Some were smart and hid under the table, but all could not fit, and several of the heroes were struck. Bodies convulsed and shook as lightning struck them. Kai held out his glowing hand and glared at Thaddeus. His life sense activated, and he saw vital points on Thaddeus and Taylor. However, Kai was surprised he wasn't being struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he realized something. Those that were close to him were not being struck either. From his held-out energized hand, Kai was generating a small transparent shield. Chapter 116. State of shock. Figuratively speaking, a 3-star hero had mind-fucked a 5-star hero, and the 5-star hero had tried to kill them all, his closest friends included. No one came close to Thaddeus. When he finally stood, the young heroes all stepped back, Kai included. "I'm fine, everyone. Really," he said. Fred walked to his friend Thaddeus and stood by his side. Mickey healed him. "If you don't trust him, then trust me." "He's fine," Fred said. The young heroes were still on guard, but they slightly relaxed. "All right, back to business. We will now announce the teams for the Rat's Nest," Fred boomed. "Man, you can't be serious. I need a minute to calm down." "You act like we weren't just electrocuted a few minutes ago," Hector Hayes said. I know. Some of those rats might have electricity as their power." "You think they will give you a minute?" he asked. "But they're not hitting with 5-star power," Hector rebutted. "We don't know that. That's why we need at least 2 strong heroes to go in. We will be splitting the team entering the nest into 2 groups. For sure, Otis will remain, so will Sophia, but she will go with you all for other purposes. Once her purpose is fulfilled, she will remain here." Kai knew her purpose. She would be transporting the rats back and forth to the sect, so they can begin the core farming process. What no one else knew was that Mr. Smith had built a small pen behind Kai's house, next to his smithy, for that same purpose. It was much smaller than the one for the sect, but this was for personal use, as he wanted to continue experimenting. Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise would lag behind and Kai would fill 2 bags. He would give Sophia one, and once she left, throw some to them. There, Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise would take it and leave. Kai only needed to fill that bag once, but he would fill the one for the sect with rats with matching powers at least 10 times. And the team that will be entering the Rat's Nest is Kai, Evan Electric, Harmony Heat, Glenn Glutton, Andy Anger, Phil Poison, Tim Teleport, Christian Clone, Sage Sand, Sasha Stretch, and Hector Hayes. Sam Strength will be the general leading this cohort. Taylor's fucked up, Dexter, Felicity, and Jessica are all right, but still need to recover. Everyone else will remain here. Celeste, you and Wendy will cleanse the sky while they are gone. It would be good morale for the mundanes if they could breathe clean air for a year. Sophia, you will run between the sect and the nest until we have enough rats. Steve, you will accompany Thaddeus and Mickey and continue with your training. I trust the rest of you can behave yourselves. Josiah, you are in charge while we are gone. Wayne, Evelyn, and I have to visit a town for a few days. A rare magic beast has been spotted, Fred said. With that, get some rest and the team will head out first thing tomorrow morning, Fred continued. Everyone then went their separate ways. But there was no way Kai would rest. He had just discovered a new skill. He could generate a small shield. It was an exact replica of a kite shield. He would definitely practice with that before he entered the nest. Chapter 117. The next day had come, and the team that would be exploring the Rat's Nest today was standing in the lobby of the Royal Rec Center. Coffee and pastries were provided, and Reed had one in his mouth and 3 on his middle finger. He was chugging coffee like a crazy man. Sabino had a donut in his mouth and 1 in each hand. Everyone looked at the 2 as they ate donuts like it was their last meal. "And just think, they're not even going," Gail said. Isabella and Erica shook their heads. Kai had a cup of coffee and a donut. He would be entering the nest without his squad mates, his best friend, or his future wife. Do I call her fiancé now? Thought Kai. Harmony, Glenn, and Evan were cool, but he had no cohesiveness with them. Everyone was still in a state of shock as to what happened yesterday. Thaddeus had been controlled by Taylor, vampires and werewolves were among them. Kai had to gather rats for core extraction, make armor for the superiors and his friends, and he had an idea for the empty cores. But first he had to focus on gathering the rats and then assisting in clearing the Rat's Nest. Kai, Glenn Glutton, Evan Electric, Harmony Heat, Sage Sand, Sasha Stretch, Phil Poison, Andy Anger, Tim Teleport, Hector Hayes, and Christian clone all threw on their travel bags. These were small bags that were half the size of a book bag. Inside were a changing of clothes and personal cleaning products. "Hey, those kinda remind me of go bags," Kevin said. "Oh, what's a go bag? And what are you doing here, Dad?" asked Kai. A go bag is a small bag with multiple compartments containing money, non-perishable food, flashlight, a small weapon, and other survival items in it. But you hide it in a place no one knows, and when things get sticky, you get in and go. Therefore, a go bag. It's pretty much a small survival bag, he said. "Dad, who are you?" Kai asked rhetorically. Kevin just smiled and said, "Never get too comfortable, son, and never say what someone won't do." He stared at his son directly in his eyes. Kai noticed how his usually playful father took on a serious and stern tone. He nodded. "I understand, Dad," Kai said. Kevin leaned closer to him. "I took the liberty of making one for you. It's behind the wall to the right as soon as you enter the smithy. It has some jerky, a few bottles of water, a couple of days' worth of clothes, and a Bowie knife in there. Hopefully you will never need it. And I'm here because Wayne called us to check the room for anything strange. Plus, we never did the details of our positions. You know, with the crashing through windows and all." "So, where was Taylor sitting?" he asked. Kai pointed to the spot where Taylor was seated. Kevin, Mr. Smith, and Pastor Preach went over and inspected the table. Kevin rubbed his hand across the area that Taylor had scraped with his fork. He held out his hand, and Pastor Praise handed him a sheet of paper and a pencil. Kevin laid the paper over the scratched section of the table. He then rubbed the pencil across it for a short while. Everyone gathered around him too. See what he was doing. He removed the paper and looked at it. He said nothing and handed it to Fred. He stuck it to the wall with a tack and stepped back for everyone to see. "That's stone," Dexter said. "What? This is the werewolf you fought?" asked Fred. "Yep," Dexter responded. Fred looked at Felicity and she nodded. "And that's the vampire woman we killed. I don't know who the other two women are next to her, but the blonde to the right is her," Jessica said. "Are you sure?" Fred asked. "A homicidal bitch kills Ivan and you think I'd forget her? Trust me, that's her," Jessica assured Fred. Wayne studied the paper. "So who are the others?" he asked. When they looked at the paper, they saw a large group of beings they had never seen before. To the bottom were a bunch of small images of the clawed humanoid things they had fought with two wolves in front of them. Except these particular humanoids had a single horn, whereas the ones that attacked them on the bus had none. Above them were four larger ones, and one of the four was significantly larger, and on the side of it was an armored lizard-looking thing. Above them was the one called Stone, three women with large canine teeth, although the one Jessica said they killed had an X over her, signifying her death. Above them were three individuals: a large, muscular werewolf, a man with large canine teeth that looked like he was too handsome to be associated with them, and a dark-skinned, bull-headed thing with a silver hoop nose ring. Above them were outlines of four beings, but they were darkly scribbled. All had horns. One was massive, according to the drawing. He was wider than the other three and seemed taller. He had masculine features. The other three had feminine features. Above them all was one that looked like the other four, however, it was at the top of all the other beings. It stood alone and it had three horns. It was scribbled dark as well. The four with the two horns and the one above them all with the three horns were not detailed. It was a crude drawing of them, a silhouette of them. They must be the leaders, and the one at the top must be the ultimate leader, Wayne said. "They have a freaking army," said Evelyn. "So these are the forces of darkness. While we have been increasing our numbers, they have as well," Fred said. "First things first, we have to destroy this nest. It is too close to us for comfort. Last thing we need is a nest break," Wayne said. "Yes. Once their nest is overloaded, the ruler of the nest will order them to spill out and destroy whatever they could to create more room for their nest to grow," Fred agreed. "All right, Sam, get your guys ready. You all leave in 1 hour. Make your final preparations," Wayne said. Kai nodded. "I need to use the restroom," Kai said. He excused himself and headed towards the hall where the restroom was located. He turned the other way once he was in the hall and headed down towards the cell to confront his counterpart. It could wait no longer. It was time to have a conversation with Frank Fortune. Chapter 118. Kai descended a set of stairs. When they ended, he was staring down a dark corridor. He took a step and stopped as he heard a voice. "Hello, liaison of light," Frank said to him. Kai furrowed his brow. "Hello, Prophet," he responded. "I see someone's been talking to a higher power." "Calling me Prophet and all," Frank poked. "Forget all that. If anyone knows anything, it's you. Tell me what's going on," Kai said. "Screw you," Frank said. Kai ran to the cell and reached his hand through the bars in an attempt to grab him. Frank simply stepped to the side and swung down as hard as possible. Kai's arm went down, and the elbow landed on the stabilizing bar, going horizontally across the cell door. His forearm continued down, breaking from Frank's swing. Kai jumped back and grimaced. His arm hung loosely and useless. "Ah, you little shit," Kai growled. "Relax, you'll heal and you know it." "That's for messing up my organization," he said. Kai held his arm, and it healed within a few minutes once he used his focus on it. "See, good as new," Frank said. "That's not the point," Kai said with a snarl, "and your organization sold drugs. Nothing good can come from that," he said. "Something good came from it for me." "I was ballin'," Frank said. "Now, I'm a caged animal. But it's all good," he continued. "How is it all good?" "There's no way you can be comfortable like this," Kai said. Frank laughed. "Thaddeus means to make an example out of me. He wants to have me publicly executed to show dominance. That won't happen, though. As for you, you shouldn't get too used to comfort," he said. "Stop talking in riddles. What is going on? What's happening? Where do the vampires and werewolves come from? What are the things in the drawings? Are they real-life demons?" "Tell me," Kai screamed. "Figure it out yourself. No one held my hand, so I'm not holding yours," he said. "Well, thanks." "You've been a lot of help," Kai said indignantly. "I'm not trying to help you, you jackass. Just because we both have blessings doesn't mean we're cool or linked or some stupid shit like that," Frank said. "You know, in order to accept the light, you must first walk through the dark," Kai said. "Oh, really? So you're the prophet now? Yeah, tell that to my dead family. You haven't begun to experience darkness, but you will," he said. "See, there you go. What does that mean?" Kai asked. "You'll soon find out," he said. Then he began to laugh maniacally. Kai raised his hand. "Bullet," he called for his first offensive skill. Frank turned slightly right, and the projectile crashed into the wall behind him. Kai let out a flurry of bullets, and Frank ducked, bobbed and weaved, jumped and rolled to avoid them while laughing the entire time. "Damn it," Kai yelled. "Tell me what you know." He shrieked. "Never! You want to judge me? Let's see how you judge me when you walk in my shoes," he said. Kai called his grenade. "Hold on, Kai. I can't dodge that," Frank said. "You're dead anyway. So what's wrong with me speeding up the process?" Kai said. Frank raised his hand. "Okay, all right. Chill out," he said. "Talk, man. Please tell me what's going on," Kai pleaded. Frank sat on a small bench hooked to two chains along a wall in his cell. "You were really going to kill me?" "The thing is, I can't. You won't do what's necessary if you know what's to come. The plight of knowing the future is that sometimes only you know the future," he said. "More riddles," Kai said. "It's not a riddle, you're just a simpleton," he snapped back. "If I tell someone their fate, there's a high probability that it won't come true. When that happens, I then see several outcomes at once, because the future is changing on the fly. This future is definite. You must experience it. That's the only way," he said in a surprisingly sad voice. "The only way what?" Kai asked. "Look, I'll tell you this. Whatever you're planning with those orbs, do it. Do as many as you can and give them to your mother, Christy. But keep 2 for yourself," he said. "How do you know my mother's name?" Kai asked. Frank stared at him like an idiot. "Right. You can see the future and all," Kai said. "I see possibilities. In very rare circumstances, like yours, the possibility is the same no matter what," he said. Kai looked at him for a while. "Why give them to Christy? Why not my dad?" Kai asked. "Your dad's a strategist when it comes to battle, but your mum's the brains of the operation. She will know what to do. That's all I can tell you," Frank said. Kai had recently asked his dad about the cores that people had used. He was planning on taking them, extracting the orbs inside and sending his energy and light signatures into it. He knew one of his signatures healed. He planned to focus on his energy and infuse some, and then focus on his light and infuse some. He had done this with 2 orbs and gave them to his mother and Gale. The orbs healed, and Kai knew now that this was his light energy. He didn't know that then, but now he was able to distinguish between the two. He focused on the essence or source of his energy pool when he infused the orbs. The essence of his energy pool is light, and that attribute was used. He needed to focus on the residual or the release that came from his pool. That was his energy. That is what powered him. He needed to harness it and grab the released light energy, or simply energy, and harness it. Then he needs to compress it into a form he can harness and send that into the orb. What would happen if he sent his energy into an orb, he wondered. Kai thanked Frank and left. Chapter 119. Kai returned upstairs and grabbed his bag and threw his katana across his back. He held his bag by a small strap that sat atop the bag. He would throw it across his back once he was actually at the rat's nest. Kai's father walked to him. "Make sure you come back, son," he said. He placed his hand on Kai's shoulder and stared at him. Kai and his dad shook hands. "I will. I have a lot to come back to," he said while looking at Gale. Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise gave him a thumbs up, and Kai saluted the two. "Go to her," Kevin told his son. Kai walked to Gale and she met him halfway. Kai tried to speak, but Gale kissed him. He smiled and they hugged each other. "You had better come back to me." "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling," she said. Kai smiled but was curious. Why was everyone acting like this was so dangerous? They were rats. Just rats. After bidding everyone farewell, Kai, Evan Electric, Glenn Glutton, Harmony Heat, Phil Poison, Andy Anger, Tim Teleport, Christian Clone, Hector Hayes, Sage Sand and Sasha Stretch left with Sam's strength to vanquish the rat nest. Sophia Speed was aside Sam's strength. She would only be there shortly. Once she had gathered male and female magic beasts with the same power, she would no longer be present. They entered a Hummer-style hovercraft, with Sam's strength in front on a hoverbike. The street was lined with people waving, cheering, and wishing them farewell. "Who would have thought that killing rats would be so appreciated?" Evan said. "Yeah, it's like we're going to fight a war or something," Kai said. "People have died trying to eliminate this nest. They were mundanes, of course, but still. They're rats," Harmony said. "Yeah, I'm not sure how my power applies. I'm not trying to eat rats," Glenn said. "What if I fry them for you?" Harmony said teasingly. "I wonder what a burnt rat smells like," she pondered out loud. Kai, Evan, and Glenn looked at her. "What? I do shoot fire. What else would I wonder about?" she asked. "I guess you're right," Evan said, flickering electricity from finger to finger. Kai smiled and turned his head. He looked at the people alongside of the street. Again, he wondered why everyone was acting like they were going to battle. They were just rats. Chapter 120. After 3 boring hours, Kai bid Sophia goodbye as she left to return the rats to the sect. Another hour passed, and Kai had left a few unconscious rats in a sack by a tree for Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise to return to his parents in the Ville. They would farm these rats here to help out Kai's hometown. Since he had a direct underground route from his old childhood home to his new house, he could easily use his boost movement skill to get there in under an hour. Kai had his father's paranoia, so he tried to cover as many bases as possible. Because of the message he had received when he entered his spirit sanctum during his refinement, he was trying to be as prepared as possible. Also, Frank Fortune had just told him that he needed to do whatever he planned on doing with the orbs and give them to his mother. He saw Pastor Praise run off with his hand up in a see-you-later gesture as he headed in the direction of the cave where Sam and the others waited. When the group first arrived, Phil Poison noticed a small tan pouch beneath a tree hidden in a shrub. He was told to be on the lookout for this when he met up with Therian White recently. After the fiasco at graduation, the young heroes were tasked with escorting the guests to their residences. After Phil, Tim, Sage, and Cody escorted a group of people home, the others stood on lookout as Phil snuck out to go and meet with the fiendish woman named Therian White. She told him of their plan and that if anything changed, she would leave instructions by a certain shrub. The moment they arrived at the base of the clearing at the amusement park, Phil saw a pouch by the shrub at its base. Luckily, Sam was so focused on the rats that he missed it. Phil acted as if he was trying to tie his shoe and scooped up the pouch. He stuffed it in his sleeve and stood. Sam was still peering at the fairgrounds with the others, looking at their future opponents. They journeyed to a large cave that sat hidden behind some shrubs. They had to squat and duck-walk to enter, but around 10 paces in, they were able to stand. The cave opened to a decently sized area. It was around the size of a large living room one would find in a home. Sam, Andy, Phil, Sasha, Sage, Tim, Christian, Harmony, Evan, and Glenn all laid out bedrolls and laid atop them. All right, if anyone has to use the restroom, then there is a small tree outside, teams of 2. Sorry if this doesn't quite meet your standards, ladies, said Sam. We knew what to expect, said Sasha. Harmony peered at her. She couldn't stand Sasha. At least Kai had Evan and Glenn. Harmony had no female friends here with her. She wasn't concerned, though. If anyone messed with her, she would burn them alive. She would burn them alive right after she used the restroom, that is. She stood and went outside to use the restroom. Hector, go with her and make a minor illusion, Sam said. Hector rose from his bedroll, grabbed his sword, and walked behind Harmony. Hector had joined up with Phil and Andy's crew to have a little fun. He was told that they were ultimately going to kill a number of heroes. The woman that he was going on bathroom detail with was one of them. What no one knew was that Hector Hayes was a serial killer. It all started when Hector was around 12 years old. His dog kept eating his homework. The stupid dog would use its nose to nuzzle open the small hole where the zippers met and chew his homework. It never chewed his books, just his notebook. It was the strangest thing ever. It was like the dog wanted him to get in trouble. The more Hector watched the dog, the more it seemed like the dog was intentionally doing it. After a beating from his dad after his notebook was eaten again, Hector had enough. One Saturday, when his parents had stepped out for a date night, he put a leash on the dog and threw it over the tree. He then raised the dog by its leash and tied it around a tree branch. The dog struggled and Hector pulled out a butcher knife from the kitchen. He sunk it into the dog's stomach and slid the blade down. He stared at the dog in its eyes. He kept eye contact as he watched the last remnants of life leave his pet's body. He then buried the dog in the woods. If anything found it, it would be the beasts in the wild. This behavior continued from 12 to 18. He had yet to kill someone since joining the heroes, but that would change tonight. All right, Hector, I'm going now, she said. He nodded and turned his back to her. Mirage, he said. A wavy image that resembled peering at something through water outlined the area that his skill covered. Harmony went to use the restroom, and Hector smiled. What he actually did was place a mirage upon Harmony, not one for outsiders. His mirage skill affected an area, not a person. He would have to use his illusion skill for that. His extreme skill, Vivid Dream, did both, making one see what wasn't there and making them believe they were somewhere they weren't. The downside was he had to be present in his illusion. If he left the range of his skill, it would break, meaning whatever was affected by it would be able to see through it. But the positive side was that he could be whatever he wanted in said illusion. He slowly snuck around a tree and then turned to Harmony, who was now standing. He slowly walked towards her and withdrew his sword. "Flamethrower," she said, and a stream of flames burst from her hand. Chapter 121. Sam's strength sat against a wall in the cave, meditating. He had been trying to refine to a 4-star hero. After seeing what Taylor had done and witnessing the drawing that Kai's father, Kevin, had sketched, he knew he needed to improve. He didn't want to frighten the young heroes, but they needed to get stronger fast. After clearing the rat nest, he intended to take this group and train with them in their spare time. He first wanted to check their synergy and combat capabilities to see what he needed to focus on. They didn't know this, but this expedition would also be a training experience for them. He breathed deeply and tried his best to pull in the world's energy. Wayne had showed him this, but he wasn't a practitioner by any means. The fact that he was a 3-star was something he was proud of in his own right. He continued breathing and frowned when he smelled burning wood. He wasn't that proficient yet to smell a fire from the rat's nest from so far away. What the hell did Kai do? He wondered. His concentration was broken now. He stood up, frustrated at the youths. "Evan and Glenn, you're with me," he said. "The rest of you, wait here until we return. If we're not back in an hour, return to the sect and inform the others," Sam instructed. After around 5 minutes, they began to talk amongst themselves. "Man, I hope Hector didn't do anything stupid." "The plan was to wait until we were actually in the nest," Tim said. "Yeah, that's the problem with having too many people," Christian said. "Honestly, though, we couldn't have asked for a better situation." "Only 1 3-star and we have mainly everyone here," Phil said. "We still need to clear that damned rat's nest," said Andy. Phil pulled out a piece of paper and held it up. "Hey, check this out," he said. He opened the paper and read it. The paper simply read, 1. Leave information about sect. 2. Will attack 1 week after rat nest is cleared. 3. Wear pendant. 4. Kill the lizard man. "Lizard man? What lizard man?" asked Sage. "I guess we'll see," Tim responded. Phil rubbed his chin. This is not what they discussed. He was supposed to just give them information. He was supposed to meet with Therian White in exactly 7 days. What the hell was a lizard man? They still had to kill this lizard man thing, or he himself would be killed. "Who is this friend of yours, Phil?" Andy asked. "So what? We're a hit squad now?" asked Christian. Phil didn't answer any of the questions. Sage and Sasha looked at each other. "Well, we got to do what we got to do," Andy said. "I don't know what you have gotten us into, Phil, but you better know what you're doing." "All right, who's going after it?" Tim said. They all stood silent for a few seconds. "Everyone except Sasha," Christian said. "So what am I, chopped liver?" Sasha asked indignantly. "Of course not. Phil can poison it, Andy can move heavy objects and will put pressure on it. Then Tim can teleport it. Sage's ability to use Earth will be vital. I can make clones to distract the thing," Christian said. Andy looked at her. "Please," he said. Sasha nodded. "So we'll just say that we grew concerned and went to check on the state of things." "A quick check and then we come back," Phil said. The group ran off to look for the lizard man. Kai used Boost to quickly move through the woods. He used his life sense in tandem with it to become proficient in both at the same time. As he ran, he saw an outline of a being leaning against a tree. He cancelled his life sense and saw nothing but a tree. He reactivated it and saw the being again. Kai slowed down and stared at the area. The outline shifted and moved. Kai turned his head. The outline stood there. Kai could see the inner workings of the creature and knew it was there. He saw its heartbeat and turned his face up at its failed attempt to be stealthy. The outline was large and had a tail, but it stood on 2 legs like a person, and Kai could see the outline of a sword on its hip. He readied a bullet, and the thing flinched. "Wait," a voice said. Kai cancelled his life sense, and a large green-scaled man-lizard began to materialize. It had short but muscular arms and legs. It had a small buckler on its left arm, but it was raised to sit on its upper arm like a makeshift shoulder pad. "Who are you? What do you want? I've never seen a lizard as big as you," asked Kai. He unsheathed his sword from behind him and prepared for battle. "I'm not a lizard. I'm a chameleon," Loyal explained. "Well, a chameleon is a lizard," said Kai. Loyal stared at him. Kai stared back. "Oh," said Loyal. "Oh." "What do you mean, oh?" Kai growled. He scanned the lizard man up and down. Recognition sat in. "You're one of those things. You have a team of horned things and vampires and werewolves and shit," Kai snarled. "Horned things? Oh, you mean the fiends? Yes, they call themselves that." "Well, most of them do," Loyal answered. "What do you mean they? What are fiends?" Kai asked. Loyal looked around. "Look, I don't have much time. My name is Loyal Lizard Man. I am one of the last who served under King Grizzly before his death," he began to explain. "King Grizzly is dead?" Kai asked. "Yes, if you would let me explain, I'll tell you what you need to know," Loyal said. Kai nodded and listened to Loyal. He never lowered his guard and kept his eyes glued to the lizard. If he wasn't trained by his father, Mr. Smith, and the superiors, he would have shown a face of shock. King Grizzly had been killed by beings that he created. Well, created in a sense. According to Loyal, King Grizzly's plan to raise a group of specially enhanced beings to attack the sect had backfired. This group, called the Therians, had a leader named Therian Black. Loyal identified him as the 3-horned silhouette that his dad had traced from Taylor's carving in the table. The two horned ones were also Therians, but the one called Black was the youngest, strongest, and the leader. He discovered that 2 were male and 3 were female. He learned of Logan Lycan and his henchman, Stone. About Victor Vampire and his 2 remaining wives. He learned of the greater fiends, Fashan, A, B, and C. And he learned of the massive army that they would be soon releasing upon the sect. 2 weeks. They only had 2 weeks. "Why should I believe you?" asked Kai. Loyal handed Kai a small pouch. "Get someone to make you a weapon using that. It's King Grizzly's canine teeth. It's full of stored wind energy. You don't have to believe me, you will see soon enough. Your power is the direct opposite of Lord Black. You are the only one that can defeat him. But you are young. You're not ready yet. Survive, get strong. Think long term, but first, you need to take out that nest," Loyal told him. "Forget that. I gotta tell somebody," Kai said. "Relax. You have to take out the rat family. If not, then Black will know something went wrong and send his troops early. You will have a few weeks left to prepare yourselves," Loyal said. "Too bad you won't be around to see it," a voice said. Loyal and Kai looked in the direction of the voice. "It's C. Run. I'll face her." "Remember, survive," Loyal said. "Yes, survive for a few more weeks, you smelly, stupid human," she said. "Loyal, you treacherous bastard. I will take pleasure in killing you. How dare you side with humans?" she bellowed. "The Therians are insane. This world will be in chaos. Can't you see that?" He tried to compromise. "We are chaos." She laughed. Kai looked at Loyal, and the lizard nodded. Kai nodded back and ran. C pointed in Kai's direction, and a group of around 20 fiends chased him into the woods. Chapter 1, 22. Andy raised his hand to stop the others. "Do you hear that?" he asked. "Sounds like it's coming from over there," Christian said, pointing to the right. After a quick 5-minute run, they came to a pathway and saw Kai fighting against the fiends that had attacked them during their training. "Check it out. Should we get him now?" asked Tim. "Those are the things from that picture. They seem coordinated now," Phil said. Andy shook his head. "Let's see what these things will do," Andy said. When Kai stepped back, they heard a clanging noise. Andy looked in that direction and gave a signal for a few to go check it out. Christian, Sage, and Tim all went that way. The others watched as Kai sliced up the fiends. Even when they landed blows and cut him, he healed and kept coming. What surprised them was the fact that when Kai cut off arms, hands, and legs, they grew back. The fiends would retreat to the back of the group and wait until their limbs grew back. The wriggling that was on the outside of their skin when they first saw these creatures was now moving around from the severed locations. They moved until their limbs reformed and then stopped. But when Kai began to decapitate them, the regeneration ceased. Andy rubbed his chin. "So, decapitation, huh?" he mumbled. "Either that, or wound them faster than they can heal," said Phil. He was pointing to a fiend that Kai had stabbed and drained. It shriveled up and fell over in a husk. Kai stepped on its head, crumbling it to dust. Christian sent a clone to get Andy and Phil's attention. "Hey, you gotta see this. I think we found our lizard," Tim's clone said. They knew Kai would defeat these things. Andy left, and Phil lingered. "I'll get you one day," Phil mumbled at Kai. He left to go with the others. Kai ran through the woods as quickly as he could. He had just received a lot of vital information in a matter of minutes. He was told that they were called fiends. The lesser fiends were the ones that they had fought during their training. They had 1 horn. The greater fiends had 1 horn with small spikes on their head. They had generals called Victor Vampire, Logan Lycan, and Malachi Minotaur. The darkened out ones from his father's sketch were called Supreme Fiends, or more commonly used was the word Therians. According to Loyal, they were building an army to take over the sect. Then this female fiend showed up with 1 horn and small spikes all over her head. What's more strange was that she spoke. Then everything went to shit. She and Loyal began to fight, and the large lizard told him to run. He obliged and fled. She then sent around 20 fiends to pursue him. Kai looked back just in time to see Loyal slice a fiend before he turned back and continued running. Must be pretty bad if he's willing to risk his own life to stop them, he thought. As Kai ran, he considered what he was doing and how stupid he was. He was leading them to the cave where the others were. He could outrun them, but didn't know if they had heightened senses or not. He didn't want to lead them back to the cave where the others were. "Looks like I have no choice," Kai mumbled. He turned, energized his left fist, and withdrew his sword. Champion. It was ignorant but powerful. A few exchanges, and although Sam had landed more blows, Champion's attacks were stronger. Sam was frustrated. He was a general. He was a mentor to the youths. Now he was taking damage from a rat. He knew he couldn't think. He had to do what he did best. He wasn't defensive. He wasn't Dexter or Jessica. Their earth power made their defense highly formidable. Taylor was a combatant in a different sense. He would confuse and play with people's minds to defeat them. All the superiors handpicked their generals because of their similarity to themselves. So why did Fred select me? Sam pondered. He looked at the rat. It was just standing there. Sam had a swollen eye, a burst lip, broken ribs, holes in his sides, and blood was leaking from his nose. Blood seeped from his left forearm, and 3 large slashes were bleeding across his abdomen. He wanted to eliminate this thing first before he used a health patch. He didn't want to show any secrets to his opponents. Sam thought back to his training during his days with Fred. The way Fred tapped into his anger, his ferocity. Sam recalled a certain conversation they had. "You know, Sam, your strength power works a lot like my firepower. It is temper-based. You see, Sam, you're too nice. In order to reach your full potential, each punch you throw must be thrown with the intent to kill. Each strike should have the force of all the hatred buried inside of you. If you can harness this, then you will be able to perform greater feats." "I'm sure of it," Fred sternly said. Sam smiled. Fred believed in him. The superiors believed in him. They had made him the head teacher of these youths during their field training. These youths accepted him as their protector on this trip. They believed in him. He needed to believe in himself. Besides, if he couldn't beat the commander of the rat army, how could he beat the king or queen? Sam opened his eyes and looked at the rat stomping at him. "You die now," Champion said. "You first. Overpower," Sam said. He began to shriek like a bad singer in a heavy metal rock band. His muscles grew slightly larger, his skin became tighter, veins were more evident. Then he felt a presence. A force began to emit from him. Champion stopped walking. The other rats stepped back. Harmony and Hector even stepped back. Everyone could feel that he had gotten stronger. Sam began to yell. The ground began to crack. His shirt split, his pants slightly ripped. Then his muscles began to bulge in strange locations. His bicep would overinflate and then deflate. His fist would swell and then return to its normal size. Sam screamed throughout the entire process, the pain dropping him to his knees. He threw up blood and sweat poured from him. Harmony took a step, but Hector stopped her. He was still pissed. He had missed his chance to kill her, but he still wanted to watch this play out. Then all his muscles returned to his new, slightly larger size. He stood and observed himself. He opened and closed his fist. He threw out a few punches. The rat turned his head to the side. "You stronger, but I'm stronger still," Champion said. He ran at Sam. Sam smiled at the foolish rat. His overpower skill was supposed to increase his strength by a great amount for a certain time. According to Irie, it increased by 25% for around 1 minute. She had taken samples of his blood during his normal and overpowered phase. That is how they came to that conclusion. What happened when he activated that skill when he was exhausted and battered, no one knew. He had activated it during his fight against the lesser fiends that had attacked the bus. But that was before he was badly injured. He had never activated it while he was hurt badly. His energy pool pulled from somewhere else, and that pushed him past his breaking point. It made him reach somewhere deep and pull power from that place. His anger, his pinned-up emotions, his strength. Sam had achieved 4-star status. Extreme skill, platinum punch. Chapter 123. Phil, Andy, Tim, Christian, and Sage looked through the bushes at a crazed female fiend with a grey horn sticking out from the top of her forehead. The color of the fiend's horns represented their power. Sea-controlled wind. Only the Therians had all black horns regardless of their ability. She had small spikes in different locations on her head. Her eyes were all black, except her irises were green and the pupils were black. She carried a spiked club and swung it at a green-scaled thing wearing armor. "Pretty sure that's a lizard man," Christian said. "So what now?" Sage asked. Phil looked at Andy. "Is that your friend?" Andy asked. "Number?" "The one I deal with is different," answered Phil. Recognition fell on Andy. "Phil, are you dealing with one of those things with two horns?" he asked. "I am. Our purposes align. I saw an opportunity, so I took it," he answered. Andy stared at his best friend. "Okay, I get it. So we're aligned with strange horned people. Let's see what's in store for us," Andy said. The others nodded. Phil stepped out and released a poisoned dart at the lizard man. This was his new skill from reaching 1-star status. A small arrowhead-shaped projectile struck Loyal in his right shoulder. Phil's innate skill was potent poison. This innate skill was infuriating to him. It gave him two abilities. It made his skin poisonous. Anyone who touched him would become poisoned. It wasn't a deadly poison, but it would make one sick. They would become feverish and nauseous, often regurgitating. He had mastered it, being able to release stored-up poison from his pores. This was his poison cloud ability. Also, he could pull the poison from his skin and create a concentrated, odorless and colorless droplet, like a teardrop. He would use this to poison one's food or drink. He could also let it sit in his palm and, through touch, poison someone. Secondly, he could simply detect poison. His core skill was his poison fist. The concentration of poison would harness around his fist, coating it and making it stronger. When he struck, the coated fist would release a cloud of poison, like a snake that injected its venom. When he refined, he could create a small projectile that caused piercing and poison damage. Andy charged next. Loyal raised his short sword and slashed at Andy. "Rage!" Andy yelled. Red lines began to form over the now 1-star hero. Andy's strength, speed, endurance, toughness, pain resistance, mental resistance, elemental resistance, poison resistance, and physical resistance all increased. Andy's innate skill is called ire. He gains additional strength against someone he has already fought. His core skill is called flex. He gains even more strength when he clinches his fists. He punched the lizard before he could come down with his sword. Loyal let out a wheeze as the air left his lungs. He staggered back and dropped to a knee. When Tim, Sage, and Christian came out, the horned woman looked at them all. "I can smell us on you," she said. Andy looked at Phil strangely. Phil. Just what exactly have you been doing?" he asked. "I don't think it's like that," Phil said. C sneered and pointed. "The pendants, you fools. It is made from our blood and bones," she said. The young heroes looked at each other, then at the pendants. "That is how we recognize you as allies. If it was due to you killing one of us, the blood would smell different. It would smell rotten to us," C said. Phil nodded. "So you control poison. You must be Phil. Mistress White has told us about you," she said. "Yes, and these are my fellow warriors. There are a few more, however, they are not here right now," Phil explained. C smiled a strange smile. Her jagged teeth looked more like claws in her mouth. "Well, welcome to our side," she said. Loyal screamed as Tim teleported over and sliced off his tail. Sage and Christian ran over next and began to attack Loyal. Only having the ability to camouflage himself, Loyal was at a huge disadvantage. He was receiving wounds from the swords of the young heroes, and his concentration was constantly broken by Andy's powerful blows. Camouflaging himself would do nothing if he left a trail of blood behind. His body would disappear, but green horizontal lines would still be seen from his cuts. He knew he needed to flee as soon as possible. His eyes rotated rapidly, trying to process the multiple attacks. He was being overwhelmed, and Phil and C weren't even engaging. They were standing back watching. Phil's poison was affecting him as well, making him dizzy. He focused on a path to flee and regrew his tail in a stiff position. It regrew with a squishing noise and stabbed Christian in his thigh. Christian yelled and swung down at the tail. Loyal moved it and jumped into a tree. He began to leap from tree to tree, trying to get away. Tim could only teleport a short distance for his core skill. He kept using it, trying to keep up. Sage used her core skill, a wall of earth, and raised it high by filling it with her energy. The earth wall rose and Loyal crashed into it. Tim used his innate skill, the ability to teleport one item a short distance. He used it and sent his sword forward. It stuck Loyal in his right shoulder, pinning him into Sage's wall. Loyal let out a loud scream as the sword sliced his shoulder due to his body weight, making him drop slightly. He was feverish and bloodied. He knew he was on the verge of death. C, Phil, Andy, Christian, Tim, Sage, and two lesser fiends slowly walked towards him, stalking him, studying him. His killers were approaching, and there was nothing he could do about it. His eyes widened when a white ball came from behind them. They turned to look, but the ball was fast. When it was in the middle of them, it detonated. They all covered up as they heard an explosion, and a voice called out, "Grenade!" Champion looked down at the hole in his chest. He touched it and looked at the man who had just killed him. Smelly, wretched, dark red blood poured out. Champion's legs wobbled and his vision blurred. The large rat fell to one knee as blood squirted out. "Strong," he wheezed. Sam walked to the kneeling rat and peered down at it. "Now what, you cheese-eating vermin?" he mocked. Champion smirked. "Tough guy now. Laugh while you can," he said. "What do you mean by that?" Sam asked. "You fight me, but betrayers are among you. Even if I lose, you will too," Champion said. He began to laugh and cough up blood. Sam drew his sword and stepped forward as he slashed down. Champion's head was sliced open, his brain exposed. A quarter of his head fell to the ground. He slumped over, twitching. The other rats dropped their shields and swords. They raised their hands in a surrendering motion. Sam never looked away from the dead body of Champion. He called over his shoulder. "Kill them all," he said. Hector showed all 32 teeth as a maniacal smile came over his face. He could kill something. He wanted to murder Harmony and cut small pieces off her smooth, sexy body, but anything would do. "Hopefully, this will quell my thirst," he thought. He created a mirage and Harmony began to take aim at the rats with slings. She would eliminate them first, taking out their ranged options. Sam popped open the face on his wristband. He slapped on a few health patches and breathed in deeply as his wounds stabbed over. Most of the rats had followed Champion, leaving a few soldier and archer rats left at the nest. He would return to the cave and gather the youths he left behind. Hopefully, the side mission he sent Evan and Glenn on was going smoothly. Evan pointed a finger at the final archer rat that outlined the amusement park. He released his skill and watched as the lizard man shook and its eyes began to smoke, burned to a crisp. The lizard man archer fell over, dead. When Sam, Glenn, and himself had left to investigate the burning smell they heard, they were surprised when they came across Harmony and Hector fighting against a brigade of rats. Evan was getting ready to use his electro ball skill to begin helping his comrades. Sam raised his arm and clinched his fist, signaling them to stop. "I got this. You two circle around and take out anything trying to flank us," he instructed. The two nodded and ran off. They ran around and through the trees they could see the amusement park. Bright, colorful lights were displayed on multiple rides. "How do they have lights?" Evan asked Glenn. Evan thought, "I hate to say it, but I think that their intelligence is growing," he answered. "So we have smarter enemies to defeat now?" Glenn asked. "Not if we kill them first," Evan stated. "Here's what we're going to do. After I pick off the archers, we try to lure the rest out. If we encounter ones with abilities, then I'm offense, and you're defense," Evan said to Glenn. "Great. I could use a new technique," Glenn said with a huge shit-eating grin. "What's up, Glenn?" "What did you get when you refined?" Glenn explained that his innate skill lets him eat a power and use it to enhance himself. His core skill allowed him to eat a power and get a variation of that power. His power after refinement let him eat a power and release that exact same power back as an option. Evan smirked. He didn't gain a new power after he refined. He had his innate skill, current, that let him activate electricity around himself. Then his core skill, electro ball, which lets him shoot a small ball of electricity. Once it struck its opponent, it would crackle and electrocute them. The ball wasn't large, but packed a large punch. The good thing about it was its quietness. It didn't explode or make a booming noise, it did its job. Electrocute and take lives, that's all. His powers had gotten much stronger. and he could release his skill more times than before, and he was more crisp, more accurate with his shots. His movement skill was better as well. He could quickly move in a certain direction, turning his body into a stream of electric energy, electrocuting whatever was in his way. He could move further, and now small electric arcs reached out, trying to touch whatever foe was close. Glenn's movement skill was strange. He could simply bounce on his belly. That's the last of them. Time for the big ones, Evan said, but then the rats began to leave. Where are they going? Evan asked. I don't know. I can't read minds like Taylor, Glenn said. The two watched as the rats ran off, even the large one in the middle. I think that no one is left but the boss, Evan said. Think we can take it, Glenn said. I think the main reason a nest is so dangerous is due to the number of opponents, not because the boss is so strong, Evan said. I think it's both, Glenn said. The boss is strong. I guarantee that, reiterated Glenn. Evan leaned against a tree. He thought long and hard. Look, we got 5 health patches each and a couple of nutrition pills. What do you say? Evan asked. You're seeking glory, huh? Glenn asked. Man, I'm seeking my own bed. I'm ready to get this over with, Evan said. I mean, I guess we can check it out, Glenn said. Yeah, we'll just check it out, Evan said with a ridiculous grin. Chapter 124. C yelled and rolled to the side. She held her side as Kai's grenade exploded. He slid to a stop and looked at everyone there. He saw Loyal pinned up to an earth wall and glared at his supposed teammates. He knew working with Phil, Andy, and the others he fought against in the club wouldn't be a good idea. But he didn't expect this. They were working with the enemy. They were working with fiends. After following Christian's clone, Kai again arrived at the area where he had left Loyal. He saw most of the ones he came with helping the horned woman fight Loyal. Anyone with eyes could see she was evil. He watched them with his life sense and listened. He had heard everything. He saw everything. He especially paid attention to the side conversation that Phil and the one horned woman had. He knew Loyal was with the bad guys, but he also knew that Loyal had given him vital information. Kai didn't want to help the armored lizard man, but he didn't want to let him die either. He needed to see if what he was saying was true. If it was, he could gain more intel about their inner workings. And Kai had clearly heard the female fiend say that the heroes were allies. They wore some type of pendant that allowed them to be recognized by them. What exactly were they planning? Kai thought of his family and friends, how their lives would be in danger thanks to these jealous, spoiled, bratty pricks. Andy was different. He now had thin red lines visible on his skin. He smiled at Kai. Looks like the jig is up. We can't let him escape. He'll ruin everything, Andy said. He began to slowly approach Kai with his fists clenched. Kai squinted as he studied Andy. The veins in Andy's body were unusual, except in a few spots. His heart was brightly illuminated. The veins that flowed through his body were dim until they reached his arms. They returned to the brightness of one's normal color once they reached his shoulders. Then in his fists, they were brightly illuminated like his heart. So his body is weak. He sacrifices defense for offense, Kai mumbled. Tim Teleport tried to teleport over, but through Kai's life sense, he could see when he vanished and reappeared. It was crazy. There was a distortion a second before he reappeared, like a cluster of life. It was telegraphed where he would appear. Kai sliced at the distortion and Tim hollered and grabbed his left arm as soon as he materialized. Is that how his skill works? Once he designates a spot, he appears there, Kai thought. Christian's outline through Kai's life sense would flicker before a clone was produced. His skill was an imitation of life, but not life. When Sage used her skill, the ground would quickly emit a soft glow and disappear. Her energy would enter the earth, and then her will or influence would be implemented. Sage raised a chunk of ground and it crumbled. It hovered in the air, and she turned it into small ball-like pellets. She shot them at Kai, and he had to run behind a large rock to stop from being turned into a pincushion. From the cover of the rock, he threw out a few grenades and shot bullets at Andy, Tim, and Christian. Tim teleported, and Kai shot a bullet at his spawn point. He appeared holding his stomach. What the hell? How did you know? Where I would, he said. Blood seeped from his stomach. Andy roared and punched Kai in his face. His nose broke instantly. Andy footed Kai away and he flew back. He flipped head over feet and came to a stop face first. Damn. Reed hits harder than him. This dude's crazy strong, Kai said to himself. The ground boomed as Andy landed from a jump. He was a few meters away. He began to walk toward Kai. Sage and Christian walked behind him. He looked past them and saw Phil giving Tim a health patch. C kept her eyes on Kai and laughed. Inwardly, Kai was laughing as well. The more they messed around, trying to intimidate him, the more time he had to heal. Andy opened his mouth to talk, and Kai jumped up and punched him with his spirit fist, sending him staggering back. He shot a flurry of bullets at Loyal's arm. They struck the earth wall, and the section that had Loyal's arm pinned crumbled, freeing him. On instinct, he readied his sword and his new shield skill. A blast of concentrated wind struck it, numbing his left arm. The horned woman ran over, shrieking as she ran. She kept releasing blasts of wind. The others stood back, letting her attack Kai directly. Kai's shield began to flicker. He hadn't practiced with it as much as he wanted. He had energy, but discovered he had to keep a steady stream of energy flowing into it to keep it active. He had tried, but he couldn't set a certain amount to it yet. His concentration was split between this strange woman named C and 4 other heroes who wanted him dead. He kept an eye on Tim above all else. He could teleport and pierce his heart. Life sense did no good if he wasn't looking in that direction, a flaw he needed to fix. Kai was beginning to tire. He kept focusing to replenish his energy, but even that had limits. He could gain energy from an outside source, and it had just presented itself in the form of C. She got too close to Kai as she kept walking and shooting blasts of wind. She attempted a blast at point-blank range, but nothing happened. She seemed confused. She tried again, but nothing happened. Kai reached out and made contact with her skin. "Drain," he called. Seconds later, C was a wrinkly, shriveled thing. She fell to her knees. Kai roared and kicked her head off her body. It fell off, pieces breaking away as it rolled on the ground. Loyal let out a primal scream, raised his sword, then charged the others, camouflaging himself as soon as he ran. Then Kai boomed. Extreme skill, bomb. Evan and Glenn were nearing the end of the House of Mirrors. "I can't believe we didn't encounter any rats," Glenn said. "Don't jinx it," Evan said. "Yeah, you're right. What if they come in behind us? What if this is a trap? What if you shut up?" Evan fussed. Glenn was sweating and began to hyperventilate. Evan raised an eyebrow. "You got to be kidding me. Get right, and I mean right damn now." Evan was furious. They were going to battle a boss, and his teammate was freaking out. Evan sent a small bit of electricity to stun Glenn. "Ah, all right, man. Chill out," Glenn said. Evan stopped and pointed to a large crack in a wall at the end of a hall. "Bet money that's where the boss is," said Evan. "A 10-foot crack kinda sums it up," Glenn said mockingly. The two stepped in and scanned the room. In the center was a rat wearing plate mail armor and carrying a mace. The rat wasn't as large as the one that was in the center, but it was more powerful. They could feel it. The rat stared at them and began to swing its mace. It raised it in the air and let out a loud squeak. Their vision blurred, and they held their hands over their ears. The two heroes screamed as blood began to flow from their ears. The spikes on the mace became encased in ice. This rat was a unique. Its power was sound, a variation of wind. They had to be careful. Sound could be concentrated in blasts for direct damage, but it mainly caused status effect, deafening and opponent, confusion, and could even cause temporary blindness. Evan's mouth moved, but Glenn couldn't hear anything. He mouthed something back at Evan. They both flinched as the rat charged. Sam, Harmony, and Hector increased their speed as they ran towards the sound of the explosion. Sam had taken a few health patches and was feeling better. His energy to perform his skills wasn't fully restored, but he was at least at half capacity. He had to fight at normal strength. He wanted to save his energy for one more extreme skill. He had no idea what he would encounter when he caught up with the youngsters. They heard swords clanging, and Sam leaped into the battle. Hector and Harmony was right behind him. Harmony was astonished at what she saw. Kai and a human lizard thing wearing armor were fighting against Phil. Andy, Christian, Tim, and Sage. The youngsters were bruised and battered, a result of Kai's bomb. Sam held his arms out. "What the hell is going on here? Kai, what is that thing?" he asked. "You see what it is?" "It's one of those things from the sketch," Phil yelled. "Kai, stand down," Sam ordered. "They're backstabbers. They're working with the Therians," Kai explained. "What the hell is a Therian?" Sam asked. "See, he even knows what they are. Who told him that?" Andy accused. "Sam, I'm telling you, they cannot be trusted." Kai looked at Sam in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Kai. You are fighting with the enemy. Let's calm down and figure this out," said Sam. "Figure out what?" "You see the thing that his own father sketched." "Kai's a traitor," Tim said. Loyal sheathed his sword and began to speak to Sam. "Hello, kind sir. I am Loyal Lizard Man. It is true that I serve under the Therians. However, that is not by choice. After they killed King Grizzly, I was kept because of my blacksmithing abilities. They wished to eliminate all humans and magic beasts. They were bred from humans and abominations. They only wish to keep abominations and ones like them alive," Loyal explained. "Ones like them, like the vampires and werewolves?" Sam asked. "Yes, but there is only one main vampire and one main werewolf. The ones you have met so far are turned ones, creations to test their powers. The generals are much, much stronger," Loyal continued. "King Grizzly is dead, huh? That would explain why he was not on the sketch with the others." "And what are generals?" Sam asked. He at least wanted to get as much information as he could before he came to a conclusion. "As far as the generals go, there are three: Logan Lycan, Victor Vampire, and Malachi Minotaur. Under them are lieutenants: Fachan, Stone, Anastasia, and Carmela. I believe one of you killed the other one, Bianca. Sergeants are A, B, and that crumpled up one that Kai killed is C. The rest are soldiers." "They look like those two," Loyal said, pointing to the two lesser fiends that Kai had killed with his bomb skill. "The Therians are infusing their blood into the lesser fiends, making them stronger. They plan to do this with humans as well. Those are already working with them," he said, pointing to Phil and the others. "They will plunge this world into chaos. They must be stopped, or eternal darkness will follow. This man you call Kai has a power that is the opposite of the strongest Therian." Loyal dropped to one knee. "Please, they will stop at nothing. We need your help," Loyal pleaded. Sam rubbed his chin. "This is bullshit. You can't believe him," Phil said. "Quiet. Would you mind coming with us to explain it to our superiors?" Sam asked. Loyal nodded. "Bring a beast into the sect. Maybe that's their plan, to sneak someone in," Andy complained. "We can blindfold him, sneak him in. Once we regain service, I'll contact them via wristband. Or Hector can simply make a mirage to make him look human," Sam said. Hector said nothing. He hadn't been found out yet. "Are you sure? If he betrays us, you will be at a disadvantage. You just recently used your extreme skill." "You are still recovering," Hector said. Kai caught on to what Hector was doing. He was letting the others know that Sam wasn't at full power. Kai knew they would strike. Kai reached out, but before he could warn Sam, a sword burst through his chest. Chapter 125. "Current," Evan called. Electricity began to swirl around his body. This skill was similar to Thaddeus's static skill. It was an aura of sorts, shocking anyone who came in contact with them. The rat boss smacked Evan with his mace. The blow dented Evan's armor, knocking him back. Evan's current channeled through the rat's mace and shocked it. The rat twitched and dropped the mace. Glenn took advantage. He charged and swung his sword. "Blizzard!" the rat squeaked. A blast of icy wind swirled out in a circle. It was white and had small shards of ice in it. The shards tore into Glenn's flesh, and the fat hero yelled as the frigid wind lifted him and flung him away. Glenn thumped into a wall and groaned as he tried to stand. Evan smiled as he saw Glenn swallow. "Careful, it's got two powers," Evan called. "Electro ball." Evan ran in a circle, releasing periodic balls of electricity at the rat. The rat's metal armor made it a great conductor for his skill. The rat raised its shield and blocked Evan's attacks. Glenn stood and shook off the pain. He ran and jumped in the air. He belly flopped and bounced high in the air. The rat looked up and Evan used his movement skill. He turned into a flash of electricity and at close range shot an electro ball at the rat. In predictable fashion, it blocked with his shield. Glenn was directly above its head. The rat ignored it, recognizing Evan as a bigger threat. So far, all Glenn did was try to attack with his sword. Evan actually hurt it with electricity. Glenn smiled as he lined up with the rat. Extreme skill, gluttonous release. Glenn turned into a block of ice and rapidly descended. The rat ignored Evan and jumped back to avoid getting smashed. As soon as it left its feet, Evan used his movement skill to close the gap. This also put him to where he was clear of Glenn. Evan reached out, and when his fingertips touched the rat's fur, Evan bellowed, "Extreme skill, electrocution," he called. Glenn quickly switched back to normal form and used his movement skill. He belly flopped and again shot up high. Arcs of electricity shot out of his body in wild, thick waves, searching for something to shock. When an arc touched the rat, it was like a beacon for the other arcs. All of them then lashed out, and instantly, multiple arcs of electricity, around 4, shocked the rat. It shook and began to smoke. It kept shaking, and its eyes popped. It continued shaking, and then it exploded. The armor shot out, and they both had to duck as the breastplate turned into a projectile, sticking into a wall. The two looked around. "That's it?" Glenn said. "Isn't that enough?" Evan asked. "That thing had 2 powers," Evan screamed. "Ice and sound. Like Sabino and Isabella had a fucked-up baby." Evan laughed. "Yeah, if it had leather armor instead of metal, that could have ended differently," Glenn said. "Yeah, way different," Evan said. He was amazed at how strong his extreme skill was now. They went, and hours later, Kai regained consciousness. He was still groggy as his feet dragged across the ground. He was tied from shoulder to toe with rope. He could only see what was behind him as Sam was dragging him from behind. He was now in front of the Royal Rec Center. He looked around. Harmony was thrown across Andy's shoulder, still not awake. What had happened? Sam accused him of stabbing Harmony, but the only one who got stabbed was Sam. He saw it as clear as day. He caught Sam, and Harmony used her extreme skill to burn the area. Then Sage tried to kill Harmony. He saved Sam and Harmony both. Then Evan shocked him, so why did Sam accuse him of attacking him and Harmony? His memory was still foggy, but he did recall Hector having a dumbass grin on his face. That was it. Hector had used his skill on him. That was Kai's only conclusion. So why didn't anyone else see it? Why didn't they at least consider it? Sam's punch was extra strong. Kai knew one thing at least. The ones who had physical powers were strong. He was tired of getting punched by them. Right now, he had to focus on what was happening. It made no sense to plead with Sam. He had heard him earlier, but didn't care. Either that, or he decided to let him explain it to the superiors. Kai was brought inside and pushed down on his knees. "What is this?" Wayne, the usually quiet one, asked. "He betrayed us. He attacked us with this thing." Sam opened his backpack and exposed a decapitated head of a man-lizard. "This is one of the things from the sketch," Sam stated. "That is not true." Kai began to talk. Phil cut him off. "It is true. He attacked us with a lizard man and one of those humanoid creatures," he said. "The fiend woman said he had a pendant that allowed them to recognize him as an ally," Phil accused. Andy walked over and patted Kai down. He reached into Kai's pants and pulled out 5 pendants shaped like a human skull stained with blood. Kai's body was weak. He should have healed by now, but something had him unable to concentrate. The superiors stared at him. "Throw him in jail. Tomorrow we will have a trial," Thaddeus said. "No, in 3 days," Wayne said. "He attacked fellow heroes in the field. The only reason he's not dead now is because he didn't kill them. But he tried." "This must be handled swiftly," Fred said. Wayne had what people thought was a weak power. He controlled water. To counteract this, Wayne leaned heavily on his martial arts. Naturally, he gained a certain sense. He had above-average perception and intelligence. "Look at him. Something is not right. He seems out of it. Let's give him some time to recover so he can properly defend himself," Wayne said. "I'll visit him the next couple of days to check his well-being. Then we will have a trial. A fair one," Wayne said. Evelyn, Fred, and Wendy nodded. Thaddeus followed suit. "Agreed. 3 days, Thaddeus. You'll get to select a lawyer the day before trial. I hope we are mistaken, Kai," Thaddeus said. Kai was jerked up by Sam and taken to a jail cell. Fred, Wayne, and Evelyn accompanied him. They cut his ropes and threw him in like trash. Kai stumbled to the floor as the clanking of cell bars closed behind him. Kai looked back at the four. He could see Frank Fortune sitting across from him. He was sitting with his back against a wall with his eyes closed. He had a small smirk on his face. 3 of the heroes left, and 1 remained, his mentor, Wayne. "What happened, Kai?" Wayne asked. "I believe Hector used a skill on me. That's all I can think of," Kai responded. "We'll get to the bottom of it, I promise," Wayne said. "Wayne, be careful. Phil, Andy, and their little group are working with the Therians," Kai said. Wayne turned to walk away. "I'll keep my eyes open. Until then, can I get you anything?" Wayne asked. Kai glanced at Frank. He was now looking directly at him. Little fucker knew this would happen, Kai thought. Then it hit him. The advice Frank had given him. "Empty cores. I'll take as many as you can get me," Kai said. "With all this going on, you're going to enchant cores?" Wayne asked. "It relaxes me," Kai responded. "So you don't want to see your parents, or Reed, or Gale?" asked Wayne. "Not like this. Let's wait until I plead my case," Kai said. Wayne looked at Kai, and then Frank, and back at Kai. "All right, I got you," Wayne said, and walked off. After a few minutes, Kai addressed Frank. "You knew about this," Kai accused Frank. "I know nothing," Frank responded indignantly. "You know everything," Kai said. "I know it's hard to trust people. If your interest doesn't align with theirs, then you will often lose friends. You don't need to see the future to know that," Frank said. "So how do I get out of this situation?" Kai asked. Frank smiled a genuine smile. "That's something you have to figure out. The thing is, the superiors overestimate their abilities. Just because someone is a lower rank than you, that doesn't mean that their skills will not work on you. Because Sam is a higher rank than Hector, everyone assumes that Hector's skill wouldn't work on him. That is not true. One's extreme skill allows you to tap into the next rank. That is why once you rank up, that skill becomes just a powerful skill. The problem is, you have no way of proving it. It's times like this, one should be fortunate to have friends. Work on those cores and forget about it." "Wait for your chance," Frank said. He went to his bed and pulled the covers over himself. Kai kept asking questions, but Frank ignored him. Kai sighed and did the same. These next few days would be interesting. Chapter 126. Kai focused on breaking down cores and extracting the orbs for the next 2 days. He infused energy in some and light in some. Wayne had brought him 100 cores. His energy left a golden color on the orbs, and his light energy left the orbs white. He had no clue what he was doing this for, but he was told to do so by Frank. This man could see the future and had told him to do this exclusively. It was the night before his trial, and he had given them to Reed to take to his mother. He gave Reed specific instructions. Kai kept 2 for himself, and the rest were sent to his mother. They were to keep them in their old house in the ville. It took a lot of prying, but eventually he was able to get some information out of Frank. Out of pure frustration and irritation, Frank began to scream the answers at Kai. His afro would bob up and down, and he shrieked at Kai. Kai didn't care, he just wanted answers. He didn't get substantial information, just little hints here and there. But Kai was smart enough to figure out what he meant. He only came away with 2 things. First were hints of a town that the Therians frequented. This town was located in the southeast region, and Phil's grandfather was the elder in charge. That is how Phil came in contact with the Therians. Next, the number of people that were associated with him. He didn't get names, just a number, 10 people. There were 10. Kai only knew of the 6 he had encountered: Phil, Andy, Christian, Tim, Sage, and Hector. There were 4 more. 4 more treacherous, backstabbing bastards. He wasn't sure about Evan and Glenn. They were there once Hector's illusion wore off, but not when he had arrived to fight alongside Loyal. The now-dead lizard had told Kai a lot. He didn't remember him dying, or anything that Sam accused him of. Before that, he had to stand trial. He had a feeling he would lose. The fact that he and Frank would be on trial together was proof that something wasn't right. But he would face them all no matter what. Kai sighed and went to sleep. The next day, Kai was brought up from the dungeon with Frank. They sat in a small area with 2 long padded benches, just the two of them. This room was a room Kai had never seen before. There was a raised platform with an oversized seat in the middle. To the lower right and left were two smaller seats. Directly across from that was a long walkway. On each side of the walkway were more rows of padded benches. Each side had around 20 each, and they were filled with people. He couldn't help but notice the scowls that were directed at him. Frank snickered. The perks of being a hero. They love you when you save them, and hate you when they have a toothache. Frank chuckled. His laughter was obvious. Still, people stared at him with disgust. As Kai scanned the room, he saw Gail sitting with his parents. Her eyes were wet from crying. It had been nearly a week since he had seen her. Since he had slept next to her, she must have been worried sick. His dad looked like he would explode and attack everyone there. His mother had a look of extreme worry. Reed sat next to Erica Explode. Reed had the same look as his dad. Erica was staring at Sasha and Sage. Sabino and Isabella were there as well. Sabino was glaring at Andy, Phil, and the others. Isabella was mouthing something to Sasha and Sage. Kai noticed that Evan, Glenn, Helen, Robert, and Ernest were all in the middle, sitting at the end of the bench by the aisle towards the rear of the room. The generals were also in the middle, but they sat towards the front. Although Kai was in a bad situation, he was glad to see Taylor was okay. Even Tristian Telekinesis, Brenda Banshee, and Vicky Vines were there. Kai hadn't seen them in a while. Well, it's clear that lines have been drawn, at least as far as the 1 stars go, Kai murmured. What's more was that the superiors sat across from Frank and himself, where the jury would sit. I wonder who the judge is, Kai mumbled. Frank laughed. Does it matter? He asked sarcastically. How can you be so calm? Kai asked. It is what it is, Frank said nonchalantly. A man in a black suit who resembled a mortician and a fat, balding man who looked like he had been out all night both walked into the courtroom, snapping Kai back to reality. The fat man had on slacks and a buttoned-up, long-sleeved shirt with a necktie. The buttons were uneven and the shirt was wrinkled. Only half of the shirt was tucked in. The mortician-looking man had a briefcase and seemed well put together. He sat down gracefully and elegantly, like he had done this 1,000 times. The fat man had one manila folder. Papers were hanging out and a few fell to the ground. The fat man picked them up, and everyone laughed as his butt crack was exposed. Kai sighed. Kevin jumped up, enraged. What is this? This man is a fucking joke, he screamed. A man in an old police uniform was standing in front of the raised platform area. They called it a bench, but it was more like a dais. He wasn't a policeman, though, he just wore the uniform. Kai's father and his friends would assume that role in a few more weeks. The fake cop screamed at Kevin to sit down and shut up. Kevin burned the image of the man's face in his mind. He would arrest him first and give him a good street beating. But for now, he had to be quiet, as anything he did could affect his son. The fake cop stood and began to speak. All rise, the Honourable Judge Albert residing. A pale-skinned man with a comb-over stepped from a back room wearing a black robe, walked to the bench and sat. All right, first we will hear the case of Frank Fortune, he said. After an hour of foolishness, Kai knew he was done. The fat lawyer was unorganized and foolish, while the mortician was precise and tactical. Frank didn't stand a chance, but of course he already knew that. In the end, Frank was sentenced to death by beheading. Frank laughed and spit at the judge. Fuck you, he screamed. Fred popped him in the back of the head, dazing him. They drug him back to jail. Kai's trial was up next. The mortician addressed the courtroom first. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, today we have a special situation. A young man tasked with the job of protecting humanity. The job is to protect the innocent. Instead, he chose to betray us all. As you may or may not know, information was revealed that we are not alone. And when I say not alone, I'm not talking about the magic beasts that they protect us from. We recently found out that werewolves, vampires, and a multitude of other intelligent humanoid beings are out there, plotting, strategizing, and waiting to destroy us. During their most recent mission, that young man, he yelled as he pointed at Kai, attacked fellow heroes with this. The man pulled back a small sheet, and Loyal's decapitated head was enclosed in a glass case. The crowd gasped. People began to murmur. Kai stared at the severed head of Loyal, then his supposed lawyer. Is this fat fuck gonna object or anything? He thought. The sad excuse for a lawyer just sat there. Well, what happened was, Kai tried to explain. The judge snapped. You shut up! You shut your goddamn mouth! He shrieked. Kai was taken aback. Was he going to be allowed to even tell people what happened? The lawyer looked towards the doors and spoke. I call Harmony Heat to the stand. Harmony walked into the courtroom wearing a black dress with heels. As soon as she saw Kai, she flipped out. You son of a bitch, I trusted you, she screamed. Kai's head turned. Something wasn't right. Did he really attack her and Sam? Harmony walked to the stand and sat down. She explained what happened, and then Sam was called up. According to them, Sam went with Evan and Glenn to check on Harmony and Hector after he smelled something burning. He left Sasha behind in case one of them came back and to watch the supplies. He saw them getting swarmed by rats. Before engaging, he sent Evan and Glenn to scout out the outer area of the rat nest to see if there was another way to approach because the entrance was blocked by guards. He then fought a mid-boss named Champion. He defeated it and then heard an explosion. The three heroes then went to check it out and found Kai fighting alongside the now headless lizard. When Sam tried to defuse the situation, that's where everything changed. Sam said that at that moment, Kai and Loyal attacked. Loyal went after Sam and Kai attacked Harmony. She even had to release her extreme skill to keep him at bay. Everyone knew about Kai's ability to heal, so no one questioned what Sam was saying. Eventually, Sam Power punched Loyal in his face. When the lizard staggered, he struck a killing blow by slicing at Loyal's neck. When he turned, Kai had Harmony down, sword raised, with a crazy look in his eyes. Evan and Glenn had defeated the Rat King and arrived at the moment Kai was preparing to kill Harmony. Evan electrocuted Kai in time to save her. They were able to restrain him and Sam knocked him out for easier and safer travel. That was surprising to Kai. He was called up next and explained what he remembered. From what he remembered, Phil stabbed Sam through his chest and blasted him away. Kai stepped in front of him to stop and potentially save him. Then Harmony used her extreme skill to burn them. Sage, however, had hid herself and used her extreme skill in return to mortally wound Harmony. Of course, from the looks of nearly everyone, they didn't buy it. The mortician lawyer stood and walked towards him. Really? So explain this, he said. He pulled out a red pin shaped like a human skull. According to Irie intellect, this thing is stained with the blood of those things we now know are called fiends. It's a perfect match, he said. The crowd gasped. They recognize whoever wears this as an ally, he said, as he waved the pin back and forth expressively. I never had that. I've never seen that before, Kai tried to explain. Yet you had it. Treachery, he yelled. No, I did not, Kai said. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Where did it come from then? The mortician lawyer asked. One of them must have put it on me when I was knocked out. Why is no one questioning them? Why am I automatically guilty? Kai asked, pointing at Phil, Andy, and the others. Perfect thing to say. You and your gang of thugs brutally attacked them at Brenda Banshee's concert. People can't even enjoy a good music show when you're around. You, sir, are a disgrace, the mortician lawyer said. Kai was getting frustrated. He scanned the crowd and Hector. He locked in on him and glared at the young man. This was his fault. He had to use something to confuse Kai. Everyone knew that his skill allowed him to create illusions. It was obvious that an illusion was made that caused all of this. Yet everyone was content with simply accusing him. Kai kept staring at Hector. His anger was seeping out. He continued to stare, and his life sense began to flicker. He saw Hector's veins and sensed his life energy. He noticed Hector's veins were flickering with energy. They were funny-looking, though. His veins were deformed. They flowed, but some parts were thin and some were thick. Energy flowed normally in spots, and in other spots, they barely flowed or flowed too much. What's wrong with his veins? That's not normal. Kai kept looking at him. He heard the lawyer talking and the judge telling him to answer. Kai ignored them both. He stared at Hector to the point that people were getting uncomfortable. Kai kept staring at his veins. Then it clicked. His energy was affected by an outside force, a booster that boosted imperfectly. Kai jumped up. Gold glue. Hector is using gold glue. That's how he was able to do this. He used his extreme skill when he was hopped up on gold glue, Kai screamed. That's impossible. He would be out of his mind if that's the case, Aya stood and said. Number A mundane would be. A hero has a stronger resistance level. Our resistances go up even more once we refine. His extreme skill was boosted, and he was able to even fool Sam. If he continues to use it, it will definitely hurt him. But in the early stages, he isn't showing signs of insanity, Kai said. Hector jumped up. Insanity! What the hell, Phil? He yelled. Phil facepalmed. Idiot, he mumbled. Everyone went quiet. Is that possible? Wayne asked Irie. She went quiet. I don't know. We never had a hero use it. Hector would be the first, she said. Hector, we need to see you, Thaddeus said. Hector stood and raised his hands. Hey, I'm not the one on trial here, he said. Hector coughed and blood trickled from his mouth. What's wrong, Hector? Why are you bleeding from your insides? Let's get you checked out, young man, Fred said. Christian flickered and Kai noticed. He wasn't focused on Christian, just Hector. Now that he focused on him with his life sense, he noticed that what sat in the courtroom was a clone. Hey, that's not Christian. That a clone, Kai said. Thaddeus and the other superiors stood. Why the hell would Christian have a clone in here? Wayne asked. The courtroom then shook. Small bits of debris fell from the roof. A person ran into the courtroom. Hey, we're being attacked. Chapter 127. The Therians listened to Therian Green. She explained how she went to the spot Therian White told her about and observed the heroes. White had finished reverse engineering the small red patches that Logan had discovered. She would give each higher fiend, including the generals and the Therians, 5 each. Stone, Anastasia, Carmela, A and B would not have any. They would have to get them from the downed heroes. They all have regenerative properties anyway, so they only needed to be careful. They could only really die by having their brains destroyed. The health patches were just for added protection. Therian Green explained how she saw Phil grabbing the pouch, and when he and his friends turned the others against each other. She saw 2 men, one with electricity and one that can eat stuff, enter the rat's nest and leave alive. If one supposed king couldn't beat 2 young heroes, perhaps he shouldn't have been called a king. How pathetic, she thought. She grimaced when a young man killed C, but some had to be sacrificed in order for their goal to be accomplished. She laughed when Loyal had his head cut off. It was time anyway. Malachi could blacksmith now, so it really wasn't a loss. C dying was unfortunate, but the lesser fiends were bred for that specific reason. Fachan would be upset, but all Green cared about were the fiends and their significant others. Fachan, Loyal, A, B, C, Stone, Anastasia, Carmela, the wolves Logan had in the zones, Victor's vampires, and the 2 wolves in Logan's fortress that he hadn't upgraded yet were all expendable. She was in her comfort zone, the forest. Her nature ability was similar to Vicky Vine's, but Therian Green was a hunter, a Therian. Her nature power was potent, and she was still increasing it. It pained her not to kill anyone, just observe, as her brother had instructed her. She especially wanted to fight the strong man. He killed Loyal, and was obviously the strongest there. Then she noticed how a few began to act strange. C was dead, but they began to fight each other. She was drawn to the one that used a power that was light-based. He killed C, and she knew he would be a problem for her brother if left unchecked. She thought about dropping down and killing them all, but then she smelled it. The small pin that White had told her would be used for identification. Now she knew who was friend and who was foe. I guess it does work, Green thought. She was surprised when she caught on to what was happening. One of them had a power that made people see things that were not there. She smiled. He would come in handy. She saw several heroes using those small red squares and raised an eyebrow when their wounds closed. She returned to the Therian lair and called a meeting. She informed them of everything. When they heard C had died, Fashan, A, B, and D all began to weep. Just like a little bitch, Green thought. She caught herself. She thought about Malachi. Honestly, she didn't know how she would feel if something happened to him. Fachan looked at A, B, and C like his younger siblings. They did all gain intelligence at the same time. The others had agreed to let him be their leader, just like the Therians did. Now she understood what Black would often refer to as their weakness. They did have human DNA after all. After her report, Black decided to step up the attack. They would attack a week earlier. When they emerged from underground, they were technically in Zone SE4. From there, they would march and spread out at the gates of the sect. The rats were defeated and couldn't even defeat one hero. A week later, they left to attack the sect. Therian White had recreated the health patches. She managed to make 100 of them. Their territory was plentiful with herbs. Anyone who entered was killed, so they had no shortage of materials. The Therians also now controlled Zone SE5, so they had a surplus of supplies. Black decided to put Stone in charge of the second wave. B was the only male in the first wave, so they thought he should speak for them. Stone and the second wave would leave 1 hour later, and every hour after that, another wave would come, until all 6 waves were upon the sect. Now A and B stood in front of the sect gates with an army of 500. Cameras were pointed at them and their retinue. A and B were looking up at the cameras, and behind them was a mixture of lesser fiends and large Komodo dragons. Some lesser fiends were actually riding Komodo dragons. The lesser fiends had spiked clubs. Only Fachan and B had different weapons from all other fiends, disregarding the Therians and the generals. Fachan had a larger version of the lesser fiend's spiked club. He had King Grizzly's old weapon, the Widowmaker. It was his weapon that gave Therian Black the idea for the other fiend's weapons. Simple, easy to make, and deadly. B had a samurai sword like Kai. When the unit of fiends arrived at the gates, a soldier jumped on the escalator bridge and took it to the courthouse. It was far away, but the bridge was faster than him running. He arrived at the courthouse and ran in to warn the superiors. Back at the gate, B scanned walls. The guards were going crazy. They had never seen anything like this before. 2 beasts with spiked heads and a single horn protruding from their foreheads, one blue and one grey. One had a club with blue spikes. The spikes had frost coming from it. She was obviously a female. She had slutty armor on and a light blue horn. It looked more like a traditional bathing suit, not the thong type. The male one had on what looked like samurai armor. It had a circular hat like in the old martial arts movies with his horn peeking out. It was dark grey in color, like his horn. He controlled wind, like his deceased sister C. "We represent the Therians. Surrender this stronghold, pledge allegiance, and you will be spared," B said. "Get away from here, you freaks," a voice said. A nudged her brother's shoulder and laughed. B said nothing. He just stared at the closed doors. He walked to the gate and ran his hand across it. B placed his hand on his katana. He bent his knees and opened his stance. He closed his eyes and began to breathe slowly. An arrow came at B. His sister stuck out her club and caught the arrow. She pulled it out and glared at the person. B released his breath and unsheathed his sword. His slash struck the door with a blast of wind. The doors collapsed and flew into the city. A raised her hand, and the Komodo dragons began to shoot fireballs from their mouths. The fireballs struck buildings and people alike. Screams were heard throughout the southern domain. B entered first with his sister right behind him. "You're getting good with that samurai stuff. Those books you've been studying must have some good stuff in them," she teased her brother. B smiled. "It helps." "Now let's bring this place of debauchery to its knees," he said. A humphed and released a beam of ice from her mouth, turning running civilians into statues. B released blasts of wind from his mouth, aiming for the biggest piles of fire. His wind blasts spread the flames further, causing more damage. A went left, and B went right. The Komodo dragons and lesser fiends went forward. A and B would now walk in the rear of the force, providing ranged attacks. The lesser fiends could use blasts of fire, wind, or ice from their mouths as well, but it wasn't as powerful as the A, B, and Fachan. They could also imbue their weapons and enhance their bodies. The lesser fiends spread out, some on Komodo dragons. Around 100 continued forward with a few on Komodo dragon mounts as well. Stone watched from the woods. He gave the signal and his retinue marched. He smiled and held out his hands, the earth rumbling slightly. "Round 2, Dexter," he said with a large smile. Chapter 128. Fire Blast. A stream of fire slammed into B. He braced himself and concentrated on his breathing. He inhaled deeply. His wind power charged. He released a blast of wind from his mouth, and it dug into Fred's skill. The wind blast and fire blast battled. The skills cancelled each other out, making a shockwave that leveled everything in a 30-foot radius. Fred landed, and a wave of fire spread out from his feet. It barreled towards the fiendish swordsman with terrifying heat and speed. B used his wind enhancement skill, and the wind began to swirl around him. The fire continued to swirl around B, and Fred folded his arms. A vertical wind blade sliced through the swirling fire, knocking away the fire. B glared at Fred with rage. Fred laughed. "Should have used stronger versions," he said. B said nothing. He sheathed his sword and kept his eyes on Fred. He channeled wind down his blade while it was sheathed and focused. Wind stacked and folded over itself into his blade. As the wind compressed over and over again, B kept his head lowered and eyes glued to Fred. As Fred walked in a circle, B just continued looking. Fred stopped circling B and charged. B raised his head slightly and slashed with his katana. Sam landed with a boom, cracking the sheet of ice that covered the road. A looked at the muscular man in front of her. "If you had a horn in your head, I'd think you were handsome," she said. "I don't think anything can improve your horrific face," Sam sneered. A showed her fangs. "How dare you? How dare you?" she roared. She shot a beam of ice from her mouth. Sam used his power punch and punched through the skill. A stepped back and Sam smiled. It felt good to be a 4-star. He charged at the horned woman, fists clenched, teeth gritted, embracing his rage. She swung her club and he raised his left arm. The club smashed into his forearm, but Sam did not flinch. He swung his arm instead, knocking the club back. A stumbled back and Sam struck. "Power punch," he said as he threw a devastating right hand. A leaned back, thinking that he needed to make contact. He didn't. The force of his blow knocked her back, sending her skidding across the ground. She stood and gripped her club. She sent her power through it, and frost began to form over the spikes. She then enhanced her body, her purple-pinkish skin becoming hard and cold. Sam ignored the cold that he felt on his arm and applied pressure. He swung with a boxing combination. He landed fierce blows, sending blood flying from her mouth. He kicked her away with a front kick. His foot sank into her stomach, and she staggered back. She dropped to a knee and spit out blood. Sam focused his strength on his legs and feet. He took a step and was upon A. She raised her club and Sam performed a feint. He pretended to throw a left and then threw a right instead. The punch rocked A. She staggered and roared. She was losing her cool. This human was beating her up. She was an advanced fiend, not as strong as Fachan, but stronger than the others. A increased her power and held it in. She yelled in an ear-ringing pitch. Ice began to spread out from her feet, and her skin began to have ice form in spots on her body. Sam never stopped charging. He prepared for a punch, and A let out a booming scream. A cold chill spread out, and the force stopped Sam's approach. The ground froze over, and he began to slide back. More ice formed over her body until she was completely iced over. Sam slipped and caught his balance. He stared at the woman. She was looking at her frozen body. She laughed and charged. Sam threw a punch at her, and it smashed into her face. Her head snapped back, and Sam stepped back as his arm began to turn blue. He felt his arm get cold, heavy and numb. A laughed and charged with her club resting on her shoulder. Sam smiled. "Extreme skill, platinum punch," he called. His strongest skill slammed into her face as she swung her club. The attacks connected at the same time, Sam's punch cracking her ice-covered face and her club smashing into his left shoulder. Sam was slammed into the ground, his teeth bent at an awkward angle. He moaned as he lay groggily on the ground. A flew back, lifted airborne as his strike sent her flying back. She crashed into the wall. The force of Sam's extreme skill imprinted her into the wall of the southern domain entrance. Blood gushed from the cracks of A's ice-covered body. The ice began to break away, revealing her surprised and broken face. Sam had landed a direct blow, his fist making contact with her face. Stone walked through the gate and looked at A. She fell from the gate, broken and defeated. She looked up at Stone with relief in her eyes. "Stone, help me," she said. Stone leaned down and smiled at her. "Shit, woman. You have the same power as my boss. You control ice. Yet you lost to this guy who just punches hard. I swear you fiends are brutes, just charging in head first. You had an army with you. Why didn't you keep a few back with you? At least use them. For a distraction. You could have used them to create an opening. This is why those who move with a pack have an advantage. That is why you were sent first. At least you managed to hurt him badly. Take solace in that. And rest, he said. Stone stood and transformed his left foot into a werewolf paw. He stepped on A's head, crushing it. Her brain was turned to pulp. Pink and black goo squirted out from the gaps in Stone's pawed foot, making a squirting noise. It was the only way. Fiends had to be killed by having their brains destroyed. Thanks to Therian Green's blood in them, they could regenerate lost limbs and severe injuries. Stone pulled out his daggers and walked towards Sam. Sam sat up, kneeling while he looked at Stone. The werewolf walked towards Sam. "Hello, I am Stone. I am looking for the one you call Dexter." "Heard of him?" he asked. Sam spit in his face. Typical arrogant hero. "No matter, I will find him," Stone said. Stone went for his wristband. Stone flicked his daggers, and Sam's wrist fell to the ground. He screamed in pain as blood shot out like a fountain. "No, there will be none of that," Stone said. Sam glared at the man and cursed. He jumped up and tried to swing at Stone. The wolf dodged and shot stone shards into Sam's legs. Sam groaned as he was too weak to yell. He kicked Sam and walked over to him. Sam tried to stand, and Stone took his daggers and drove them upward into Sam's eyes, piercing his brain. Sam reached out and grabbed Stone's wrists. He squeezed, making Stone grimace. Then Sam twitched, his grip loosened, and he went limp. Sam's strength, the teacher of the young heroes, the man who had just achieved 4-star status, was dead. Stone kicked Sam's dead body off his daggers and licked the blood. He smiled. "Tasty, powerful. This would have been a tough battle if I would have caught him at full strength," he thought. He looked back at A. "I guess you did something good after all," he smirked. He walked over to Sam's severed wrist and slid the wristband off. He put it on and flipped open the lid. He saw a few pills and 5 health patches. Same amount as the higher fiends, he thought. "Guess I won't be cannon fodder after all," he mumbled. Stone had been training with the generals since he allowed Dexter and Felicity to escape. Stone had Stone Claw as his skill. Now he could use a skill called Stone Swipe. This skill allowed him to swipe at an opponent, and his claw would expand to a werewolf claw. From that werewolf claw, his claws would extend out about a foot long. His ability to use earth power would add to his attack, making his swipe hit extra hard. It wasn't a projectile, but it served as a mid to close range attack. He learned to use his enhanced agility from his wolf perks to move quickly and close the gap. He still had to be careful against ranged opponents, but he had a small remedy for that. With Logan, he learned how to move with power. Aggressive leaps that cut off opponents. But from Victor, he learned how to move with fluidity. Victor stepped with purpose. Every move was calculated, efficient, and with purpose. By combining the brutality and power from Logan and the grace and tactical precision of Victor, Stone was now a force to be reckoned with. He only lacked long-range capabilities. He would have to continue to train after this war to hopefully unlock a projectile. He had learned to think more before engaging from Victor as well. However, once he engaged, then allow his training and skills to take over. He had daggers as his weapon, a quick striking weapon made for speed, and Victor had a rapier, a sword used for quick strikes. He pointed his fingers forward, and the lesser fiends charged, destroying all they could. Stone smiled at the downed hero and walked off smiling, heading deeper in the sect. A clang was heard as B's wind slash from his sword barreled at Fred. Fred braced himself and held his warhammer firm. The crescent-shaped blade of wind ripped through the air and crashed into the head of the warhammer. "Ignite," Fred said, and his body burst into flames, empowering him. The wind blade dissipated, and Fred cancelled his skill, reserving his energy. B raised his gaze. The red-haired man didn't even take any damage. Fred raised his warhammer and swung down vertically. A crescent-shaped stream of fire erupted from the hammer, and B rolled to the side. From his knees, he saw that Fred was standing by him, feet ablaze with the stupidest smile one would ever see. He kicked B and released a fireball behind it. He charged while B was tumbling back on the ground. B steadied himself on his knees and swung his sword. His blade sliced the fireball in half, but it exploded upon being sliced. The explosion made B flinch. His eyes could spot Fred. He felt a burning sensation on his backmass. A fireball hit him from up high. Fred ignited himself again, body burning, fire raging. Fred charged at B, kicking and swinging his warhammer. Even if the attacks from the warhammer didn't land, the wind effect made the flame lash out, extending the fire. B was being pushed back, his armor heating up. B sent wind around his body, trying to cool himself. Fred's ignite skill was his boost. It increased his speed, power, pain tolerance, and made his flames hotter. B used his wind power to enhance his body and sent it all down to his feet and forward at the same time, propelling him back. He needed distance, he needed room, he needed help. But his pride would not allow him to run, and Fred would not either. The man quickly closed the gap. B used his wind ability to enhance his body. He held it and stored as much as he could, as fast as he could. He released it just as Fred arrived. Fred was blasted back, and he flew head over heels through the air. A burst of fire came from his hands and feet, steadying himself. Fred looked to see the fiendish swordsman standing with an open stance. His sword was unsheathed. Both of his clawed hands grasped tightly around the handle. His sword was held in front of him, with the blade directly vertical in front of his face. He was making a strange moaning noise that was increasing in volume. Wind was swirling around his body and his sword. He was focusing his wind power, gathering, storing, and focusing it. B let out a loud yell, and wind was now swirling around him and his katana. Fred smiled. Well, all right then. Time for some fun. Chapter 129. Kai and Gale ran out with the others. Kai used his boost, and Gale began to levitate. Sabino had unlocked Mach 2 when he reached 1-star status, but never had to use it. He wanted to save as much energy as possible. He used his Mach 1 instead, and left everyone in the dust. Everyone except Steve, that is. Steve stepped into a portal, disappearing into darkness. Isabella made an ice slide. Her ice affinity allowed her to move across the thin layer of ice without having to move her feet. It was like she was moving by herself, as if a force was pulling her across the ice. Bobby Beast, Tierra Twinkle, Ariel Aqua, Celeste Cyclone, Harmony Heat, Evan Electric, and Glenn Glutton all charged out in a fan-type formation. They all grouped up. Bobby and Tierra were together, Ariel, Celeste, and Harmony were together, and Evan was with Glenn. They were apart, but were within eyesight of each other. Squad 3, consisting of Sabino, Kai, Gale, Isabella, and Steve, all charged forward, heading to the gates of the southern domain. Phil Poison, Andy Anger, Hector Hayes, Robert Rewind, Sage Sand, Sasha Stretch, Ernest Expand, Christian Clone, Tim Teleport, and Helen Hare were obviously missing. The backstabbers were clear. 10 people, just like Frank had said. Taylor, Josiah, Dexter, Felicity, Jessica, and Frank all walked out behind the young 1-star and the 2 remaining 2-star heroes. Josiah smiled at him. Good to have you back, he said. Frank laughed. I'm not back. I'm just not ready to die yet, he said. Jessica just turned her head. You would know, Dexter teased. The 6 3-star heroes ran out and immediately broke into pairs of 2. Dexter and Felicity, Jessica and Taylor, and Frank and Josiah. Frank and Josiah ran off. Frank would do the majority of the fighting, and Josiah would keep him healed and provide protection. Jessica and Taylor would fight together. Jessica would bring the pain, and Taylor would mess with their heads so she could kill. Jessica felt a hand grab her arm. She turned and Dexter pulled her in. He kissed her. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she did not pull away. Taylor reached for Felicity. Don't. Just don't, she said. Taylor shrugged. Can't blame me for trying, he said. Felicity shook her head. Dexter released Jessica and ran off. Felicity flew away and returned at a rapid speed with her arms down. When she passed above Dexter, he jumped and she caught his hand. The 2 flew away towards the gates. Jessica stared at them and then looked at Taylor. They then ran towards the chaos. All the duos had synchronicity with each other. Jessica and Taylor fought against Bianca the vampire. Dexter and Felicity fought against Stone. Josiah and Frank were best friends before Frank lost his family and became a drug dealer. Hopefully, they can regain their cohesion. If not, it may cost them their lives. Kai sliced the throat of a lesser fiend. He then dove from another who shot a blast of fire. Steve opened a portal and the fire entered. He opened another and the fire exited into the back of a lesser fiend. Sabino used a shrill wave and his skill hit 5 charging fiends, knocking them back. He swung his spear and released it. He ducked and used his resonate skill. The spear spun in a helicopter formation, riding his sound waves and slicing in a circle. Gale used Scar, the vertical blade of purple gravitational energy splitting apart a line of fiends. A beam of ice split the air and slammed into a fiend. Upon impact, it spread out, freezing a plethora of fiends. She growled as both her wrists had a snowflake diagram slowly spinning around them. She slapped the ground with both hands and ice spikes shot up, stabbing and shattering the frozen fiends and impaling other ones. Kai noticed that some didn't die, only the ones that were pierced in the brain. "Got to hit them in their heads," Kai called to his squadmates. An ethereal black hand slid across the ground, grabbing a fiend and pulling it into the ground. The hand disappeared when the forehead of the fiend was all that remained. Steve cancelled the skill, and half of the fiend's brain remained on the surface. Their assignment was simple. Well, simple as far as orders went. The 1-stars Bobby and Tierra were to fight against the lesser fiends. The higher fiends and greater threats were to be handled by the generals and superiors. However, the lesser fiends were tougher than they first thought. They could use 3 elements: fire, ice, and wind. They could also use them in 3 ways. They could enhance their body, imbue their weapons with their element, and shoot that element in a blast from their mouth. They had some type of training. They could use their skills concurrently. A fire fiend would be on fire, running with a club that was on fire and shooting fireballs from their mouths. Ice fiends were 1-horned human ice sculptures with blocks of ice for clubs and shooting a chunk of ice from their mouths. The air ones were different. Their bodies didn't change. Instead, they were faster, meaning they attacked, moved, evaded, and ran fast. Their clubs did have wind swirling around them, and they shot a ball of concentrated air. The lesser fiends wore leather armor. It consisted of greaves, bracers, and a breastplate. That, coupled with their ability to regenerate and their maniacal aggression, made them a problem. Kai wondered why they didn't wear helmets, since their brains were their weakness. The ice ones would slam into the young heroes, causing blunt damage and chilling them and slowing them down. The fire ones seemed not to attack them at close range. Instead, they were touching buildings, setting the sect on fire. Some of the wind ones were slamming into the ground, making gusts of wind release from their bodies, spreading the flames. Kai took the lead because he could heal. Isabella and Gale were ranged. Sabino was the rogue, using his Mac to infiltrate their clustered groups. Then he would resonate, splitting up groups and creating openings for Kai to snipe them. Steve was support. He used his portals to redirect attacks and reposition the battlefield. Their system was working. Kai could only keep killing and hope his comrades and his father were okay. Kevin, Mr. Smith, and Pastor Praise were inside of a pool house. They were looking through the blinds. "Man, we should have gone back to the Ville," Mr. Smith said. "Nonsense, we got this," Kevin said with confidence. "Got what? You don't see these things. They are far from magic beasts," Mr. Smith said. "I agree. We're humans. We can't do what your son can do," Pastor Praise said. "Yeah, I don't even have my shield," Mr. Smith said. Kevin thought, "Okay, you're right. Let's pick off the unsuspecting ones." Reed had seen Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise creeping along some buildings when he was returning to the rec center. They had grabbed some weapons to give to the mundanes so they could shoot some fiends from a distance. Anything would help. Now the 3 stood in a building with bows and arrows, swords, axes, spears, and daggers. But no shield. How could the large and muscular Mr. Smith tank without a shield? That had to wait for now. The 3 kneeled and devised a plan. Then they opened the door and stealthily crept outside. Reed ran into the Royal Rec Center. Otis, Ocular, and Erica Explode awaited him. Thaddeus nodded at the other superiors. Wayne, Wendy, and Evelyn walked out and headed to the battlefield. "Reed, I need to speak with you," Thaddeus said. He looked at Otis and Erica. They walked to the front door and waited for Reed. Eerie walked out, and the three stood headed upstairs to the roof. Reed was anxious. He wanted to fight. "I have a feeling this is going to be an event that will change the foundation of the sect. I worked hard to build this, and I do not wish it to fall," Thaddeus said. He peered out over the city and grimaced as he saw the condition of the city. It was absolute chaos. Buildings were on fire, people were running around burning and screaming. Some were frozen statues. Look at it. Imagine if you spent your life building something, only to watch it fall apart in a matter of minutes. If anything happens to me, you must save who you can and rebuild. It doesn't have to be this sect, but keep the dream alive. Those with powers must know that they have a safe haven, somewhere they can grow. Imagine if we were all isolated. The mundanes would hunt us down before we could ever grow. People will always fear what they do not understand. The fact that we are a unified force is what makes us strong, not our powers. As I watch my sect get torn apart, I realize it was due to us being divided. A few scumbags betrayed us. And look at the results, he said. Reed looked at the sect. He understood what Thaddeus was saying. Young kids dreamed of having powers because they knew that it was automatic admission into the sect. Not only that, it meant that you were somebody, a hero, an important figure. You fought monsters and protected people. Here you were a real-life superhero. The idea was great, it worked, but where there is loyalty and dedication, there will always be betrayal and deceit. Those who wanted to tell you how to do what you did in their way. Those who thought they were more important than they really were. Those who spent their time keeping their eyes on you instead of keeping their eyes on the prize. It will always be easier to gamble with someone else's money, because a few individuals hated the fact that other may have been treated more favorably. They had threw away everything. Instead of realizing they had it better than most, they wanted it to be better than him. This is the problem with being too trusting. If I fall physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually, then leave. Save who you can. You can't save everyone. Remember that, Thaddeus said. He jumped off the roof and turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting off through the clouds. Reed stood there looking for a while. He saw Wayne create a wave of water and ride off. Evelyn then began to roll on a mound of earth. Wendy turned into a large cyclone and spun away. Wayne could create rain to quell the flames, but he needed to reach the center for maximum effectiveness. Wendy could suck the flames in her cyclone as well. Thaddeus could put out flames, but his lightning could create them. One thing was for sure, someone would be electrocuted today, courtesy of Thaddeus' thunder. Reed had a lot to consider. Thaddeus had told him to basically keep his dream alive, to create something if the superior sect were to fall. It was as if he knew that more danger was coming. Reed was being prepped to be the #1 hero, to essentially take over the reins whenever Thaddeus stepped down. Everyone knew it and everyone accepted it. Everyone except the backstabbers, that is. Reed was only 18 years old and had a lot to carry on his shoulders. His ability of power was more necessary than he knew. He would need power to keep this sect, thus world safe. He had friends. He had a powerful new girlfriend in Erica Explode. He had a responsibility. Irie patted him on his shoulder. "You can do this, Reed," Irie said. He looked down and saw Otis and Erica outside looking up at him, waiting on his lead. Reed smiled. "Time to crack some skulls," he said. He activated his warrior's will and jumped off the roof. Chapter 130. Cackling laughs were heard at the front gates entering the sect. The third wave had arrived. More fire-spitting salamanders entered the gates with a platoon of lesser fiends. The last one was pulling a chariot with barbed tires that were on fire. The tires left 2 trails of fire wherever they went. Inside the chariot sat 2 women, one redhead and one brunette. The redhead had hair the color of blood and green eyes with ruby-red lips. She wore tight black leather and no armor. She had a whip with a knife attached to the end, wrapped around her waist like a belt. This woman was Anastasia. The second was a brunette. Her hair was as black as the night itself. She wore black lipstick and had thick black makeup on. She had brown eyes and delicate features. Her whip was split at the end, having 2 knives attached. This was Carmela. These 2 beautiful women were Victor Vampire's remaining wives. They were mundanes when he turned them, so they absorbed his trait, not his ability, his trait meaning the vampire gene. They could run fast and had fangs and claws. Recently, in preparation for this war, they had learned how to use blood abilities. They also could hover for a bit. In their own way, they had refined. Now they were ready to taste the blood of heroes. They were to walk a straight line. These were their orders. A and B were to split and leave a straight path for the lesser fiends and fire salamanders. Stone would then assist A. They would go straight, and Fachan, who would attack next, would go with B. Anastasia and Carmela laughed maniacally, salivating at the opportunity to avenge their sisters. They entered the gate and braced themselves as the ground began to rumble. They looked at each other. The rumbling increased. The two jumped out of their chariot as the ground opened up and swallowed it whole, salamanders and all. They rolled and looked up from a one-knee kneeling position. Two women walked towards them through the chaos as if they were immune to the ruckus. They were solely focused on them. One was a tall, well-toned black woman. The other was a petite Caucasian female with one long braid going straight back. The two stopped, and the black woman stood with her arms resting on the handle of a naginata, glaring at them with hatred in her eyes. The blonde woman was seething. Her facial expression looked as if she would break her own teeth. She grasped a bow in her left hand. Her knuckles were red from gripping it so tightly. Anastasia and Carmela stood and reached down to their waist. They pulled at what looked like a small buckle, but it was the blade of their whips. Their opponents didn't attempt to stop them. They let them get situated and then readied themselves. The black woman began to walk towards the left, and the petite white woman went left. The two vampire women separated, stalking them with their eyes locked on the one in front of them. One spun her naginata. Fire wisped off the blade, the other pulled back on her bow. An arrow of wind began to form. Air swirled around her. Evelyn and Wendy were ready to battle. So that's what he did. Stone took a breath, spun his daggers in his hands, and attacked. The lesser fiends were increasing in number. Cuts were forming on the young heroes. A stream of water bore into the forehead of one and burst from the back of its head. A stream of fire lit up the sky, and a small cyclone spun around a certain radius. Even with the blasts of fire, cyclones of wind, and streams of water strong enough to chip stone, the fiends kept coming. It would have been better if they had all the young heroes, but that was impossible now. Their forces had been cut in half, and the swarm of fiends was becoming overwhelming. Ariel screamed as a fiend raked his claws across her back. She channeled water to her feet and kicked at its face. A crescent of water lashed out and sliced its head in half. A flash of light was seen as a punch pelted her eye. She staggered, and a club found the back of her head. Celeste yelled and threw out a cyclone to swirl around her. The cyclone spun around Ariel and lifted the lesser fiends in the air. Harmony shrieked and sent out blasts of fire. This left her midsection open, and a fiend got through. Her breath left her body as a spiked club cracked her ribs. She gasped for air, and her body went in a state of shock. Celeste knew something was wrong when the fire stopped. She turned and saw Harmony getting smacked with clubs. The young fire user was covered up in the fetal position. She didn't have enough energy to perform an extreme skill, and Ariel was getting hit from all areas, but at least she was standing. She thought it best to help Harmony first. She had to concentrate in order to create a wave of wind. She didn't have time to concentrate, though, and her super cyclone extreme skill didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It would pull in everything and then release it in a violent release. When she turned to assist Harmony, a club slammed into her face. She staggered, and her legs went limp. Her knees buckled, and she fell forward. She fell on the ground, face first. She grimaced as she was struck with spiked clubs of ice, burned with fire clubs, and her skin was ripped off her body with the swirling and slicing wind that spun around the club. The sky lit up as she heard painful shrieks around her. The hair on her head and body stood. It felt like static electricity. She felt relief wash over her as something was pressed against her skin. She saw someone run off and bend down next to Harmony, and then Ariel. Then she saw someone walking around holding an arming sword. Evan and Glenn had arrived on the battlefield and had saved them. Evan squatted and smiled at her. He pressed his thumb against her head, and she felt a tingle from his electricity and from the health patch. Glenn was running around kicking and checking to see if the fiends were dead in their general vicinity. A few minutes later, the three women all stood. Their clothes were ripped, and they were running low on energy. The simple attacks they used did require energy, and with the abundance of lesser fiends, the expenditure quickly added up. "All right, you three rest up," Glenn said. "No, we need to fight," Harmony said. "Relax, hot girl," Evan said with a chuckle. "Running to our deaths is foolish. If anything, we'll hurt them more by being a hindrance," Evan said. Training with Wayne showed the youths that with meditation, they can build their energy up slightly faster. Not as fast as Kai, but faster than just waiting. Sleep was the best way, but the heroes could stay up for a month per star level. In other words, a 1-star hero could stay up for 1 month without sleep, a 2-star star for 2 months, and so on. Glenn and Evan kept watch as the three women sat and crossed their legs. They began to breathe in slowly and deeply. After an hour, they stood one after the other. "So, should we split up or stay together?" Glenn asked. "Stay together." They all answered in unison. "My bad, just asking," Glenn said with his hands raised. "Let's head to the gate," Evan said. They all nodded and headed off. Chapter 131. Carmela roared, screaming at the top of her lungs. Anastasia was dead. She cracked her whip like a psychopath. Wendy used her wind power to float around and evade the whip strikes. Wendy laughed. They were superiors, and these vampire women were not. It was evident from the first few exchanges that they would win. They didn't know what techniques the vampire women had, so they were cautious in the beginning. As the fight progressed, they could see their attacks, they could see their movements, they could see their mistakes. Wendy wasn't like Evelyn. The Mother of Earth was strong, physical, and mighty. Wendy, on the other hand, was quick, graceful, and shifty. While Evelyn landed powerful blows enhanced with earth, Wendy used quick, misdirecting strikes. Wendy opened her mouth and shot out balls of wind. Carmela tried to dodge, but a few struck her with devastating force. The wind bullets were so powerful, they left holes in her. She regenerated quickly, but more attacks came. Wind bullets, wind blades, wind from her feet when she kicked, and gusts of wind to disrupt Carmela's vision. Wendy would then step back and release a powerful wind arrow buffed by an earth orb. Carmela kept drinking vials of blood, and unlike Evelyn, Wendy let her. She figured she would let her use up her supply in case others could use it too. Once Wendy knew she had her beat, she watched and studied her movement and techniques, hoping this would give her an advantage against any future opponents. Wendy sent a wind blade at Carmela's feet. Carmela jumped back and flicked her whip at Wendy again. Wendy opened her hands and 2 blasts of wind came out. They crisscrossed, and when they hit each other, they intertwined and spun in a helicopter blade shape. The wind from this pushed the vampire woman. Carmela kept trying to advance, but the spinning blade of wind just hovered and held her in place. She screamed and put all her energy and power into breaking through the wind pressure. "Wind break," she said. The spinning blade shot forward and decapitated the woman. She grabbed at her head and fell to the ground. Wendy pulled back on her bow and created a wind tunnel that led to Carmela's heart. She released a wind arrow directly into it. The wind arrow rode the wind tunnel and slammed into her back. The arrow dug into her flesh in a rapidly twisting motion, drilling through her back and making a hole in the ground as it came out of her chest, killing her. She smiled at Evelyn, who was standing there watching. They smiled at each other and prepared to go assist the others. They stopped in their tracks as they heard a loud, ear-piercing scream. They looked behind them and saw a huge thing flapping its wings. They took a step back as the flying person closed in. Chapter 132. Phil, Andy, Christian, Robert, Tim, Sage, Sasha, Helen, Ernest, Hector, and Cody all stood in the forest staring at their former town. Their homes, their friends and family were all sacrificed to achieve their goal. Freedom. They all wanted freedom. They wanted to be free to do what they wanted. The superiors, and especially Thaddeus, made the rules. Phil assured them that the Therians had promised them a certain type of rule. Regardless of who was in control of the sect, they would all have a territory in a zone that they ruled. Therian White had assured them that according to Therian Black, they wanted the world. They didn't want to destroy the sect per se, but the strong warriors that resided inside. They did not want to look over their backs while they went on their quest for world domination. The heroes were protectors of the people. In no way would they stand by and let them enslave and rule the world. Andy stood next to Phil. "I know we wanted to leave, but was this the right way?" he asked. Phil stared, the image of fire reflecting in his pupils. "What's done is done. Our instructions are to report to my grandfather in port. Once this is over, either we will rule the sect or the outer regions," Phil reassured them. "It sure won't be the sect. Can't rule over ashes," Tim said. "Then we start our own sect. Build one in our image." "The idea was right, just not the leaders," Sage said. "The poison sect." "No, the venom sect," Phil smirked while rubbing his chin. "So we all get our own sect?" Ernest asked. "That's the plan," Phil said. "And what? We just live in harmony?" Robert said. "We can all agree to not fight each other," Ernest said. Everyone looked at each other. They all knew that wouldn't happen. "Let's be for real. If we all have sects, we will have to get stronger." "The best way to do that is to battle," Andy said. "We will have to wager something," Phil said. "All the creations that Irie has made are in the vault in the sect," Hector said. "So we need the vault," Andy said. "No, we need Irie," Christian said. "So we should go back in there?" Cody asked. "There is an alternative. Tristan telekinesis," Tim said. "Yeah, he has been working with Irie. He should know how to make enchanted items," Andy said. "Tell you what, Tim can teleport through and Christian can send a clone. They go in, grab some items and leave. It should be enough for us to establish ourselves," suggested Phil. "That sounds good. But I'm not going back in there," Tim said. "Just teleport out if you get in trouble," Andy said. "I already teleported all of us out, and Christian had a clone going all day while he ran your errand, Phil," Tim said. "Yeah, keeping a clone going while I removed some guards from the gates wasn't easy." "I couldn't remove everyone," Christian said. "The ones that I left allowed them to get close, and by the time they noticed, they were right at the gates," continued Christian. "That in itself was huge. If not for you, they would have encountered resistance before they were there, and the campaign might have failed," Phil said. Sage, Sasha, and Helen all looked at the sect. Their friends and family were gone, if not physically, then emotionally. They could never return. The realization set in as they watched skyscrapers fall and heard the screams of those who were not strong enough to fight back. "What have we done?" Sage asked rhetorically. "We've assured our freedom. We have put ourselves in position to be something more than servants. As long as we remained in that place, that sect, we would always be lapdogs for the superiors. Now we at least have a chance to forge our own path." "What else could we do?" Andy said. Sage looked at him. Andy nodded, reassuring her. "Let's just head to port, wait for this to blow over and return later." "Only a few of us know where the vault is," Phil said. "Number. That won't do. This is the perfect time to enter the vault." "There will be no better distraction than this," Andy said. "That has to be the plan. We have no other choice if we wish to distinguish ourselves. Take some time and gather your energy. Then Christian, send a clone, Tim. Teleport through, and Hector, make a mirage to cover them. The royal room is empty now. If not, we only have to deal with Irie, and that's who we want her anyway," Andy said. They decided that an hour would have to be enough time. They would initiate the plan and then head to town of Port. Hector, Tim, and one of Christian's clones left to infiltrate the vault in the royal rec room. Phil watched them go, hoping they would be successful in their mission. Something streaked across Andy's vision and slammed into a tree. They all looked. Someone had thrown a throwing knife. "You're the reason all this is happening," a voice said, staring at Phil. A creature walked out with arms and feet ending in eagle claws, the tail of a scorpion, the mouth of a tiger, and the horn of an antelope and the skin of a rhino. Bobby Beast stepped out from the woods in one of his numerous beast forms. Behind him was Tierra Twinkle. Andy stepped forward. "Bobby, join us," he said. Bobby frowned. "Join what? You all are no better than the beasts we fight. Look at all the lives you have taken," he said, sweeping his hand across at the burning superior sect behind him. "And what? I'm supposed to just let you walk away? Like hell." Bobby roared and charged the nearest traitor. Phil jumped back and narrowly missed, getting his face slashed off by Bobby's talons. "Poison dart," he said. A dark green arrowhead-shaped projectile sunk into Bobby's arm. He yelled a bestial yell and sprouted wings. He flew at Phil and at the last moment switched directions and lunged at Andy. He tucked his wings and spun with his horn pointed at him. "Apex predator," he called. Andy grinned. He had wanted to test his powers against someone strong, and here he was. Bobby Beast, a bona fide 2-star hero. Andy activated his core skill, anger, and took Bobby's apex predator skill head-on. Bobby spun and drilled into Andy's abdomen, drawing blood and sending him flying. A trail of blood was left behind as Andy smashed through trees and rolled to a stop. Bobby felt amazing. He had taken out one traitor and was moving on to the next. Cody, Ernest, Christian, Sage, Sasha, Helen, Robert, Phil, and Andy. Tim and Hector were missing. According to Frank, there were 10, but he knew that Tim and Hector were part of this traitorous group. That made 11, not 10. He changed his vocal cords to a dolphin's and sent a Morse code through his wristband. Eerie, being the smartest person in the world, instantly deciphered it. She sent the message to the superiors. 2 of the traitors were not accounted for. Bobby couldn't think. He was surrounded. His plan was to strike hard and fast, injure a few, and slow them down. He would then use his sense of smell to track them, hopefully leading him to the hideout of whomever was behind the scenes. Little did he know, he was dealing with warriors, not puppet masters. The Therians did not like hiding in the shadows. They wanted to fight, to battle, to brutalize, to harm, to punish. They enjoyed the art of killing. Bobby raised his eagle wings and slashed them at Sage. She fortified her skin and crossed her arms. The wings slashed across her arms, but only left a small scratch. No blood fell. It looked like someone with ashy skin had scratched themselves. Bobby was everywhere at once. He flashed from one person to another. Christian was the only one that had to be careful because his clone had already been dispatched, and he had to guide it. The traitors had one goal: to protect Christian. His clone was the one that would scout the area. Tim was the one that would grab Irie and as many items as possible. Hector was walking alongside the outside of the gate, casting illusions to cover Christian's clone and Tim. Tim's main goal was to not leave the clone or outmaneuver Hector's field of influence. Bobby pulled out his sword and turned his arm into an anaconda. The mouth of the snake gripped the blade, and Bobby stretched out with the added range. He swung his snake arm around in a circle over his head. Sasha stretched and bent, evading the attacks. Cody jumped back and raised his hand. He fired a lightning ball at Bobby. The beast hero dove to the side. Cody walked forward. His innate skill allowed him to rotate learned skills once per week. His core skill was the ability to lock someone's innate skill into place. This meant that in addition to learning an innate skill, he could always have one active. He kept Felicity's quickstep active at all times for his innate skill. He then copied Ernest's innate skill. Ernest's power was the ability to grow or shrink himself. His innate skill let him shrink damage done to him as well. He could only reduce it by half. No more, no less. Still, the ability to reduce damage was great. He copied Evan's electro ball for his core skill, and Gale's levitation for his movement skill. Cody had to now keep this lineup of innate, combat, and movement skills for 1 week. He had 5 days left, as he had been using it for 2 days now. Ernest enlarged his hand and punched Bobby. He managed to raise his arms up in time to block, but the force of a large fist from a hero was still felt. Bobby staggered back and yelled as he felt his back slice open. He turned to see Helen's braided hair moving around behind her head. They danced and moved like snakes. The kunai knives gleamed in the fading sunlight as they struck at Bobby. He blocked with his sword and ducked the slashes. When she pulled her hair back, an electro ball would pass by. Bobby was now on the defensive. His bird wings would not fare well against electricity and fire. He growled as he felt himself starting to become overwhelmed. He wondered where Tierra was when he felt a slash across the back of his leg. He swung and just missed Tierra Twinkle as she bent backward like a gymnast. "What the hell, Tierra?" Bobby screamed. "They're right, Bobby. We would fare better than being here, struggling, scraping by, taking their handouts." "In the end, Stuart was right," she said. "Not you too," he said. "Come on now. I just cut you a little bit. I didn't kill you. Recognize what's in front of you. Times are changing. Things have changed," she said. "Come on, Bobby. Join us. Let's start our own thing. We do all the dirty work. You literally do dirty work, Phil said. What about our cause, our purpose? We're supposed to protect people. Look at all the death. Just look, Bobby screamed. Damn, bruh. You really are going to die for the superiors? Then I guess I'll kill you then, Phil said. No, that's my job, Andy said. He was walking with his shirt torn and blood leaking from a small hole from Bobby's earlier attack. Tell you what, if you beat me head up, we'll let you go. Me and you, Bobby. What do you say? You are a beast, right? Andy cracked his knuckles. What are you doing, Andy? Phil asked. Andy raised his hand to silence him. Bobby snarled at Andy. Let's do it, he said. Andy smiled. When Bobby attacked him earlier, that counted as Andy engaging in battle, which is why he didn't attempt to block. This activated Andy's innate skill, ire, which lets him gain a strength boost if he again fights someone he has already battled against. Andy scanned Bobby and began to circle him. Everyone stepped back and made a big circle. Andy balled up his fists and spoke. Rage. Chapter 133. Kai was backing back and releasing grenades as fast as possible. Isabella had frozen a few fiends, and Sabino was attacking them with his shrill wave. The vibration from his skill was reverberating upon impact, shattering them. Steve was making portals and absorbing projectiles, and opening them up again, letting the attacks hit other fiends. Gale was throwing gravity balls and releasing her gravity hold to push them back, giving the others room and relieving pressure. Similar to Steve, she would move them back, directly into the line of fire of other fiends. They were close to finishing up and not a moment too soon. The others had one health patch left. Kai would have to begin using his healing next. He only had 3 and wanted to save them. He could feel through his life sense that there were more fiends ahead, much stronger ones. The flow and amount of energy that flowed through their veins was a lot, much more than any young hero. The energy he sensed was slightly higher than the 3 stars, but a little bit less than the 4 stars. After another hour, they were exhausted, bruised, burned, cut, and bloodied, but they were done. Except for you, Kai, we only have 1 health patch each, Isabella said. Gale touched her necklace that she had tucked inside of her armor. She was hurt, but not as badly as the others. The necklace that Kai had given her was slowly healing her during battle. As she held the necklace, her fingers began to tingle. It didn't hurt, so she continued holding it. It was warm and relaxing to the touch, like a nice hot bath. As she held it, her wounds started to close and heal. Everyone stared with shocked expressions on their faces. What is that? Isabella asked. Kai rubbed the back of his head. It's an amulet I made for Gale and my mom, he answered. What kind of amulet heals? Any why don't we have one? And we never got our armor either, Isabella asked. Hey, I couldn't get around to it. But I didn't forget. I was just trying out something. I know that once the orb is empty, it no longer powers up the chambers. If remnants of the affinity are still present in the orb, it will restore energy naturally. Once the orb has been completely drained, the core will no longer recharge naturally. If I remove the orb, I can infuse one of my affinities into it. I used light on the pendants, and that gave it a healing effect. This was my first time putting it into a pendant or anything like that, Kai explained. So you had no clue what would happen? Sabino asked. No, I didn't, Kai answered honestly. So it could have overcharged and blew half of Gale's face off? Sabino asked nonchalantly. Kai stared at him. Sabino and Isabella stared at him. Well, he can heal now, right? Steve asked. I still don't want my face blown off, Steve, Gale said. I'm not trying to blow your face off, Gale, Kai said. There was an awkward moment of silence. Isabella sighed. Appreciate the crash course. In nerd knowledge. But for now, let's just relax and regroup, Sabino said. Reserves? He asked aloud. Once a hero surpassed their base, they could get a sense of how much energy they had in their energy pool to a degree. It wasn't 100% accurate, but it was a very close guess. The superiors had tested this theory ad nauseam. I'm at a quarter, Isabella said. Me too, Gale agreed. Same here, Steve said. As am I, Sabino said. Everyone looked at Kai. Hold up, Kai said. He got a stern look on his face, and a few minutes later, I'm full, he said. Everyone rolled their eyes. Man, you're a cheat code, That's what you need to figure out, how to increase others' expendable energies, Steve said. It was on my mind. Don't want to make gold glue plus, Kai laughed. Please, don't, Sabino said. Kai smirked. My thing is, where do we go next? Nothing has passed us, so we either go forward to the gates, east or west, Isabella asked. Yeah, good question, responded Gale. Let's split up. No, 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 hell no. You must haven't seen those old horror movies, have you? This is how it starts. Some bimbo or meathead says, hey, let's split up, and then everyone gets picked off one by one. I never understood that. Why divide your forces? Even if they found a way out, they would then have to go back and notify the others who they left behind, thereby backtracking and wasting even more time, Gale said in one breath. Okay, crazy lady, we'll stick together then, Sabino said. Kai snickered. Gale sneered at him. Sorry, you were going off, Kai laughed. Seriously though, no matter what direction we go, I'm getting stronger life signatures from either direction, Kai said. Sabino relaxed himself and used his echolocation skill. I'm sensing something ahead and east. To the west, there is a small cluster, and a bit behind them is a single strong one, Sabino said. So Kai, you can sense their strength? Asked Sabino. I'm too far away. I have to visibly see them to tell their strength. I can sense that something is there, but I have to see their inner workings to see their exact strength. I can tell that they are strong because their energy signatures are large, Kai responded. Sabino stared at Kai like he was the stupidest person on the planet. So, you can sense their strength, Sabino stated. Kai opened his mouth to speak and went quiet. Huh, I guess I can, Kai responded. He didn't think about that aspect of his skill. From a distance, energy signatures were like small outlines of whatever the being was. The outline was a dull glow, but the glow intensified based on the power of the being. Kai had seen a decently large energy signature. It illuminated more than any of the young heroes, but barely. It was that one, another one at that same level, and a stronger one. The cluster to their west was significantly dimmer than theirs. I think there are a few more, like these to the west, Kai said, pointing at the fallen fiends. They headed in that direction and handled a group of lesser fiends that had broken through. They advanced further in, and Kai stopped. What's up? Steve asked. Sabino closed his eyes and moments later opened them. He looked at Kai. Are you sensing what I'm sensing? Sabino asked. Kai had a blank look on his face. Yeah, a lot of small signatures heading to the front gate, he said. God damn, man. Will we get a break? Steve complained. Sabino sighed. Keep in mind that we were betrayed by Andy, Phil, and a bunch of others. Our forces have been halved. We are at a significant disadvantage, Sabino said. Yeah, but for now, we need to head to the front gate. We have to eliminate the smaller threats and free the superiors up to fight the bigger ones, Kai said. The young heroes rushed towards the front gate and ran into Evan, Glenn, Harmony, Ariel, and Celeste. After touching bases with each other for a while, they continued towards the front gate. Evan apologized for shocking Kai and was forgiven. He didn't know that Hector had him in a trance. All he knew was that Kai was in a rage and was preparing to decapitate Harmony. He was forgiven by Harmony as well, but she was still skeptical. After all, the last time she dealt with Kai, he had attempted to take her life. They all did a count on their health patches and were dejected. Kai still had 5, but everyone else had 1 left. There were 10 of them now, and they could divide and conquer. But after they dealt with the swarm of lesser fiends that were fast approaching, they all activated their movement skills and rushed to the gate. Steve arrived first, then Sabino, Celeste, Evan, Gale, Harmony, Isabella, Ariel, Kai, and finally Glenn in that order. They all looked around as chaos was all around them. They were still around a half a mile away, but could make out everything clearly. Directly in front of them, right by the gate, were Evelyn Earth and Wendy Wind. They were standing over 2 downed females in very little clothing. It looked like they weren't ready for battle at all, more like a strange swimming party. A loud screech was heard, and those within earshot knew they needed to speed up the process. To their left were Dexter and Felicity engaged in battle with a man Kai had never seen before. To their right, they saw 2 battles happening. Otis and Erica were battling a strangely dressed being with a samurai sword, and further right they saw a larger version of the fiends they had fought with spiked shoulder pads, blasting fire from its mouth, and Reed moving in and out, landing powerful blows with his fists. Kai was proud as he noticed Reed wore his fire brass knuckles. They heard a yell as Otis grabbed his arm and jumped back. The swordsman then spun rapidly, and a small cyclone began to form around him. He swung at the cyclone with his katana, and the cyclone split in two and quickly came at Erica. She exploded her body and tried to use the combustion to pass between them both before they reconverged. That was a mistake, as she greatly underestimated the strength of the two cyclones. She bounced back and forth between the two like a pinball. She yelled as the rapidly spinning wind sliced her arms and legs. She curled up in the fetal position and gritted her teeth. "Extreme skill, combustion," she said. A huge explosion went off, and she flew towards the swordsman. He lowered his head and peered from under the brim of his jingasa. He opened his stance, and Kai saw his energy jump through his life sense. In a matter of seconds, his energy flow went from what a 2 stars power would be to slightly less than a 4-star hero. Kai used boost and quickly ran over. He called for his light shield and braced himself as a strong crescent wind blade came out from a slash the swordsman made. The wind blade slammed into Kai's shield, and he grunted as he felt his arm begin to tremble. The outer edges of the wind blade went past Kai's shield and continued forward. The one to the left tore into the ground right by Sabino, Gale, Isabella, and Steve. Evelyn raised an earth wall just to be safe. It stopped the piece of wind blade, but it still cracked her wall. The other piece struck Erica's left side, and she landed with a stagger, clutching her side as blood poured over her hand. Erica had to use her extreme skill just to escape the double cyclones. The winds created a push and pull effect that pushed someone into one cyclone, while the other one pulled them into multiple compressed wind blades that hid inside the cyclone. Evelyn threw up earth spikes, and Isabella raised ice spikes. The swordsman jumped back, but his hand remained on his sheathed sword while his eyes scanned everyone. Evelyn summoned mounds of earth, and Erica let out a surprised yelp as the mounds made her roll to where the others were. Blood was coming from her sides, and the slash on her side was bad. Everyone tried to slam health patches on Erica, but Evelyn waved them off. She and Wendy used a couple, and Erica began to heal. Otis attacked wildly, and Kai withdrew his sword. He noticed Otis was attacking wildly, so he remained back and shot a few bullets. Growls and snarls were heard as the swarm of fiends were getting closer. "Hey, Sabino, you can run fast. Get her to safety and return, split in twos and join the battles. Everyone else, let's plug this gate," Evelyn ordered. She and Wendy approached the gate and stopped as a blast of fire spread out across the field, incinerating the lesser fiends. They looked up and saw Fred Flame hovering in the air. "Heads up, we got 3 big ones." They heard a noise like a cow, except this cow let out a deep bass-filled moo. They then heard a deep, low-pitched yet loud growl. Finally, they heard the loud screech again, and through the fire flew a human-sized bat-beast hybrid. Victor Vampire had arrived to avenge his wives. Chapter 134. Mickey Mend, Brenda Banshee, and Wayne Water led the civilians to the escape route. The protocols were clear, the young heroes eliminated minor threats, and the generals would handle the rest. That is, until Irie looked at the cameras at the front gates that showed the outside. She saw a huge army, twice the size of the other ones that had attacked. She realized what had happened. A platoon of weaker fiends would attack first, followed by either one or a couple of stronger fiends. At one point, a stronger fiend decided to attack first and let his platoon attack after him. That platoon then blended with the next platoon, making one massive force. And in one attack, Fred Flame eliminated them all. She could see 3 individuals approaching, and from what she could see, the last army. She communicated this to the others via wristband, and Stone heard everything from the wristband he had equipped from Sam's severed wrist. Wayne was itching to get in the fight. The escape route led to a small town in the first zone of the southwestern region. The underground path came up in an old abandoned church. Once they were in town, Mickey, Brenda, and Wayne turned back, leaving them to fend for themselves. It was time to join the fight, and Wayne couldn't wait. Dexter pulled off his shirt. Slashes and blood were visible. Stone had landed multiple claw and dagger cuts on them both, and they were adding up. They had used all their health patches, and this needed to end. The good news was that Stone was injured too. "Getting serious, huh?" Stone said to Dexter out of breath. The three-star hero looked back at Felicity. She was breathing heavily, the fight having a major effect on them both. Her only attacks were wind-powered, and with someone with naturally powerful defensive capabilities, they did little. Stone was Earth-affiliated, and most attacks didn't hurt him as much as others. Water and ice were his main weaknesses. The wind did little. This fight was basically a battle between Dexter and Stone. The man threw a dagger at Dexter and charged behind it. Dexter moved his head to the side, ignoring the sound the blade made as it narrowly missed, slicing his ear. He, too, charged with his sword extended, aimed right for Stone's heart. Stone used his stone swipe skill, and Dexter rolled under it and dove past Stone's leg. His sword sliced the side of Stone's left calf muscle. Stone turned quickly and kicked at Dexter. Dexter raised his left arm and took the kick on his forearm. He rolled back and Stone moved forward, swinging his dagger like a crazy person. Dexter scooted back and raised an earth spike. The spike shot from the ground and Stone backflipped to escape. Felicity flew at him and Stone raised an earth wall. Felicity crashed into it, her depleted energy not allowing her to fly at a rapid speed. She broke off a piece of the wall and crashed to the ground. Stone infused his remaining dagger and threw it. Felicity's eyes went wide as the blade smacked into the wall right next to her with a loud thud. Her breath sped up as she saw that death had just missed her. Dexter tried to take advantage and attack, but Stone used his natural wolf abilities and gracefully jumped back. Felicity steeled herself and ran at Stone. Dexter followed behind, twirling his sword with one hand. Stone retreated, but never took his eyes from the two attackers. He was defenseless now, having thrown his daggers away. All he had was his defensive properties from his earth affinity, his wolf abilities, and his training. And that was enough. Stone growled and zoned in on the shoulders and hips of his opponents. That would help him telegraph their strikes. All he needed was an opening, and they were falling right for it. Eventually, a sword swing would pass at the exact same moment that another sword would pass, leaving a huge opening. And there it was. Felicity swung with an overhead strike, and Dexter swung up at the exact same time. Stone lunged between them, stone swipe, and his claws extended and slashed the two across their sides. To his surprise, Dexter threw up a spiked earth wall and willed it to fall over. At the same time, Felicity flew forward and threw out a jet stream. The blast landed at full force and hit Stone at point-blank range. Even with his enhanced agility from his wolf bloodline, he couldn't maintain his balance. He flew back like he was shot out of a cannon. Stone rolled and tumbled on the ground. "Damn, woman," he said. A bone was sticking out from his leg. He had lost perhaps his biggest advantage, his ability to maneuver. So far, that is what kept him being elusive. Now he was greatly hindered. He had thought Felicity had exhausted too much of her energy to release a skill, but he was wrong. "Don't let up," Dexter said. He charged alongside Felicity. Stone quickly popped a health patch and stuck it on the side of his leg where the bone was protruding from. The bone shifted and reinserted inside Stone's leg. Stone stood but was still injured. His leg was sore, but he still had energy. And by a stroke of luck, he had landed right by the dagger he had thrown at Dexter earlier. Felicity flew at Dexter with all the speed she could muster without using a skill. Stone rested his hand on his dagger. Pretending to be injured and unable to stand, he sat on the ground and used his keen wolf eyes to time his next move perfectly. Felicity had no idea that Stone was clutching his dagger. It was dusk, and the debris hid the dagger. But she wasn't coming in all the way, she only wanted to close the gap for her setup move. "Barrel roll," she said. Stone remembered that move. It devastated the entire battlefield the first time they had fought. How foolish of him. He should have kept A around, if not for anything but a distraction or an extra body to keep the two honest. Stone tried to quickly crawl back, but Felicity wasn't a fool. She had adventured with the man-wolf, and she had a good read on him. He was slightly arrogant. It was slight, but still arrogant. Wayne had beaten the arrogance out of everyone, and for that she was thankful. Stone was well within her range, and he knew it once he felt his body pull towards her by itself. He yelled and howled as he began to fly to her perimeter. He held the dagger back and threw it at her. Her vortex sucked the dagger in faster, and it sunk into her chest. Dexter cringed. The dagger made a thumping sound as it hit her chest. "Felicity." "No," he mumbled. Felicity was determined. She gritted her teeth and continued. Stone was pulled in, right behind the dagger, and spun around her in a quarter of a turn. Felicity was in a crouched position, blood leaking from her mouth, but she would not be deterred. She was coiled like a snake, ready to launch into the air like a high-powered missile. "No, wait!" Stone screamed. He had no way to block this. From what he observed, it could not be blocked. Once this skill started, it was game over. Felicity yelled an ear-piercing scream and called for her strongest skill. "Extreme skill! Dive bomb!" Felicity yelled. She flew into the air, the ground cracking under her feet. A loud boom was heard, and a contrail could be seen if anyone were to look. Stone's mouth and voice were cancelled out. Felicity wasn't the strongest fighter, but her extreme skill was perhaps the most devastating. Stone lifted in the air, helpless and completely at the mercy of Felicity's extreme skill. His heart sped up, his eyes were large, and he began to sweat profusely, even in the cold air. Felicity fell backwards, like a gymnast doing a simple for her, but difficult for others, handstand. Once she was perfectly vertical with the earth, the final part of her extreme skill activated. She smiled as she began to lose consciousness. The dagger had pierced her heart, and she knew it. She knew that she was dying. "I'll miss you all," she mumbled. Stone tried to break loose. He tried to use his stone claw and stone swipe. Nothing was working. In the blink of an eye, Stone was airborne, and the next he felt absolute pain. He had no feeling in his body. He could see the downed body of Felicity and Dexter kneeling beside her, crying and screaming. He smiled. "At least I got one of you. I hope I made you proud, Master," he thought. Stone coughed up blood and closed his eyes for the final time. Chapter 135. Andy kept his eyes on Bobby as his rage skill activated. Smoke rose from his flesh as if one stepped out of a hot shower directly into the cold. Bobby attacked, but Andy easily dodged his clawed slash. Bobby had the plan to incapacitate Andy as quickly as possible. Bobby had his powers for a few years now, but Andy and the other one-stars only had their powers for a little over a month. He would try to exploit this, and hopefully he could overwhelm him. Bobby performed a spin kick, but Andy ducked and tightened his fist. He threw a punch into Bobby's stomach. Bobby took the blow and swung upward with his clawed hand. Andy saw it coming a mile away and simply reached out. He grabbed Bobby's wrist and pulled him forward. He threw a punch at Bobby's face and sent him flying. Before he hit a tree, Bobby flapped his wings, steadying himself. He spit out a mouthful of blood and reached up, touching his nose. Blood leaked out. Bobby licked the leaking blood and smiled. He had to keep up the image of being fine, but the truth was that his right wrist was bruised by simply being grabbed by Andy. Bobby kept a few throwing knives due to his lack of ranged attacks. He threw a few out, and Andy moved gracefully, evading both of them. Bobby grinded his teeth. He drew his sword and circled around Andy. Bobby felt the small hints of pain. It was more of a nuisance than anything, but still. The slight hindrance of pain limited his mobility, and that slight hindrance in a game of death could be his end. He side-eyed Tierra. She was standing there like nothing happened. She had betrayed him and seemed to be completely comfortable with that. Bobby began to think, should he continue this fight or flee? He was in a no-win situation, surrounded by enemies all alone, with no help. He slowly approached Andy. Watching him, studying him, Bobby charged, sword at the ready, intensity in his eyes. He would win, no matter what. He swung, and Andy evaded the attack. Bobby spun with his sword extended, slashing at Andy's neck. Andy leaned back, and Bobby raised his foot. He transformed it into an elephant's foot and slammed it into the ground. Andy staggered a little, and Bobby transformed into a cheetah. He quickly ran at Andy and turned back into his human form. "Extreme skill, beast blitz," he said. All parts of his body transformed into animal parts. A rhino horn shot out, tusks ejected out, sharp, pointy quills sprang from his skin, sharp teeth grew and shot out, a scorpion's tail sprang forth, and they all converged on Andy. He crossed his arms in front of him, but the simultaneous attack knocked him back. He was pushed back several meters. Andy went flying, and several trees fell as he bounced off the ground. "You mother," said Phil. "Extreme skill, percolating." "There's no need for that," Andy called. Everyone looked in surprise as Andy walked forward. Bobby looked up in shock. "That was my strongest skill. No way a 1-star could take it head-on." "What the hell is going on?" he thought. Realization began to set in. This was Andy Anger. Before Reed showed up, he was said to be the strongest hero that the sect would produce. He was one that would be like the superiors in due time. Bobby never had that option. He was brave, but never the best fighter. He could only transform body parts, that's all. He couldn't shoot projectiles or turn invisible, and he definitely couldn't do what Andy was doing. The young man could increase his strength and other physical properties by a generous amount. While others used skills, Andy's anger and rage form was his skill. He had to flex for his base form, to activate his anger form, and receive a very small boost to his physical properties. This 1-star version of his anger, called rage, further increased that boost. Bobby didn't want to think about what would happen once he reached 2-star status. For now, Bobby had to focus. He was in a very bad matchup. He was against someone who was a physical fighter like himself. The only thing he could do was use sharp claws to cut him or poison him, as certain parts of certain beasts contained poison. Before anyone could blink, Andy raised his foot, and when it landed again, he was there, directly in front of Bobby. Bobby flinched, and Andy unleashed a left jab, left hook, and right uppercut combo. Bobby reeled as his head snapped back. He staggered, woozy from the blows. Bobby swung with his bird wing, and Andy dodged. That was a distraction, however, as Bobby thrust forward with the sword. Andy closed his hands as if he was praying, grabbing the blade. Blood poured from his closed hand, but his facial expression never changed. Andy threw a kick aimed at Bobby's stomach. Bobby activated snake scales over his front, and Andy's foot bounced off. Bobby made a scorpion tail and sent the stinger at Andy's neck while he was off balance. Andy used his backward momentum and rolled backward, stopping on his knees. The stinger came at him again, and Andy grabbed it with both hands. The stinger was right in front of Andy, a green poisonous liquid dripping out. For the first time since the fight started, Andy was in trouble. He sneered and growled, summoning his strength. Bobby yelled, trying to drive the stinger in Andy's eyes. Andy shrieked and again rolled backward. Bobby's force was used against him. Bobby Beast staggered forward. Andy was again on his knees, but this time the stinger and a small bit of Bobby's tail was pinned under his knees. Andy grabbed another portion of Bobby's tail and with all his might yanked it. A loud popping sound was heard as the stinger was ripped out. Phil, Ernest, Hector, and several others burst out in laughter as Bobby changed back into human form, dropped his sword, and ran around in a circle holding the top of his ass. Even Tierra snickered a little. Blood was spewing out of Bobby's lower back, and the pain was excruciating. Bobby quickly flipped the lid on his wristband and, in a panic, slapped all 5 of his health patches as close to his backside as he could. The hole at the small of his back quickly closed. Bobby had seen everyone laughing at him, and it infuriated him. He had been completely and utterly humiliated. He snapped, insanity in his eyes. Everyone was laughing at him, even that slut Tierra. In a fit of rage, he charged Andy, his reasoning gone. At that moment, Bobby made a huge mistake. Andy's greatest strength was the fact that he was a close-range fighter. Bobby was a mid-range fighter. His ability to quickly change parts of his body to different beast parts made him deadly at that range. Getting close to an opponent made that an inconvenience. Body parts would fully extend or at awkward angles, making them retract. That was the flaw with Bobby's ability. The transformation needed the space to fully form. He grabbed his sword from the ground and let out a bestial bellow as he swung. Andy used his wild swing and flipped Bobby over his shoulder. He landed sideways on him like he was a mixed martial arts fighter, and this open area was their own personal steel cage. The air left Bobby's lungs as his body slammed into the ground. Before he could gather his thoughts, Andy had spun on top of him and was now on top of him. Bobby's arms were pinned under Andy's knees. Once Andy discovered that his powers were physical-based, he had begun to research wrestling, grappling, submissions, and mixed martial arts. He wanted to be the best at what he could do. Next, Bobby felt powerful blows as Andy's fists crashed into his face. Bobby flailed and kicked, but he was completely incapacitated. Andy was making a weird squinted face, like he had sucked on a lemon. He was making small, noises as he was landing licks upon Bobby's face. Bobby felt himself getting weak and losing consciousness. Then Andy stopped. Bobby was relieved that Andy had showed him mercy. He would recover, retrain, and get revenge. He moaned as Andy grabbed him by the ankles. Andy began to spin, and soon Bobby was waist level with Andy, spinning around in a whirl. Bobby had no clue what would happen. He just knew he was 100% at Andy's mercy. Andy spun in a circle around 5 times. He then threw Bobby in the air. Andy bent his knees and remained like that for around 3 seconds. "Extreme skill, punishing piledriver," he screamed. The earth exploded as he leaped in the air. It looked like he flew directly at Bobby, as if they were magnets. He grabbed Bobby in midair and quickly spun him to where Bobby was upside down. He was looking toward the sky, but his head was heading towards the ground. His arms were stuck to his side by Andy. Andy had his legs strapped around Bobby like a baby, latched onto their mother's side when they were held. Andy had his arms around his thighs, making his legs stick together. His head was slightly to the side, and he was looking down at the ground, laughing maniacally. The entire process was quick, and Andy performed it while moving to the side, making them spin. Their rotation increased as they plummeted to the earth. Bobby's heart was in his throat. He was as stiff as a board. He could not move a muscle. He tried to yell, but his voice was strained from being beaten mercilessly. The two spun in the air and sped to the ground. A loud boom was heard as the earth parted. Dust and chunks of the ground flew up. The impact made a few of them stagger and fall. When the dust cleared, Andy was walking out of a large crater. He smirked as he walked past everyone. His clothes were in tatters, his skin was releasing small whiffs of smoke as the feeling of overwhelming force faded away, and he returned to his normal self. Everyone stared at him. Andy stopped by a tree and flipped the lid on his wristband. He popped a water tablet and wiped himself with a towel. "Well, come on," he said. "Give us a minute," Phil said. Andy shrugged and leaned against the tree. They walked to the edge of the crater and looked inside. A figure was inside the crater. They continued to stare as they put 2 and 2 together. They slid down the sides and walked to the figure. Bobby was stuck inside a hole in the earth. His lower body was limp when Cody kicked it. They pulled him out and most of them had to look away. His head was twisted at an awkward angle and a bone stuck out of his neck. Blood was squirting out like a water hose had burst. Some were shaking their heads in disappointment. They all then began to exit the hole and converge around Andy. Everyone except Tierra. "If only he came with us. He would have been appreciated more than he knows," Andy said. "Everyone doesn't want to be free," Phil said. "What's Tierra doing?" Hector asked. "Give her a minute. She worked with him for several years. Like the squads that we were put in, theirs were long-lasting. That's a rarity for heroes," Phil said. In the crater, Tierra knelt by Bobby's body. She fought back a tear as she looked at his deformed body. His head was still stuck in the ground, and his lower body was a few feet away. The impact of Andy's extreme skill was so destructive that Bobby's neck snapped. Tierra touched her chest and said farewell to her old friend. "Rest in peace, Bobby," she said. She joined the others gathered around a tree. "All right, the meeting point is port," Phil instructed. They all left, and Tierra turned back one last time. Bobby Beast was dead. Chapter 136. A large shadow flew over the gates of the sect. The figure moved much too fast to be properly tracked. It landed in front of Evelyn and Wendy. 3 figures jumped over the walls in an impossible feat of agility. The walls of the sect were well over 10 feet, and for something to clear it so easily was astonishing. The figures landed and ran off to the eastern side towards Stone, Dexter, and Felicity. A large bull-like creature ran through the opening that B had created when he knocked down the gates. It stood to its full 8-foot height and snorted. Its golden-hooped nose ring shook as it did this. It then sundered to the western region towards Fachan and Fred. The three figures that had jumped the gates ran on all fours. Victor landed and saw his two wives defeated. He had already lost Bianca, and now Anastasia and Carmela were dead, killed by the two women he was looking at. Another two stood and looked at him as well. One was a woman and one was a man. The man ran towards him in an attempt to kill him. Victor recognized him instantly. He had been inside this man's mind. This pathetic human had the audacity to approach him in a rage. Victor had seen what his powers were while a piece of him resided in his head. Now this weakling thought he could defeat him. Victor ignored his attempt at a sword swipe and simply stuck out his clawed hand. His hand sunk into his soft flesh, and his hand burst out his back. In his hand, Victor grasped Taylor's heart. The weakling shook and spit out blood. Victor pulled his hand back as the three women gasped in horror. They had just witnessed their friend die. Victor was pleased. Now they could feel what he felt. The pain of a lost one. Blood covered Victor's hand as he held the heart in his hand. He threw it at them. Jessica jumped back and growled. Victor licked the blood from his hand. This would give him a power boost when he fought the three heroes and allow him to use his blood skills. Then Victor's eyes opened wide as he began to experience more power than he had ever experienced before. What is this? He mumbled. Is this what the blood of a hero has to offer? He wondered. Victor smiled. Suddenly, 1 against 3 didn't seem so bad. Malachi Minotaur would finally be able to stretch out his arms. He had been delegated to being a blacksmith and Therian Black's personal guard. He was grateful for the acknowledgement, but he too wanted to battle. After all, he wasn't a cow. He was a bull. Malachi saw the individuals in front of him. He saw Victor's wives and knew that he would want this fight. He caught a whiff of Stone's and Fachan's scent. Knowing Logan and the two wolves would head towards Stone, he proceeded to aid Fachan. Their objective was simple: destroy. Their goal was to demolish as much as they could as quickly as possible. The last army of lesser fiends would enter, and then the real entertainment would start. The Therians would enter. Malachi saw Fachan battling a young man with dark hair and well built for a puny human. Malachi withdrew his large machete and approached the fighters. He was surprised when Fachan was punched in his face and tumbled to his feet. Malachi looked down at him, and Fachan looked up at Malachi. "Trouble, Fachan?" Malachi asked. "This guy is tougher than he looks," Fachan said. "Is that so?" "Well, let's see how he deals with the two of us," Malachi grumbled. The young man stared at the two of them and prepared himself. 3 individuals came from behind a building with weapons at the ready. "Reed, we got your back," Mr. Kevin said. A massive black wolf and 2 other wolves with light grey fur sped towards a familiar smell. With their exceptional hearing, they heard sobs in the distance. The large black wolf slowed and transformed into his human form. The other 2 wolves could not perform this feat yet, as Logan had not given them his blood yet. They came to a demolished area with a hole in the ground. Logan peered at a man kneeling next to an obviously dead female. His gaze shifted to the indention in the ground. He walked over with the 2 female wolves following close behind. Logan saw him before he even got close. He knew who it was. He smelled him before he even noticed the hole. Logan knew that his first and most loyal recruit was no more. Logan knew that Stone was dead. He howled a painful howl, and the fire and lightning wolf joined in the sorrowful howl. Dexter jumped and turned back. He stared at 2 big wolves that stood as tall as his chest on all fours. Then he noticed the man who stood in between them both with a large sword strapped across his back. He looked at Dexter and growled, his gold teeth on full display. Dexter recognized him from the sketch that Kai's father, Kevin, had drawn. Logan's body began to transform, his arms bulged, and his hair turned to fur. His face changed from a human to a thing. His nose turned to a wolf's snout, his fingers elongated and claws extended from them. Dexter watched in amazement as the black man changed into a large werewolf, right before his eyes. Dexter got into a battle stance and prepared to fight. The large werewolf looked to the sky at the moon that had begun to peek out from behind some clouds. His fur began to shine a dull blue over its black coat. Then Logan moved impossibly fast. Dexter tried to call for a skill. Earth Spee, he was interrupted by a huge furry fist. It hit Dexter's and muffled his voice. A small piece of earth came up, but went back down as he couldn't call for his skill in its entirety. Logan was enraged, punching, slashing, kicking, and utterly destroying Dexter. The already weakened hero couldn't do much against the powerful foe. Logan pinned Dexter into a tree and dug his claws in his back. Dexter screamed an inhuman scream as Logan sunk his claws deeper. Dexter was shaking, and his eyes were red. His earth defenses were dulling the pain, but it could only do so much against a massive werewolf with claws the size of a human's fingers. Dexter took the pain and called for something he rarely uses: his earth armor. Earth rose from the ground and fused into Dexter's skin. Then a plethora of spikes stuck out from his body. One stabbed Logan's palm. He jumped back and growled as Dexter's body turned into spikes. Dexter stood and shot earth spikes from his body. Logan thought about knocking them away, but instead drew his claymore and performed a huge swing with the broadside of the blade. He deflected the spikes and released a freezing howl at Dexter. Dexter turned and took the blow against his side. His body began to freeze, so he shot the entirety of his earth armor on his right side at Logan in succession. Dexter's earth armor skill was very energy dependent. It didn't cost him a lot to use it, but it cost a constant amount to maintain. It slowly drained Dexter's energy as long as it was active. Logan dodged the ice-coated earth spikes and smacked away the others with his claymore. Dexter charged. Logan smirked at the slowness of Dexter. His defenses were top-notch now, but he sacrificed speed for this defense. Logan aimed his black ice skill at his feet, and Dexter began to lose his balance. Logan took a lunge and swung at his feet with his claymore. Dexter had to drop his armor and jump to evade the swipe. He slipped and fell, and Logan jumped high into the air. He encased his sword in ice and plummeted to the earth. Dexter's eyes grew big as he quickly tried to stand, but the last pieces of his earth armor were still falling off, slowing his escape. Logan slammed into the ground in a kneeling position while his simultaneously sword entered the ground to its hilt. A large explosion rang out and Dexter went flying. Huge chunks of ice formed and spread out all around Logan. Dexter screamed as he crashed through a burning building. He tried to sit up, but his body was too weak. He fell back and struggled to breathe. "Am I dying? Am I really this weak?" he thought. He was in the furthest areas of the sect, the area where the people that were considered poor lived. The houses weren't dilapidated at all, being 3- and 4-bedroom contemporary-style homes made of wood. And that was the problem Dexter was having now: wood. The house Dexter was in was burning, and he could barely move to escape. "Come out, hero. You killed my subordinate, and now I will kill you," Logan called to Dexter. Dexter was in so much pain that he could hardly move. Logan walked into the building, a thin coat of ice covering his fur, and grabbed Dexter by his head. He squeezed it and tossed him outside the building. "Can't let you burn up just yet. You have some more hurting to do," Logan said. The other two wolves laughed while they paced back and forth. "Go. Destroy this place," Logan instructed. The two wolves left to spread even more destruction to the sect. Logan heard a faint noise with his enhanced hearing. He looked toward the sound and saw something on Stone's wrist. Logan walked towards Dexter with a sneer. Then he heard yelping. Logan paused and looked in the direction the two wolves went. He saw a young blonde-haired man walking toward him. Logan turned his head as he studied this person. The man continued walking with confidence and poise. "He doesn't seem like much. I don't feel a lot of power exuding from him," he thought. Then the young man raised his hand. "Extreme skill, life leech." The man pointed one hand at Logan and the other hand at Dexter. Logan felt a small tingly feeling. It was as if he was close to an electric force or small static source. A small dark glow surrounded Logan and a small light surrounded Dexter. Logan didn't know what happened. He felt fine, but he knew that these so-called heroes were not to be underestimated. Whatever this guy did wasn't impressive, so Logan charged. He activated ice to cover himself once more as a small brown-skinned man with a ridiculously large afro dropped in front of him. "Extreme skill, future slash," he said. He performed a series of cuts with two swords that were similar to sabers. His final attack was a spin and sword slash horizontally across his body, then he jumped back multiple times. Logan was dumbstruck. None of the slashes were even close. The distance was at least 3 meters or 10 feet away. The moves made no sense. Logan again ran toward the man, and then he shrieked in pain. Cuts began to appear all over him, making loud clanging noises from them striking his ice-coated body. The wolf groaned as he was defenseless. Even when he covered himself up, slashes still struck inside his cover. These attacks will strike wherever the short man swung at a few seconds ago. If I wasn't blocking at that exact time, then it's like blocking now doesn't matter, Logan thought to himself. Logan began to panic as he remembered the short man's final sword swipe. He realized he only used ice to protect himself. He didn't block with his claymore or take any true defensive posture. At the moment Logan realized this, his left arm detached from his elbow and fell from his body. Chapter 137. Sophia Speed held her hand over her mouth. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She never did like Tiara Twinkle, and now the dumb bleach-blonde bimbo had just betrayed a fellow hero. How was she affiliated with those younger than herself? First Stuart, and now Tiara. At least Stuart had been turned into a vampire, so he had an excuse. Tiara had none. Sophia had a specific role to observe the action from the outskirts of the activity. She was not to engage. She was so fast that the enemy would not notice her while they were in combat. For this reason, she could observe if they had any hidden tactics, like keeping track of their numbers, attacking from another area, or if traitors were among them. The last part had already been answered. The traitors were now clear. Everyone else was fighting except for the individuals she was currently observing. She had to be careful not to get too close. There were several people that could detect her, and then she would be in trouble. First off was Sage Sand. Her affinity was earth-based and, like Dexter, Jessica, and Evelyn, she could pick up on vibrations through the ground. Sophia's only saving grace was that Sage was a 1-star, and her power had only been refined once. That wasn't the case for Tiara, though. She was a 2-star. Because she had refined twice, she was more in tune with her powers. Tiara had a strange power, the power of stars. She could emit starlight, shoot stars, and see through them in an overhead view. That was the reason that Sophia was currently hiding in a shrub. In her shock, she didn't stay at a safe range. The group of betrayers had moved close to her, and now she was forced to remain perfectly still in order to avoid detection. The group turned to leave, but Sophia continued to wait. She then walked over the broken body of Bobby Beast. The sight was disturbing. His neck had been bent at such an impossible angle with such force upon impact that it broke off. Pieces of bone stuck out from where his windpipe would be. The look in his lifeless eyes made Sophia cringe. She couldn't lose face. She had to watch the traitors and see where they went. Thaddeus had plans for things like this. Evan was his protégé, and while Evan hadn't unlocked any new combat skills when he refined and became a 1-star, his attunement with his electrical senses greatly improved. Evan was able to now sense fluctuations in one's body and get a read on whether they were telling the truth or not. Thaddeus didn't have a chance to test everyone, just the ones he wanted. Sophia, Evan, Harmony, Ariel, Celeste, and Sage. He was highly disappointed when he realized that, out of everyone, Sage was untrustworthy. Evan would give Thaddeus key signals if someone was hiding something. Thaddeus had plans to have a junior division of superiors. He didn't have another Earth user available among the new recruits, so he had put the idea on the back burner. Sophia would be the runner, meaning she would scout out new areas, transfer information, and do things off the radar just in case someone was smart or lucky enough to get their hands on one of the sect's wristbands. Sophia left to continue following the traitors. She kept her distance as Andy, Phil, Sage, Tiara, Cody, Sasha, Robert, Helen, and Christian said. Yeah. Which time? When he chin-checked you during the trial or when he broke restage with your face at Brenda's concert? Cody asked. Andy reached out and grabbed Cody around his neck. I would like to see you beat me. Let's make one thing clear. You are a passenger on our ride. Phil, Tim, Christian, Sage, Sasha, and I put this together. Don't think for a second that you are equal to us, he said, and tossed Cody to the ground. Cody gasped for air and looked at Andy. I was just messing with you, he said, laughing. Andy glared at him as he loomed over his fellow hero. Yeah, sure you were, Andy said. Regardless of what this idiot says, I need to improve if I will ever beat Reed. And rest assured, I will not only beat him, but he will die at my hands, Andy growled while making a clenched fist. Can you idiots shut up? Let me see where this tramp is going, Tierra said. Everyone went quiet. Hey, Sophia, I know you're out there. Me and you. One-on-one, Tierra yelled out. Sophia went quiet. In some kind of way, she had been noticed. She bent her knees to run and paused. She knew she had clear and direct orders. Observe, report, inform, and what she did best. Run. But why did she have to run? She could fight too. She had skills too. She was a hero too. Yet the superiors had told her to do things that didn't showcase her talents. She figured she could beat Tierra. After all, Gale did. Sophia didn't run. She didn't flee. She stood and looked up at the stars. A certain star was shining brighter than the others, even brighter than the North Star. Sophia stared at it intensely. Let's do it, she said to the star. The star seemed to glow so bright it blinded her. Tierra used her movement skill, Star Warp, and the star went from the sky and landed on the ground. A star then appeared under Tierra's feet and began to rapidly spin. It slowed, and when it stopped, a flash of light blinded everyone. When their vision returned, the star and Tierra were gone. Now that's an interesting movement technique, Cody said. The group walked toward the direction they saw another light dissipating from. Christian growled and stopped. My clone just died. It was Sabino, he said. The others said nothing. They continued walking, and when they approached, they saw a beautiful blonde woman staring at a brown-haired woman. I see you accepted my challenge. Mighty full of ourselves, aren't we? Tierra asked. If Gale beat you, then I know I can, she said. Tierra laughed. You are physical-based. You have speed. Gale and I are uniques. To compare yourself to her is like comparing the sky and a roof. Both are above you, but only one can be reached, Tierra said. You know, that's actually the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, Sophia said. Tierra frowned. You know what? I'm going to kill you, Tierra said. Like you killed Bobby. I saw everything, she said. Tierra laughed maniacally. Why do you care? You didn't even know him, Tierra teased. That's not the point, you idiot, Sophia said. Tierra had enough of this girl mouthing off to her. Starlight, she said. Sophia ran around her and slashed at Tierra's stomach. Tierra jumped back and was confused when Sophia showed no signs of being affected by her starlight skill. Tierra's plan was to quickly distract Sophia by blinding her with a quick starlight and then slashing her legs to put her on equal footing. If she could hinder Sophia's speed of movement, then she would have an easier time. Sophia's plan was simple: run around Tierra and slash at her. Once she was frustrated, she would unleash her extreme skill. If she died, then she would run away, knowing the others would attack her. If she lived, then she would still run away, because that meant she definitely couldn't beat her. Sophia was currently running around and hacking at Tierra. To everyone's surprise, Tierra had no problem blocking the sword swipes. Some did get through, but only a few. Sophia began to realize that her biggest advantage, the speed advantage, was essentially negated by Tierra's 2-star level of awareness. Also, Tierra could track her from above, giving her a 360-degree view of her. Sophia had made up her mind. She would run away. She went in for one more slash. She would continue through and run once her sword cleared. Sophia performed a thrust, and Tierra dodged it. She tried to run, but ran right into Tim. Sophia stumbled and fell. Ah, I see you're back, Phil said, as he noticed Tim and Hector. Yeah, but we only got 2 items, though, Tim said. Well, something's better than nothing. Tierra, end this, Phil said. Tierra took the opportunity and quickly stabbed her sword through Sophia's left leg, pinning her to the ground. Sophia yelled and reached for the sword. Sage concentrated and wrapped Sophia in earth and turned her around while raising her. Sophia was now like a sacrificial lamb as she was helpless in Sage's hardened earth statue. Tierra grinned. She glared at Sophia. I have to make sure someone is incapacitated to use this. Extreme skill. Spinning star blade. Like with her movement skill, a star appeared under her feet and another under Sophia. The star under Tierra's feet had one point that extended out. The star quickly spun, and when the long point faced Sophia, it shot forth and spun horizontally like a saw blade. The spinning star sliced into her abdomen. Sophia growled as blood oozed from her mouth. She screamed and cried out in pain as the spinning star spun faster until it sawed her in half. Her head dropped halfway through the process. Once the blade had passed all the way through Sophia's body, it dissipated. The upper half of Sophia's body crashed to the ground, still encased in hardened earth. Tierra walked forward and removed Sophia's wristband. She took out the health patches and food and drink pills. "Why was my fight interrupted?" Tierra asked. "Until they return. That was the rule. They return, she dies. Simple and plain," Phil answered. Andy nodded. "Well, I'm hungry. Is anyone else hungry?" Andy asked. "I could eat," responded Phil. "Tim, you don't look too good. And how did you only grab 2 items?" Andy asked. "2 words, Sabino Sonic," Tim answered. "Enough said," Andy replied. "Come on, everyone. We don't have long before we get to port. There we can rest and examine the items," Phil commanded. Sage opened a hole and Tierra tossed in Sophia's wristband. The group continued to port, hoping there would be no more distractions. Chapter 138. The young one-star heroes had split up. Sabino was nearly at the Royal Rec Center to grab more health patches and quickly treat Erica. Periodically, he would send out sonic vibrations to sense danger. He only had to do it twice, though, because in a matter of seconds he was at the Royal Rec Center. Sabino arrived at what one would call the parking lot, even though all the hovercrafts were kept alongside the building, facing outward like a strange cushion. He sat Erica down and whispered to her. "I'll be right back. Please hold on," he said. Erica nodded, and Sabino walked to the sec doors. The fact that the 2 huge doors were swung open alarmed him. With the chaos going on, surely they would have the rec center secured. That housed the energy chamber that distributed electricity to the homes and businesses. He sat Erica down because he heard 2 voices talking. No one should have been inside except Irie. Sabino entered and walked in the middle of the hall toward the 2 voices. "How dare you betray us? We made this place to protect heroes. And to think, it would be one of us that would bring it all down," Erie said to someone. "You sound just like Thaddeus. He must be rubbing off on you," Christian's clone said. "I know he's rubbing something on her," Tim teased. Irie got in a battle stance. "Say what you want, I'm still a 3-star hero, and I still represent the sect," she said. She roared and charged Christian. Tim teleported behind her. "Extreme skill, mind over matter," Erie said. She swung her sword behind her and threw a small throwing knife at her rear. The sword clanked off Tim's sword as soon as he appeared. The knife she threw made Christian's clone jump out of the way. Irie's extreme skill wasn't a skill to attack, it doubled her already superior intelligence. To put it simply, she attacked based off what made the most sense. Or in even simpler terms, her extreme skill was the ability to have ridiculous perception. Of course, Tim would try to get behind her, and as soon as he did that, the clone would try to attack her blind spot. She could not shoot any projectiles or gain a sense of what was to come or interact with the elements, but she could outsmart anyone. She wasn't stupid, though. She knew that Christian's clone was a distraction, and Tim was the real problem. Tim had an extreme skill, but it had a weakness. Once he used it, he had to wait precisely 1 minute before he could teleport again. This seemed minor. After all, a minute was not long. But those who have actually had fights know that a fight could end in seconds. When dealing with superpowered people, it could end in a nanosecond. Erie could perceive all she wanted to. That didn't mean that she could stop it. Perception lets one become aware of what's going on through their senses. So someone with high perception would get a type of alarm right before danger strikes. In Irie's case, her brain essentially became a supercomputer. In normal scenarios, it would relay to her brain that if someone does this, then you do that. That is why she was so good at creating items and inventions. If she tried something that would not work, she would receive an alarm that told her to not do it. Her innate skill of supreme intelligence let her create a myriad of things without having to rely on the use of her extreme skill. But when complex configurations were needed, she would activate it to let her brain do the work for her instead. But in battle scenarios, she was a passenger in her own body. This was the flaw in her skill. Her brain took over her body, and she could only look while she moved on her own. This effect lasted for half of her energy pool, and then she could regain control of her actions. Her skill wasn't like Frank Fortune's future sight ability, which lets him see in the future, thus giving him extra time to adjust and even set up a counter for one's actions. Still, mind over matter was her extreme skill, and she was proud of it. Tim began to faint in and out, swinging and teleporting as soon as she turned to him. Christian's clone was a basic clone, meaning it was limited in its battle prowess. Christian was far away, so he had imprinted simple instructions on it. Grab an item from the vault, deter attacks, and then return. Those were its instructions. Eerie didn't know that, so she would throw daggers at it. The clone would simply deflect and maneuver. It was looking for a path to enter the vault. Eerie was in front of it, guarding the door. Tim charged at Eerie and tossed his sword in the air. Eerie smiled. She had a clear swing at him. She gripped her sword tightly with two hands, planted her feet, and swung across her body. Tim teleported back and laughed. Eerie yelled as Tim's sword that was thrown in the air was now embedded in her left calf muscle. Christian's clone ran past and entered the vault. Tim withdrew a Bowie knife and approached Eerie. Seconds later, the clone ran out with a few items and handed them to Tim. "So that's what they're up to," Sabino mumbled. Tim pulled the sword from Eerie's calf while she swung wildly. He laughed and raised his sword. "Sonic, wave," they heard. A blast of sonic energy came out in a spiral and hit Tim, knocking him into a wall. Christian's clone jumped back. "Oh hell, not this guy," Christian's clone said. Sabino stared at the clone. "I see you're not the real one," he said. Tim pulled himself out of the rubble. "Christian, get out of here. I'll deal with him," Tim ordered. Sabino laughed. "Deal with me? You deal with me?" Sabino mocked. "Christian now. Extreme skill. Teleport to hell." The clone began to run, and Sabino was in shock as he was suddenly in the air. He began to shoot to the ground at a rapid speed. "Eerie, take cover," he bellowed. He was about to splat on the floor. "Extreme skill, reverberation," he said. If anyone has ever been to a nightclub and stood right by the speakers, they would feel an immense pressure against them, the feeling like their insides were rattling. If one ever had a car with a trunk full of speakers, then think about having 6 12-inch speakers with an equalizer and bass amp with no highs or tweeters and all bass. Now multiply that times 10. This was the pressure of Sabino's extreme skill. A sickening boom was released, and the ground gave way. Another loud boom was released at a smaller volume, and finally, one more to an even lesser degree. The clone disintegrated, and the items flew everywhere. Tim was blown away and flew outside the sect doors. He landed nastily on the ground and rolled down the stairs. Sabino checked on Eerie. She had a huge hole in her calf muscle, and blood was pouring out. She quickly stuck a few health patches around it, and it closed up. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I'll be fine. Kill that scoundrel," she said. "I'll end it quickly. Erica is outside and we need health patches. She's injured badly, and the fighters on the battlefield are running low on them," he responded. "I understand. I'll grab a bundle," she said. Sabino used Mach 1 and was instantly standing next to Tim's body. Tim looked up Sabino. The young hero didn't waste time. He drove his sword into Tim's face. Tim's face shimmered and distorted. Then he disappeared. A mirage. "Hector is near," he growled. Sabino spun around looking for any distortion in the surroundings. With Hector present, he could not trust his eyes. Then he almost stabbed himself. As he remembered, he didn't have to see anything. He was Sabino Sonic. He could interact with sound waves. He calmed his mind and opened his senses. His vision became secondary and his hearing primary. He heard footsteps in the distance. They weren't far enough to be the different fights happening near the gates of the southern domain. He didn't extend his senses that far, and they were not close enough to be Eerie or Erica. He focused on the footsteps and heard Tim talking with Hector. "Damn, Tim, you look like you got ran over by a hovercraft," Hector said. "Shut up, you idiot. I got the items. Let's get out of here," Tim fussed. Tim's armor had pieces broken off, and he had a busted lip, nose, and bruises on his face. He walked with a bad limp and looked to be on the verge of passing out. Sabino bent his knees and sonic vibrations began to ripple around his feet and shins. Mach. Sabino, please, he heard. Eerie was calling him. She was by Erica, who was deathly pale. He cancelled his skill and walked over to them. Tim touched Hector. I used my extreme skill just to get away from that lunatic. I can only teleport us a bit past the gates. It costs me more energy to teleport anything other than myself. From the gates, you'll have to hoof it, he told Hector. I got it. Let's get out of here, Hector nervously responded. Hold on, man. You don't see I'm fucked up? Tim said. They both knew Sabino could run extremely fast. He was just a tad slower than Sophia. But unlike Sophia, he could do way more than just run fast. While Sophia was a physical-based hero, Sabino was a unique like Kai, Gale, Isabella, Tierra, Thaddeus, and many others. Sabino's power was sonic waves, and his ability to run fast was a side effect of that. Sophia's power was speed, that's all. If he caught up to them with Tim's extreme skill, exhausted, and Hector not being able to use his due to the numerous mirages he had made just to sneak them in, Sabino would have a field day with them. However, Sabino's mission was to get Erica treated, grab more health patches, and return to battle. He glanced in the direction of Hector and Tim and helped Eerie take Erica inside for treatment. A crash came from their right as they saw 5 eyes, 2 mouths with razor-sharp teeth, and arms coming from every part of a mound of flesh. An abomination. They got abominations with them, Eerie said. Get inside and lock up. I'll buy you some time, Sabino said. You can't. You haven't been trained against them yet, Eerie pleaded. Get inside and call for help, he yelled. Eerie took Erica inside, and Sabino pulled out a small stick with a large bladed arrowhead on it. He flicked the handle and it extended out. Sabino had brought out his fire spear. At the same time, Tim touched Hector and began to teleport them away. Meanwhile, by the southern domain gates, the final platoon of fire-breathing salamanders and lesser fiends arrived at the gates. The small unit of lizardmen that Loyal had gathered were mixed in with them. They began to march in and release their powers. More fire, ice, and wind slammed into heroes and toppled buildings. The young heroes fought against all that entered. Walls of earth and ice were raised, and attacks came around and over them as everyone fought back. The problem was that, due to the information that Phil had provided the Therians, they knew that the heroes had a certain amount of energy. The attacks were slowing down, making them have to resort to close-quarters combat. Battles were beginning to come closer together, to the point where one could simply look left or right and see isolated fights. Brenda Banshee and Mickey Mend arrived first. Brenda used her voice to sing a lullaby and put the salamanders to sleep. The young heroes quickly killed them and switched out to preserve energy. They were tired and injured. The healing patches could only do so much. The arrival of Brenda and Mickey was a breath of fresh air. Mickey immediately healed everyone using his prolific heal, and they got a second wind. As they approached, the Therians saw this. That must be the one who heals everyone. We need to kill him first, Therian Green said. Therian White summoned a cyclone and sent it through the gates. Look out, Wendy shouted. When Wendy Wind said to look out for a wind-based attack, everyone listened. The cyclone completely demolished the gates and lifted them in the air. Everyone pulled out any protective measure they could. They hadn't used their block skill yet. They chose to save them for when the horned things arrived. Everyone lowered their defenses and stood as they saw what they feared. They thought that what they were looking at would not fight. They thought that, like all other powerful beings, they would send their minions and not attack themselves. They could not have been more wrong. When the smoke cleared, they saw the silhouettes of 5 horned beings. Evelyn opened her arms and yelled at everyone, "Everybody, get back!" They retreated slowly, never taking their eyes off of the images. In front of them all stood the ones behind this massacre, the ones who they knew were the strongest. In front of them stood the Therians. Chapter 139. Thaddeus Thunder looked down at his sect through the clouds. His heart dropped as he saw his General Taylor telepath get his heart ripped out. He observed the carnage below and made a note of all who had perished. Sam Strength's lifeless body had its intestines devoured by lesser fiends. The corpse of Felicity Flight lay on the ground with a pierced heart. He sent gentle lightning behind the clouds and shed a tear when he saw Sophia getting sliced open by Tierra. When he withdrew his senses, he saw Bobby's body lying in a crater. In one way or another, all the members of the recovery squad were gone. Also, 3 powerful generals were gone, just like that. Dexter was on pins and needles, but thankfully Frank Fortune and Josiah had arrived. Evelyn and Wendy were trying to keep the gates free, but a powerful force had just blown them completely off. The young heroes were fighting off fire salamanders, lizard men, and lesser fiends. Thaddeus smiled as he noticed Brenda and Mickey enter the folds with Wayne hot on their heels. He knew that Brenda and Mickey were using movement skills, but Wayne was not. He knew that Wayne understood the severity of the situation. He needed all of his energy for the fight that was upcoming. Thaddeus had discovered something new. He was inspired by Kai's seemingly endless pool of energy. He was attempting something, and he had limited success. Now more than ever, he hoped it worked. Thaddeus was slightly disappointed in Fred. He had already battled the samurai-looking fiend and the muscular fire fiend. Then he released a powerful fire skill that obliterated nearly all the lesser fiends. The Therians weren't dumb, though. Although another platoon had blended with theirs, they still sent them in 2 separate groups. So Fred destroyed the platoon that would have preceded Fachan, and then the group that was to proceed, the Therians still had yet to advance. Fred was now hovering and throwing out periodic fireballs. Once the gates blew away, he lowered himself and unscripted his warhammer. "Young heroes, handle the others. Leave the Therians to your superiors." He yelled and raised his warhammer. Everyone raised their weapons and cheered. Everyone that wasn't in life and death battles, that is. "Wendy, now," Fred ordered. Wendy put the backs of her hands together and then made an opening gesture. The lesser fiends, salamanders, and lizardmen all blew away, leaving an open path directly to the Therians. Now scattered, it was now up to the young heroes to defeat the others. Just then, the voice of Eerie came over the wristbands. "Emergency! We are pinned down at the rec room. Abominations have entered from the east gates. I repeat, we are pinned down. We need assistance." "Sabino, Erica, and I are in danger," Eerie said. Everyone growled. Kai nodded to Otis. "Go, O, I got this," Kai said to Otis. "Handle your business," Otis told Kai. B watched Otis leave, but did not give chase or attack him, in any manner. The young man in front of him had the same weapon that he had, and he wanted to test his swordmanship skills against his own. After hearing the message, Fred spoke into the wristband. "Those not engaged with larger foes fall back to the rec center. Assist the others. Half of you remain and finish off the riffraff," he said, referring to the lesser fiends, salamanders, and lizard men. "What about this Batman thing that's starting to glow red and shaking like he's about to explode?" Jessica asked, referring to Victor. He was going through some sort of phase after drinking the blood of Taylor Telepath, a 3-star hero. "We need one more hero to assist Jessica," Fred spoke into the wristband again. Dexter's eyes snapped open. "Jessica, she needs me," he said. "Wait, my skill is still at work. Wait a few more minutes," Josiah warned. Josiah's extreme skill took energy from his foe and gave it to another over time. No matter where his opponent went, his skill would work. But if the person receiving the benefits of the life leech skill moved from its range, the skill would not only cancel, but it would fully restore the person's energy. He had to keep Dexter there. The closer, the better. But Dexter heard that Jessica was in trouble. That was all he needed to know. He had replenished half of his energy, and that had to be enough. Dexter shoved Josiah out of the way and activated his movement skill. "Dexter, wait!" Josiah yelled. Frank frowned. "Fucking dumbass," he mumbled. Logan had channeled ice to simulate a forearm. He now had a forearm made entirely of ice. By sending energy through it, he could use it like a regular arm, even though this split his energy into a 75 to 25% ratio. Now he had 75% of his energy dedicated to his skills, and the other 25% went into maintaining his ice arm. He twitched as he felt his forearm begin to tingle. The ice cracked, and his left forearm began to grow back. His energy was replenishing. "What the?" he thought. He didn't have long before the full moon was out. Then he would be able to use the moon's lunar properties to fully heal his arm anyway. And for other things. He was against 3 heroes at the present moment and felt he couldn't wait. Now, for some reason, he was back at full power. And not a moment too soon. To use this ability of his takes a lot of power. The fiends do not understand the concept of energy. They still have savage mentalities. They would fight until they exhausted themselves. Logan could heal his wounds and restore energy from the moon, but he didn't know why. He just knew that he could. Victor knew that blood did the same for him, but he didn't know why. Therian Green knew that she could grow a plant and, if consumed, would replenish one's energy and heal them. But she hadn't researched why that way. To them, it just was. They didn't even know how to refine, yet despite this, they still had large pools of energy, and their aggressive way of fighting made the fiends the worst enemy possible. While the humans were humane, the fiends were fiendish. The heroes tactically defeated and killed enemies. The fiends wanted them to suffer. Logan's body began to emulate a dull blue sheen. His fur stood and ice formed at the ends to become jagged points. He looked at Frank Fortune, smiled, and charged. Victor was shaking like a maniac. Red lines formed over him like his veins were attempting to burst out of his skin, similar to Andy Anger. Jessica shot earth shards at it in an attempt to draw its aggro. She didn't have to try hard. Victor wanted her dead first because she was the first to kill one of his wives. Jessica retreated back and kept shooting small shrapnel-like pieces of earth to irritate the large vampire. He roared and gave chase as his power-up from the enhanced blood was complete. This was Jessica's plan. She wanted to isolate their battle so they would not interfere with what was sure to be a cataclysmic bout. The Therians had arrived. Evelyn, Wendy, and Fred were there. The odds were not good. It was their strongest five, their rulers, their leaders against 3 of the 5 superiors. But knowing them, especially Evelyn, who was her mentor, at least one of them would fall. At the sect, Sabino released his stored-up fire from his spear with a thrust. An abomination that was a mixture of wood, eyes, claws, and oozing paws let out a strange roar as the spear pierced one of its numerous eyes. The fire spread, and it rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. A spiked tentacle raked across Sabino's back. He quickly used his Mach skill to move and reduce the damage. His back leaked with blood from the wound. Sure could have used that armor, Kai, he thought to himself. He let loose a shrill wave, because it was a wider attack than his sonic wave, which was a more concentrated blast. He was starting to get surrounded by abominations. Rats mixed with some type of dog and part horse mixed with part crocodile came at him. "What the hell are these things?" he yelled. He sped over and slashed at their legs to slow them. He became woozy and caught a ferocious punch from a bear with bird wings, one lobster-like clawed hand and one webbed hand like a frog. Sabino slammed into a column at the sect gates and fell to the ground. He stood, but his vision blurred. He was seeing multiple abominations. Am I poisoned? He wondered. Sabino wasn't Loke Kai. Heck, no one was. It was like Kai's body naturally protected him. He became poisoned. His body dispelled it. He broke bones, but his body healed them. Mind tactics worked on him, but not all the time. He wasn't affected by Taylor, but he was by Hector. Sabino, however, didn't have that ability. If he was poisoned, then he was not able to dispel it naturally. He would have to flush it out with fluids or take an antidote. He knew Irie had one because she had analyzed everyone's blood. And if she had Phil Poison's blood, then she had an antidote. Even only being a level 1, Phil had some of the most potent poison known to humanity. Only certain snakes and rare plants were stronger. He didn't want to open the center doors. If he did, it would be catastrophic. The lobster claw opened and a stream of fire came from it. Water gun, he heard. A stream of water shot forth and collided with the stream of fire, making the courtyard in front of the sect a foggy mess. Electro ball, Evan called. Sabino smiled. Glenn stood in front of him, swallowing and returning projectiles at abominations. Harmony was by his side, shooting fireballs and tossing them into Glenn's mouth to keep him shooting something. When Sabino saw Celeste, Otis, Brenda, and a shower of ice cycles, he knew he was okay. Isabella kneeled by Sabino's side and slapped her last 2 health patches on him. She helped him up and guided him inside. "Tentacles are poison," he said as he was guided away. "Got it," Otis said. Inside the rec room, Sabino was guided down to the vault. The door opened as Erie had seen them on the cameras. Erica stood and stretched. Minutes later, Sabino stood as well, the antidote quickly curing the poison. Isabella put her hand on him. "I'm fine," he said. "You need to rest," she said. "I said I'm fine," he repeated. "Open the doors," he said. He hated looking weak in front of her. "You need to rest a little longer," Irie said. "I said open the damn doors. I owe those things. And I always pay my debts," he said, spoken like a true jackass. "But whatever," Erie said. The doors opened. Erica summoned 2 explosive balls, Isabella spun her size, and Sabino flipped his spear. The 3 then stepped outside with the others. Back at the area near the southern gates, the battles continued. Reed stood and knocked off rubble from a building he had just been knocked through by Fashan. Frank Fortune dodged a freezing howl from Logan. Jessica rolled away as her earth wall was decimated. Dexter released a flurry of earth spikes and ran to her side. Kevin slashed at Malachi's knees while Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise drew its attention. Kai did a figure 8 with his sword, and B smirked and began to charge his with wind. Thaddeus watched all of this as he continued to float in the clouds. He was close to being ready, and at that moment the Therians began to enter through the gates. "Extreme skill, water cutter," someone said. 3 twisting streams of water spun at an impossibly fast speed and merged together. It struck the first Therian, and it yelled as it burst through its shoulder. Therian Red growled as he touched the blood that poured from his arm. The Therians looked at the man in blue armor. The man did a series of moves with 2 sticks connected by a chain and yelled a battle cry at the Therians. Wayne Water had finally arrived. Chapter 140. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief as the infamous Wayne Water appeared and shot one of the Therians clean out of sight. Reed had slowly moved further away, giving the defenders room to deal with Malachi. Kevin smiled to see what he and Mr. Smith taught him was being applied. If possible, isolate your battle. Low lives will attack you when you least expect it. He couldn't smile very long because Malachi had begun his attack. A low and deep moo came from what seemed like the Minotaur's soul. Kevin flinched, Mr. Smith staggered, and Pastor Praise fell on his backside. "Get up," Mr. Smith fussed at Pastor Praise. Malachi raised his machete and charged. Before the fight, the trio had scavenged all the weapons they could. Hopefully, this would tip the scales in their favor. Pastor Praise rose and withdrew an arrow from his quiver. He knocked it and let it fly. The arrow sunk into Malachi's chest. The large Minotaur looked down at the arrow in annoyance. "Do these idiots not know that I'm a warrior?" he thought. He flexed his chest muscle, and the arrow popped out. He raised his machete and swung. The defenders rolled. Kevin cringed as the machete passed right over his face. Malachi was a 10-foot-tall Minotaur, so his swings would naturally be high. The 3 rose and ran. Kevin and Mr. Smith rose and began to fire arrows as well. While Pastor Praise and Kevin were firing quick, irritating arrows, Mr. Smith was firing powerful, well-placed ones. Him being the strongest of the mundanes, he would pull the drawstring back as hard as possible and fire. Malachi was irritated by Kevin and Pastor Praise like a gnat. But Mr. Smith's arrows, he actually felt. They were like ant bites, but ants could damage the biggest of foes if they landed enough bites. Malachi had one thing against him. His swings were so powerful that the wind from his swing was knocking the trio off balance. But they were slow. Yet the defenders knew that if one blow landed, it would mean instant death. While Mr. Smith and Pastor Praise shot arrows, Kevin charged in. He had his fire sword, and he knew that would cause damage. Malachi had his machete turned sideways like a makeshift shield to deflect the arrows that Mr. Smith was shooting. He simply let Pastor Praise's arrows hit him. While distracted, Kevin made a slice across Malachi's Achilles tendon. The Minotaur let out a loud moo and swung his machete like a maniac. Thankfully, when Kevin sliced Malachi's Achilles, he continued to run. From his adventurer days, he was the DPS, focusing on causing as much damage as possible. Mr. Smith was the tank, blocking with his shield and returning swings with an axe. Christy and Mr. Smith's deceased wife were the archers of the group. Pastor Praise was the opportunist, if that was a title. He would look for vital spots and exploit them. and he was currently looking at a few. First, he noticed that Malachi didn't have any protection in his armpits. Secondly, his nose was wet and looked soft. But the most important thing was his eyes. Pastor Praise wanted to put out those large round eyes. He retreated and gained proper distance and crouched behind a tree. He nocked an arrow and waited. Malachi called for earth to clog the wound at his Achilles. He formed it in a tube shape and made it connect to his split tendon. Then he solidified it. The wound was still there, but he could now move again. He was hobbled and became mad. The jokes that Victor and Logan would throw his way. His first time out, and he was wounded so badly. Therian Green could patch him up as good as new. But for now, he was a laughing stock. He gathered himself and spun. All of the little bugs were now gone. Pastor Praise looked at Mr. Smith and nodded. The two then looked at Kevin, who was across from them, hiding behind a tree like they were. They had covered themselves in mud to hide their scents, and the burning houses helped mask their smell as well. They were in their famous pyramid shape. Kevin at the head and the other two were the base. First up was Mr. Smith. He shot an arrow. It hit Malachi in his back. He turned and snarled. He took a step, and Kevin sunk an arrow in the heel of his foot. He jumped and pulled out the arrow. He followed Kevin as he ran. He took a step and stopped. He stopped because Kevin stopped. Malachi was confused. Why did the human stop, he wondered. Then from nowhere, an arrow flew at his face. He didn't have time to react. The arrow struck his eye. Malachi grabbed his left eye and dropped his machete. Arrows pelted him, and he removed his hand. He had enough. "Mudslide," he called. The ground began to soften. "Run," Kevin yelled. Kevin threw his bow over his head and performed numerous backflips. Mr. Smith ran as fast as he could, narrowly avoiding the area of effect. But Pastor Praise was attempting to knock another arrow and was still kneeling. He stood and ran. He made it to the tree where Kevin had stood behind him before he slowed. It felt like he was walking in quicksand. The more steps he took, the more he sunk. "Hold on, we'll get you out," Mr. Smith said. Pastor Praise smiled. "Run, you fools," he said. Malachi grabbed his machete and marched over. "We'll get some rope or something," Kevin said. "Then we'll all die. Now leave." Pastor Praise said. "You're talking nonsense. No way we'll leave you," Kevin said. Pastor Praise smiled. "I've had the pleasure of knowing you guys. We've had many adventures together. I'm being called home. My time in this world has come to an end. Kevin, hand me a bow and a few arrows," Pastor Praise said. "But, now damn you!" Pastor Praise interrupted Kevin with a fuss. Kevin's shoulders dropped. Mr. Smith's eyes began to water. "It's okay, guys. I'll buy you some time. Tell Christy it's been a pleasure knowing her. And Kevin, you did an excellent job with Kai and Reed. They're lucky to have you in their lives," he said. Mr. Smith walked and grabbed the bow that Kevin had thrown over his head. Kevin handed Pastor Praise his quiver. Mr. Smith tossed the bow to him, and Pastor Praise caught it. Kevin tossed over the quiver, and it landed in the mud substance that Pastor Praise was stuck in. The mud was up to his lower stomach now. Pastor Praise began to hum a gospel song. He said a quick prayer. "We need to make it to Kai's house. There's shelter in the smithy. He has an underground tunnel," Kevin said. "I'm staying," said Mr. Smith. "You stay and I'll kill you myself." "He's getting closer," Pastor Praise said. He slung the bow over his shoulder. He then tore off a piece of his shirt from his sleeve. He grabbed an arrow and wrapped the piece of sleeve around it. He grabbed the bow from his shoulder. He extended the arrow. "Kevin, light me up," he smiled. Kevin, with tears streaming down his face, withdrew his flaming sword. The blade had a slight red glow to it. Kevin held it out, and Pastor Praise did the same with his wrapped arrow. After a few seconds, the cloth wrapping began to smoke and burn. "Now go," he yelled. Malachi began to sprint towards them. If he had battle prowess, like Victor and Logan, he would have ignored Pastor Praise and attacked Kevin and Mr. Smith. Knowing that he was stuck in his mudslide skill, he could have returned to finish him. But it was his first time out, his first time in battle. He wanted to get a kill. The ground shook as Malachi closed in. "Defenders forever, my brother," Kevin said. "Defenders forever," Mr. Smith repeated. Pastor Praise smiled. "Defenders forever," he said as he nocked his fire arrow. Mr. Smith and Kevin began to run. Malachi let out an angry roar. He closed in on Pastor Praise. Pastor Praise began to hum again, louder and louder. He couldn't turn, so he bent back. The top of his head touched the mud. He pulled back on his bow as Malachi raised his machete. Simultaneously, they made their moves. Malachi swung down with force, and Pastor Praise released his arrow. The machete landed true, and Pastor Praise was vertically split in half. A loud thwack sound echoed through the area. Mr. Smith and Kevin knew their friend was no more. Pastor Praise did not scream. He did not yell. He had accepted his fate. He happily risked his life to protect his friends. He hoped to himself before death, "Lord, please protect those I cherish, and let this arrow fly true." A nanosecond before Malachi's blade split him in two, he released the fire arrow while he was bent backward. It flew, and before he was made into two halves of a whole, he saw it strike the Minotaur's right eye. Then, there was nothing. Kevin and Mr. Smith ran as fast as possible. "Fuck," Kevin snarled. "We'll get them back. They will pay." "Some way, somehow," Mr. Smith promised. They heard Malachi roaring in pain. "Sounds like Pastor brought the pain before he left," Mr. Smith laughed. "Yeah, take that, you walking milk jug," Kevin laughed. They heard trees breaking and the sound of footsteps closing in. They looked at each other, and then they glanced back. Malachi was far away, but they could see him closing in. Malachi swung down with hatred in his heart. These damned pests had irritated him, little ant bites and small pings of pain. 3 humans had delayed him. He was supposed to wipe the floor with them, and then help Fashan deal with the young, powerful man. They were warned about him from the humans that had joined their side. According to what Therian White said, after the ones called superiors, he was perhaps the strongest. But he hadn't reached his full potential yet. He knew that when he saw Fachan that they were right. As Malachi swung, a ball of fire came at him. Blinded by rage, he saw it too late. It struck his eye, and for the first time in his life, Malachi felt true pain. He roared, and his right eye, eyelash, and eyebrow ignited in flames. He patted and swiped to put out the fire. He yanked out the arrow, reached down and grabbed some of the mud that the human was stuck in. He slapped a glob of it on his eye. The fire went out, but his eye was ruined. "My eye! I can't see out of my eye!" Malachi fussed. He looked down and saw the human split in two. At least he had destroyed him. Malachi picked up the 2 halves and threw them away like trash. Now for the other 2. He tried to sniff them out, but the smell of burned hide and mud toyed with his sense of smell. He wasn't like Logan. His sense of smell wasn't that potent. He did see their tracks, though. So he followed them. Malachi took lumbering steps. He increased his speed, enraged and thirsty for blood. As he ran, he saw the visage of 2 people. They were running as fast as possible. It could only be them. Malachi dropped to all fours and ran after them. Further ahead, Kevin and Mr. Smith were nearly out of breath. They could see Kai's smithy ahead. "We're almost there. Keep moving," Kevin said. Kevin was lean and built for endurance. Mr. Smith was more muscular. He naturally leaned towards strength. Endurance was not his strong suit. The 2 arrived at Kai's smithy. "Hurry, down the ladder," Kevin exclaimed. Malachi entered the opening. "I'm not going to make it," Malachi mumbled. "Shit, shit, 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 shit," Kevin said. "Hurry," he told Mr. Smith as they opened the door to the smithy. Malachi aimed his horns and called out, "Boar!" 2 horns made from hardened earth flew at the 2. "Look out," Mr. Smith called. He spun Kevin, and 1 horn entered his lower back. The other tore open a hole in the smithy wall. Mr. Smith's eyes widened as the force from the horn slammed him into Kevin. They both fell down the hole. Chapter 141. 2 Earth users glared at the massive vampire that had turned into his man-bat form. Jessica and Dexter both spread out. "What's up with this guy?" Dexter said. Jessica shrugged. "He tasted some of Taylor's blood. Now he's shaking like a $10 whore." "I don't know what's happening," Jessica answered. Dexter looked down at the dead body of Taylor Telepath and frowned. "Damn Taylor," he murmured. Evelyn was at the gate with Fred, Wendy, and the newly arrived Wayne. It was up to Dexter and Jessica, the recruiters, to stop Victor Vampire. Dexter smiled. If there was any way to show Jessica how much he loved her, this was the way. He had just confessed his feelings to her. No way would he fail now. This power he felt, though, this power was massive. Not as strong as the superiors, but slightly above his and Jessica's. Was there a such thing as a 3.5 star? If so, that is what this thing was in front of them. Think if their power had a number associated with it. A 3-star would have a 300,000 power rating. A 4-star would have 400,000. So Victor had a 350,000 power rating. "I'm about to attack this fool," Dexter said. "Let's do it," Jessica agreed. As soon as they said it, Victor lowered his head and glared at them. His skin returned to normal, the red lines had receded. He did have a few distinct differences. His eyes were now glowing red. His cold black hair now had a few red streaks in it. His long fangs had shrunk, but were now more pointed. His claws or fingernails were still beige, but had a thin red line going down each one. He seemed to become a tad bit more sinister. He looked at Jessica and snarled. She yelled and charged. Dexter reached for her. He wanted to act first. He was supposed to be protecting her, but he had reacted too slowly. He was the calculated one between the two. Jessica was the hot head. Victor smiled as she charged. He flexed his claws. "Wind Ripper," he called. Instead of one arc of sharp wind, 3 came out, one after the other. "Fortify, Earth Wall," Jessica yelled. Earth sunk into her skin and made her toughness rise tremendously. A small pillar of earth rose in front of her and blocked the 3 attacks. Victor bent his knees and shot into the sky. He laughed. "I can fly without wings now," he laughed. He hovered in the sky and looked down. He took note of the small differences within himself. So far, his Wind Ripper skill could now be released 3 at a time. And now he could fly without wings. He wanted to save his blood beam, for when he really needed it. Dexter shot earth spikes at Victor while he hovered in the sky. Victor could see them clearly. They were slow to him. He glided right and then left. Then he flew past Jessica. She attempted a downward slash as he passed. When he saw this, he sent his wind down his body and released a strong gust from his feet. He shot past Jessica in a blur. Her sword swipe whizzed through the air. Dexter quickly used Fortify as well and raised an earth wall. Jessica raised another earth wall, but this earth wall had spikes of earth sticking out. She released the earth spikes from the wall. Victor wrapped himself in wind and released it in a burst. The wind made the earth spikes go awry. He crashed through Dexter's wall and slammed into Dexter. Dexter was knocked through a building. He took out 2 walls and landed on the ground. Quickly he flipped up. He looked around but saw nothing. This wasn't good for him or Jessica. They were. Earth users, and Victor was not in contact with Earth. He was flying now. There was no way to sense his movements with their innate skill. Dexter had taken that close-range attack head-on so he could lure Victor in. Now Victor felt that he could do this and get away with it. The next time, Dexter would use his earth armor and let his spiked earth armor that would cover his body stab the vampire. He ran around the crumbled building and saw Jessica and Victor engaged in swordplay. His rapier flashed, leaving small cuts on Jessica's body. She swung her sword like a crazy person. She wanted to kill this guy. But more than that, she was afraid. He was bigger, faster, stronger, more brutal, and he was toying with her. She was getting slashed with every swing of her blade. She jumped back. "Stone bullet," she said. She held out her hand and released sharp, pointed pieces of earth. As long as she held out her hand, stone bullets would come out. It would continuously drain her energy, but she didn't have to repeat the action as long as her hand was out. Once she dropped it, that was her cancelling her skill. Victor didn't know what was going on, but he could see attacks more clearly now. Is it the blood? He wondered. He had the notion to take Taylor's body back to his castle and drain it dry. It was like a buff that enhanced his physical properties. His speed, strength, perception, and reflexes had drastically increased, not to mention multiple wind rippers and the whole flying without wings thing. He laughed as he towed with the woman. He was impressed by how fierce she was. Even as he dipped in and out, slicing small pieces of her flesh, she continued to fight with grace. She wasn't wild like his wives were. Then Victor had an idea. "I'll turn her. Take something important to them like they took from me," he snickered. "Charm," he whispered. His pupils began to glow red, and he looked at Jessica in her eyes. She slowed and then went limp on her feet. "No," Dexter mumbled. He was at Jessica's back and could not fully see what Victor was doing. The first thought he had was that he had stabbed Jessica. Victor approached her slowly. "No!" Dexter yelled. He ran to her, to his love, to the woman he had spent years training and growing with. They had the same power. They liked the same food. It was as if she was made for him. Victor looked over Jessica's shoulder and smiled at Dexter. He opened his mouth at an impossible angle. It went from a mouth to a maw. His perfect white teeth became sharp and jagged. His jaw seemed to detach. His eyes turned completely red like a demon from stories long ago. Victor then clamped down, right on Jessica's neck. She let out a moan and her legs gave out. Victor removed his bite and looked to the sky. Blood shot from Jessica's neck, but she did not make a sound. Victor roared a mighty roar. Dexter used his movement skill to close the distance. He couldn't use any offensive skill because he might hit Jessica. Victor lowered his head and glared at Dexter. "Looks like you get to live to see another day. But your love belongs to me now. Don't worry, I'll remind her of how pathetic you are every time I ravage her," Victor teased. Dexter gritted his teeth. He had to reach them. Victor scooped Jessica up in a just-married lift. With dazed eyes, she looked at Dexter. Victor grabbed his crotch and jostled it at Dexter. Then he licked Jessica's face and flew into the sky. Dexter cancelled his skill and yelled to the sky, "No!" Chapter 142, Logan flexed his newly grown arm. "Well, that's an interesting ability you have," he teased. His sharp teeth showed as he laughed at their misfortune. Due to Dexter leaving during Josiah's extreme skill, Logan had regained his depleted energy. Once Josiah's extreme skill, Life Leech, is activated, the recipient of the skill must stay within Josiah's range of 100 yards. The person who is losing their energy can go anywhere, and it would not matter. If the recipient of the skill leaves the healing zone, then the person who is losing his energy would not only regain what Josiah took, but they would receive the effect of an absolute heal, and Josiah would experience a backlash. All of his energy would be drained. This meant that they would heal completely. Regeneration, health, energy, fatigue, it didn't matter. It would all go away. But Josiah, being the proprietor of the skill, would pay a penalty. Josiah has used his skill in the other way as well, for an absolute heal, by affecting the one he really wanted to heal and healing the opponent while they were in motion. As soon as they left the healing area, all of their energy would be sapped, and they would only be able to rely on their fighting abilities. No matter how it was looked at, he could only perform a full heal by using his extreme skill. Unlike Mickey Mend, who heals people with ease. The good thing was that Frank Fortune had full health, but his energy pool was now half full because he used his extreme skill. But Logan didn't know that. Frank squinted to focus on Logan. Unlike the others who could spit out projectiles, he could not. That was a plus in a way. He could easily use his extreme skill twice, while the others would use basic skills that slowly drained their energy pool. Frank would use his innate skill and battle prowess to weaken his opponent. Then he would use his extreme skill to finish the battle. So he did one to begin and one to end. The one at the start to put them on edge and strike fear in them. Then the finisher. The problem was this huge werewolf in front of him. He didn't need to be able to see the future to tell that this thing was anything but weak. 5 seconds. Frank's innate skill was that he was able to see 5 seconds into the future. He had to be careful. His opponent had an enhanced perception ability as well, advanced 5 senses, especially hearing and smelling. Frank prepared himself. This was going to be something to remember. That was a close one, Logan thought. If I hadn't caught his scent at the last minute, I would have been sliced in half. Frank sucked on his teeth and watched the werewolf. Frank Fortune. "And you are?" he asked. "Logan Lycan. Sorry, little man, but food doesn't talk," responded Logan. Frank smirked to himself. "What do you mean? I'm not going to eat you. So feel free to blab all you want," he teased. Logan crouched and channeled ice into his claws. The addition of ice made them extend an extra foot. Logan began to growl and snarl as his maw twitched. He was going to kill the little worm in front of him. Little turd, I'm going to eat his bones, Logan thought. He knew he was stronger, he knew he was faster, but he didn't know Frank Fortune. Logan charged on all fours. Frank took a breath and crossed his two straight swords. Here we go, he mumbled. Frank's calf muscles bulged. He gritted his teeth and focused. He analyzed the next 5 seconds. Okay, at mid to close range, he would spin with his claws out and do a strange donkey kick with his powerful hind legs. Upon his hind legs coming back, he would perform a powerful backswing with that ridiculous sword. Then some kind of cold ice breath thing at a ground-to-chest arc. Then, with his right hand, my left shoulder to my right hip. And when the sword lands in the ground, use the sword to perform a cartwheel-style leg-over-leg kick, then another ice breath thing. Got it, Frank thought. He took a glance over his shoulder at Josiah. His initial plan was ruined. He loved fighting alongside Josiah. He could go all out, and Josiah would simply heal him when he sustained damage. Now all he could do is buy Josiah time to recover. But Logan was having none of that. Red, yellow, and green lines formed between Frank and Logan. This was half of Frank's innate skill at work, the lines of probability or strings of fate. This activated only when he was in combat. He wished he could influence them, but he couldn't. After Logan performed the series of moves, Frank simply blocked and evaded. After rolling to avoid Logan's freezing howl, he went on the offensive. Frank thrust with his left hand and went into an overhand slash with his right hand. Logan evaded them with ease, and Frank figured he would. What he couldn't figure out was how he was avoiding him. Sure, he had enhanced senses, but he wasn't like Frank. However, he was keeping up with him. Every time Frank swung his sword, the wolf evaded and countered. Thank goodness Frank was elusive enough to avoid being hit. They were essentially at a stalemate. Frank Fortune, you say? You're not half bad, Logan said. Frank grinned at the werewolf. Yeah, to think we can go all out and be an even match for each other, Frank stated. Logan began to laugh. Then the laughter intensified into a cackle. Oh man, you're funny. Who says I was going all out? Logan said. He pointed to the sky. A full moon was visible. Poor human. Poor, stupid, dumb, pathetic, weak, puny, insolent human. All right, Fleabag, I get it. I'm weak, Frank interrupted. Hey, don't stop my rant. It's been fun. But now I need a snack. I am a predator after all. Logan looked to the moon and let out a long howl. His body began to bulge and enlarge. Muscles popped out from under his fur. His teeth and claws sharpened. His snout turned into a normal human mouth. His hind legs straightened to form human legs, but they were still furry and had claws like a wolf. His arms remained the same, but the hands were wolf-like. His claws remained coated in ice. His face turned back human with fur remaining and the ears of a wolf. He shrunk a half a foot or so. Instead of being around 6'6", he was now around 6'2". Logan had become a true hybrid, a half-man, half-wolf conjunction of death. He grasped his sword with one hand and looked at it. He blew out a breath like someone cooling a hot bowl of soup. A light blue stream of ice energy entered the blade and coated it in frost. Logan then sent in ice energy from his hand, and the blade grew ice spikes. He made the ice spikes can his claymore go away. Then he recalled them, made them spin like a chainsaw, extended them, and made some shoot out. After playing around for a bit, he looked up at Frank. His normally dark iris were now an icy blue, a shimmering icy blue. Hey, that's tight. How did you make your sword do that? Asked Frank. Logan cut his eyes at Frank and charged. The time for talking was over. Frank activated his innate skill and was surprised. The fuck? He mumbled. All the lines that showed probability were now red and shook violently. Furthermore, he saw no other images, only the being in front of him. Nothing had ever disrupted his lines of probability before, not even Wayne. And he was a superior. The 4-star hero renowned for his combat prowess. Wayne and Thaddeus were the only ones that could best him in pure hand-to-hand combat. Yet here was this wolfman hybrid, doing something no one has ever done. But Frank couldn't panic. He steeled his resolve and engaged Logan. He did a slash into a backflip. Frank released one of his swords and caught it by the handle with his feet as he flipped back. Logan blocked with his sword and did a quick flick of his word to the side. It was the same as when a samurai cleaned their sword by flicking it to the side to remove blood. The simple technique called chibarui. When Logan did this, the ice claymore shot out small ice spikes. Frank flipped in a small ball, dodging the ice shards. He then spun in a horizontal motion with his swords at his side. He was a spinning top of blades when he did that skill, yet Logan could see it easily. He released a freezing howl and made Frank spin in place. Frank landed in a crouched position and glared at Logan. Frank noticed that his lines of probability were shaking more and more. The red lines now had shades of black in certain spots. When Logan engaged, small flickers of yellow would briefly appear. Frank knew what that meant. At his best, he would only have a 50-50 chance of landing a good strike. Frank slid one sword blade across the other and bent low. He ran in and swung at Logan's legs. Logan raised one leg and stomped down. A small sheet of ice formed. Logan grinned. "Oh, I can do that," he said to himself. Logan swung his sword out. Frank did a back bend as the blade slid across his nose, barely kissing him. He flipped away and stopped. Frank needed Josiah, someone to distract Logan. While Frank could see the future to an extent, Logan's reflexes made that obsolete because his reaction time was insane. Logan stepped back to take a breath. Frank saw this and noticed his lines of probability changed to yellow and certain spots were green. Frank charged. "Damn, I have to wait until he takes a breath. That's crazy. I'll be on the defensive. Not good." Not good at all, Frank thought. This was Logan's second transformation. He could transform into his first form at will now. His first time transforming was during his battle with the lightning ram. While he and Victor trained with Malachi, he learned to change by simply thinking it. He saw that when he used his lunar transformation, there were differences. In his first form, his physical appearance was more wolf-like, but his mental was more human-like. Compassionate, merciful, and with a strange sense of honor. The human side that Black said was there, weakness was evident during that form. However, his second made his appearance more human-like, but his mental was more bestial. His sight, smell, and instincts were through the roof, but it depleted his energy at a rapid pace, whereas his first form hardly drained any. It did take some practice for that to happen, though. Logan knew that with practice, he could gain the ability to lessen his rapid energy depletion. He just had to survive this encounter first. He had taken a few steps back to catch his breath. Frank took a quick glance back at Josiah while he charged. Josiah nodded at Frank. He was finally ready. Josiah also could not use projectiles, but his extreme skill did allow him to use it in a sense. Frank ducked as Logan swung his claymore. He performed a spinning slash across Logan's abdomen, then a cross slash with his swords and a side kick to Logan's chest. Logan staggered back as Frank zigged right and Josiah approached from the left. Josiah unleashed a two-handed swing downward in an attempt to split Logan in half. Logan let out a quick burst of ice that acted as a shield. Frank and Josiah zigged again, and Josiah patted Frank and called out, "Heal." As he did, Frank felt a burst of energy. Logan jumped back and shot a black ice at them. Frank's lines of probability went black. "Josiah, don't let that hit you," he yelled. Josiah dove to the side as the black ice paused in the air and black icicles protruded out. "Damn it," Logan growled. They saw how his best skill worked. The three stood in a triangle pattern. Logan rubbed his claws together. "Watch this, Victor," he thought. Then he leapt in the air. Chapter 143, Logan slashed in a sweeping arc across his body. He flicked his wrist that held his blade and ice shards popped out. Logan planned on keeping Frank at bay with his sword, and with Josiah he could use his ice claw, since Frank had two swords and a perception ability. Josiah had one. Logan spun and using his momentum swung down with his claymore. Frank and Josiah jumped away. An icy hole was left in its wake. Logan dashed forward and spun, icy shards jetting out. Josiah rolled and slashed at Logan's foot. Logan raised his foot and swung at Josiah. Frank was now behind Logan, thrusting forward for a backstab. Logan grew ice spikes on his back and extended them towards Frank. His 5-second innate skill protected him, allowing him to evade. The short futuristic guy dropped low and swung at Logan's Achilles. Logan flipped back and clawed at Frank's back. Frank grimaced and turned with his 2 swords in a double slash attack. Logan grabbed one with his ice claw and blocked the other with his claymore by holding the handle alongside his arm. The sword pointed to the sky and absorbed one of the sword strikes. Logan then pulled the sword he was holding, making Frank stumble forward. Logan jumped and did a double kick in Frank's chest. When his feet touched, he extended his claws by sending ice energy into them. When he retracted the ice claws, Frank had 8 holes in his body. Blood spewed out, causing Frank to drop to his knees. Josiah swung at Logan's head and made a Z pattern with his sword. Logan leapt up and ran along the roof of a burning house, his eyes never leaving Frank and Josiah. Josiah touched Frank's shoulder and mumbled something. Logan growled when he saw the holes close and Frank stand. So he can heal, and what he did earlier was taking my energy and giving it to the guy that ran off. He has a certain range because when that guy left, I received all my energy, even what I had lost. But that skill made me feel like I was going to fall asleep. He's got to go first, Logan thought. At the same time, Frank stared at the werewolf the entire time, his eyes lowered as he had a realization. He's studying us, Frank thought to himself. Josiah placed his hand on Frank's shoulder. Joe, don't. But it was too late. Logan had seen everything clearly. Logan transformed to his black wolf form and dashed at Frank. He stood on his hind legs and swung with his icy claws. Frank blocked with his swords. He noticed that with every icy attack from Logan, his lines of perception began to shake more and more. Frank also realized that the chill from Logan's ice was slowing him down. Logan had devised a plan, a rather simple one, but still a plan. He could tell that the short guy had some type of enhanced sensory ability. Logan knew from his own experience that if he smelled one thing and something else was quickly introduced to that smell, it would take his nose a second or so to register it. By keeping pressure on Frank, he could switch from wolf form to werewolf form, and then his 2 transformations to confuse him. But that wasn't his true plan. His true plan was to make Frank seem distressed and make Josiah attack him. If he appeared to be focused on Frank, Josiah would attempt to backstab him like Frank had tried earlier. And he was sure that Josiah did not have enhanced senses, just a healing ability. If he constantly healed himself while fighting, he would seem to be invulnerable. But his energy would run out. Logan had the advantage of a full moon. Therian Black had carefully planned this attack to give his forces whatever advantage he could. With the full moon out, Logan could heal too, and he could transform into his second, more violent form. He was in wolf form now to allow his energy to replenish some. Logan switched to his first, large, muscular werewolf form and swung his ice claws at Frank with rapid succession. Each clang echoed through the sect. Frank groaned as he could only block. A few slashes ripped Frank's forearms, and Josiah couldn't wait anymore. He ran forward and swung with a lunging overhead swipe. Logan smelled him coming. His wolf form had the best sense of smell. His first transformation gave him the best strength, and his third, half-wolf, half-man transformation gave him the greatest agility. Right before Josiah's blade struck him, Logan jumped back between Josiah's legs. He transformed into his first form. His massive frame rose and made Josiah stumble forward and knock Frank down. Logan swung at Josiah's back and opened a huge wound across it. He then swung with his other claw and called out, "Black ice!" Josiah began to turn blue as his body turned into an icy statue. As the ice formed, another layer of black ice formed over it. Josiah looked at Frank and smiled. "It's been an honor having you as a friend. Keep fighting. Keep fi." His voice ended as he turned into an icy statue. Frank tried to rise quickly, but it was too late. Logan quickly changed to his second form and took a deep breath. Freezing howl, freezing howl, freezing howl. He released 3 of his projectiles from his mouth at Frank. Frank could only block. His hands were nearly frozen as his swords began to freeze. The pressure of each attack made Frank stagger back. He managed to raise his swords at the last minute each time. Frank couldn't wait any longer. Extreme skill, future slash, he called. As soon as Logan heard X, he jumped up and away. Frank slashed numerous times, and his eyes immediately began to water. When Logan jumped away, behind him stood a frozen Josiah. All of Frank's slashes struck Josiah's frozen form. The final slashes made Frank's frozen swords shatter. No, Frank mumbled as he dropped to his knees, still grasping the handles of his broken swords. 5 seconds. Later, Josiah shattered into pieces. Logan laughed as he ran around the burning battlefield. Frank roared and ran after him. "I'm going to kill you," Frank yelled. Frank activated his 5-minute future skill and threw a broken blade at Logan. Logan flipped and landed. When he looked up, Frank was upon him. Logan swung his claymore, but Frank seemed to glitch. He took a step forward, and when Logan swung, Frank seemed to disappear. He was now to Logan's right. Frank swung his broken blade and then was at Logan's left. Logan's nose could not keep track of him. Frank flickered in and out of existence. Each slash with his broken sword left deep lacerations on Logan's tough skin. What Frank was doing was slashing at one point, and then he moved to another point and slashed. His attacks were delayed, and his body was sped up. He would not delay his movements. That would be stupid and most likely would cost him his life. Slowly, he was affecting the past and didn't realize it. He could see the future and use an attack that would attack 5 seconds later. But now he was making himself split into 2, 5-second delays at the same time. Frank could affect 5 seconds along his green or blue line of perception because it would be a positive result. Now he was delaying along his green and blue line of perception. He would choose one, attack, and then, using his 5-second innate skill, to attack along the other line. This made it seem like he was in 2 places at once. Also, it cost him very little energy because it was his innate skill. But he was still nearly out of energy completely because he had used his extreme skill twice. Frank was unique because he could use 2 extreme skills. However, one could only be used once per month. He could see 5 years into the future, and his other extreme skill was 5 quick sword slashes that would strike 5 seconds in the future, and he could send them 5 seconds in a certain direction. Frank was flickering in and out of Logan's perception. Frank was teetering on becoming a 4-star. Logan could feel his power increase in a small burst and then return to normal. The bursts were becoming more and more synchronized and closer together. "I've got to end this quick. He's getting stronger," Logan thought to himself. Frank was furious. Through all his turmoil, all his treachery, all his rebellious hatred, Josiah never treated him differently. He would even drop off health patches at the training center or him, even if he refused to enter. Now he was dead, and it was Frank's fault. He was too weak to protect his friend. Never again, he thought. Angry with rage, he ignored his lines of perception and went for a killing blow. His most basic mode of attack and defense, he ignored it. Then he turned to feel a piercing feeling in his chest and stomach. He stared at Logan in his eyes, and Logan stared back. "Almost had me human. You fought honorably," he said to Frank. Frank's broken sword was raised over his head for a stab into Logan's throat. He spit out a mouthful of blood into Logan's face. He reached down and touched Logan's icy wrist. Logan jerked back his claw and watched the blood squirt out from Frank's chest. Frank dropped to a knee and then fell over. Logan patted his chest and looked in the distance. He sniffed but could not pick up the scent of the earth user that killed Stone. At the least he could kill him. He looked up at the sky and basked in the glow of the moon. His wounds closed slightly. He could not fully heal from the moon, but he could heal some and achieve his second transformation. Logan looked down at Frank one last time and leapt from tree to tree and roof to roof. Finally, he caught wind of Dexter's scent. That and salt, salty water. Logan ran towards the scent and found Dexter sobbing. "Come on, man, you can't be that wimpy," Logan said. Dexter jumped up and wiped his eyes. "Where did your vampire buddy take my woman?" Dexter questioned. Logan laughed. "If Victor has her, then she's not yours anymore. We're talking insane vampire debauchery. I'd look for another mate if I were you," Logan chuckled. "Extreme skill, jagged earth," Dexter yelled. In a flash, pointed mounds of earth shot up from the ground. Logan jumped back, but his leg was sliced open by a small, jagged peak. Logan winced and growled. He charged Dexter, but Dexter was ready. Logan stopped as he smelled something. No. Someone. Multiple someones. Logan shook his head and covered his ears. "What is this noise?" he growled. He turned to see a man with dark hair clinching a spear, with the blade steaming as if it was hot. The young man walked toward Logan as if he could not lose. Not on Logan's best day. Behind him, a beautiful blonde with two sides, with the middle blade giving off a swirling wind, walked confidently. To her right and behind the spear-holding man was another male with two hatchets. A black woman hovered above the ground, with dim purple light illuminating from her fingers. Multiple people came behind them. One sparked with lightning, and another was chewing on something. Another had a popping sound coming from her. The spear holder mouthed something, and a few went towards Frank's direction, and a few others went the other direction. Frank was lying on the ground as he heard Dexter's extreme skill. He looked at the shattered pieces of his friend. He withdrew a health patch, one that Josiah had given him, and stuck it on his chest. With tears in his eyes, he applied it to his wound. He smiled as he saw Otis and Erica approach him through the smoke of burning buildings. Erica knelt down and stuck another health patch on his wound. "Hello, Mr. Fortune. Seems like today is your lucky day," Erica said. Frank smiled weakly. "Yeah, I saw that coming." Chapter 144. Reed smiled as he saw Wayne enter the fight. Now he could devote all of his attention to the fight. He spun his sword once and charged at Fachan. The fiend lit up the Widowmaker and swung down at Reed. A line of fire rolled across the ground like a snake. Reed rolled away but caught the club square in his face. "Warrior's will," he mumbled. His pain receded, and he felt as if he hadn't just been grand slammed across the sect with a big stupid tree trunk with spikes. Reed still bled from the spikes, but he wasn't hurt. And if he wasn't hurt, he could still go. Reed had the upper hand for a moment, but after the Minotaur teased him, Fachan had found a new purpose. He swung his spiked club like a maniac. Reed, who needed to get close, had found it difficult to close the gap with all the wild swinging and flames that Fachan was spewing out. Reed would dip, roll, and do his best to get in close. When he got in mid-range, Fachan began to swing the club fast and aggressively, foregoing accuracy for a distance creator. He knew Reed had to get close to cause real damage. And Reed knew that he knew. He could tell. Kevin and Wayne had taught him something. Reed's problem was his impatience. He kept getting mad, and several times they exchanged swings with their weapons. The spiked club and Reed's arming sword clanging off each other. Then Fachan would leap back and shoot fire at Reed's feet, making him leap back to retreat. "This thing knows I can't fly either, huh?" Reed growled. When Fachan regained distance, he would spit flames out like a dragon. Reed would run around and use the trees for cover. Now a burning tapestry was surrounding them. Fachan was in his element, surrounded by fire. But Reed was in his also, learning more and more. While Kai was tactical, Reed was aggressive. He liked to punch people. So he had learned a few tricks to move in. Reed ran in, and as soon as he saw Fachan breathe in, he began to channel power to his feet. When Fachan released his breath, Reed slammed the power to his feet and jumped the other way in a catacorner direction. This made Reed pass right by Fachan's face. He threw a left and spun with his sword, and spun again with a back kick into him, bracing himself and setting his feet. Fachan dodged the others, but not this one. "Vital strike!" Reed yelled. The punch sunk into Fachan's stomach, and his backbone popped in an unnatural form. All the air left his lungs. He regurgitated and staggered. Reed smiled. Reed tossed his sword in the air and balled up his fist. His brass knuckles glowed slightly, and he went into a boxing combo. Left, right straight punches, left to the body, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, and then he focused. Flaming strike, he finished. His brass knuckles caught fire, and he threw a hard, straight right hand. The punch struck Fachan's nose, and flames danced around his face. Fachan staggered and fell on his butt while swiping at the fire. When the sword came down, Reed grabbed it and charged. Fachan scooted back on his butt and shot fire. Reed had no choice but to evade gain. Fachan spit out a jagged tooth and tasted the blood from his mouth. He was furious. "This is a human, a weak, squishy human. How can I lose? I cannot lose." He roared. Flames rose from his body. The claw on his left hand grew larger. The row of spikes on his head began to glow red. His body expanded and returned to its original size. This process happened 3 times. Reed watched from a safe distance. Is this like some version of refinement? Can they improve as well? It would make sense, Reed pondered. Fachan exploded from the ground, the earth scorched beneath him. He was upon Reed before he could blink. Shit, he's way faster, Reed thought as he jumped back. Fachan swung his claw at Reed, narrowly slicing his stomach. Reed tried to retreat, but caught Widowmaker square in his midsection. Reed's eyes bulged, as the strike was much stronger. He crashed through several trees before he rolled to a stop. Even with Warrior's will active, he still felt that. He stood just in time for Fachan to unleash a blast of fire directly at him. Block, Reed yelled. Fachan's fire blast was more potent. A wave of wild flames engulfed the area. Reed stood tall, knowing the block skill would negate this attack. But that was it. He could not use it again for another 24 hours. Now he had to be like Kai and use his agility. He wasn't good at that. Reed was strength. He wanted to set his feet and throw heavy, nasty punches that rattled teeth and broke jaws. But if he got caught with that fire blast again, he would melt like a snowball in hell. While his block skill was still active, he threw his sword at Fachan. Yes, he was trained. Yes, he knew better than to get rid of his weapon. But to be honest, his fists were his best weapon anyway. Fachan moved his head slightly and eyed the spinning sword. The tip of the blade nicked his cheek and a trickle of blood dripped out. He growled and shot more fire. During Fachan's head turn, Reed had sent power to his feet and ran to Fachan's blind spot. Fachan was spitting flames at a tree, not Reed. Instead, Reed watched Fachan from behind another tree that was burning. The smoke provided a decent cover. Fachan paid particular attention to how it seemed like, as he spit fire, Fachan was shrinking and his horns were going dimmer and dimmer. So it's like a buff. Interesting, Reed thought. He didn't have too much time to study Fachan. He needed to end this. His block ability ended as soon as he was out of Fachan's fiery range. He had tossed his sword and only had his brass knuckles, his gift from Kai. Fachan ended his skill and approached the scorched area. No way is he that stupid, Reed thought. Fachan was looking at the burned remains of a tree. Reed walked around to get behind him. It's now or never. Reed steeled his resolve and charged. Fachan heard a noise behind him and spun. Reed feinted a punch at his head, knowing he would shoot fire at him. He was angry now. He had abandoned shooting fire at Reed's feet. He was trying to melt his face off. Reed ducked as the fire passed by his head. Vital strike, flaming strike. He threw a vital strike with his hand and a flaming strike with his left. To Reed's surprise, Fachan took his 2 strongest skills and swung a claw imbued with flames. Reed was too close. He could only raise his arm as the claw opened the flesh on his forearm. Reed yelled and then saw stars as Ari Widowmaker crashed into his face again. Reed was again airborne. This is getting old, he thought as his back smacked into a tree. Reed stood staggering. When his vision returned, he noticed Fachan was slower and had shrunk considerably. Reed shook his head, blood from his wounds flying off. Reed's legs felt wobbly. His inside felt like he would throw them up. He struggled to breathe. Damn, my ribs are broken, he thought. He wanted to retreat. But he was Reed. He had to persevere. I'm going to win this, he told himself. Chapter 145, Kai heard his mentor's voice. Wayne had made it. He took a breath and concentrated. Kai was against another katana user. This dude had dedicated whatever time he had to master it as well. Kai attacked with a quick bullet and closed in behind it. B knocked it away with his sword and stepped towards Kai. He swung down and a vertical blade of wind zoomed at him. Kai called for his shield to be on the safe side. He activated his boost and easily evaded it. The wind blade scarred the ground and continued past Kai, partly slicing into a house before dissipating. Through his life sense, Kai could see swirling streams of energy within B's body. When he prepared to send it to his sword, all the swirling energy would form a stream that flowed in the same direction, towards his hands. The energy would then gather at his fingertips and remain there. Slowly, his wind element would encase whatever he was holding. In this case, the sword. The sword would then gain that property for a limited time. From a quick guess, Kai would say around 1 minute. Then it would fade away as the swirling energy at B's fingertips would return to its normal pattern. Two things happened when B sent his energy to his sword. First, it would move faster and was much sharper. Kai figured that the wind accelerated its movement, and the compacted swirling wind moved along whatever object it was attached to. Since it was a sharp blade, the wind itself was sharp. Second, as soon as the wind energy swirled around it, B would slam the energy at his fingertips into the very edge of his fingertips, like water hitting the top of a closed container. When he did this, he would swing his sword, and that was when his wind blade came out. Kai knew that it made sense. His boost pretty much sent energy to his feet to increase his speed, and to his hands to shoot his various skills. He had never thought of holding it at the edge of his fingertips to see if it would spread into an object. He felt dumb because his drain skill was an example of this. He could touch someone, and by willing their energy into his energy pool through his hands, he could take their life. So, in theory, he could take his own energy and hold it at a certain point to empower his sword. What if he empowered his sword while using the fully charged flame skill of his weapon? Kai knew it would have a devastating effect. Flame sword mixed with his energy element, or flame sword mixed with his light element, or flame sword mixed with both. Kai smirked. He only had to survive this encounter, and perhaps a few more, and then he could experiment a little but more. This was, after all, the best way to improve oneself. B swung his katana in a shoulder-to-waist motion and then quickly swung in the same manner, but at the opposite angle. One crescent-shaped wind blade came out, then another one came out and attached to the other, making an X. Kai took a stance and extended his hand. He fired multiple bullets, but they were all dispelled by the X-shaped wind blade. "Boost," he called out. Kai ran in a circle, but to his surprise, the X-wind blade followed him. Kai saw that B was focusing on his energy. It rapidly swirled inside his body. B swung his blade in a circle, and the X-blade began to spin. What? Kai thought. He didn't want to show his extreme skill, but he really didn't have a choice. Extreme skill. Bomb, he shouted. A yellow ball of energy the size of a bowling ball sped forth. It crashed into the X-blade, and the two combusted in a pile of smoke. Kai's life sense was disrupted. Everything he saw was a light grey color. This was the ultimate inconvenience. B's energy signature was the same color as the smoke. Kai cancelled his life sense and jumped like a kid being scared on Halloween. B was right there. Kai quickly called his light shield and absorbed B's sword strike. As soon as the blade struck the shield, B carried it to Kai's feet. Kai stepped back and swung his sword low to intercept it. B waited for the clank of their swords. As soon as Kai's sword hit B's, he sent his wind power inside his body in the same direction it was swirling and sent it against the insides of his body. B spun in a flash. Kai spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back and reached down. He looked at his hand and saw blood. Kai glanced down and saw around 4 cuts in his stomach. "What the hell?" Kai mumbled. He used his greater focus to heal quickly. The wound on his stomach closed up, and Kai, still with boost activated, jumped back. B stared at his stomach as if to say, "I know I just sliced that open. How did it close so quickly?" Kai held his sword with one hand and activated his spirit fist with the other. But B didn't let up. Kai would swing and shoot a bullet with his other hand. B sliced Kai's arm, and everywhere his sword touched. He kicked Kai with a strong front kick. Kai rolled back and rose to one knee. The wind power that was now inside Kai's body was moving around, slicing and bouncing off his internal systems. Kai spit up blood like a fountain. He fell on the ground and began to shake. Kai yelled in pain as the wind energy wrecked him from the inside. B walked forward and laughed. Kai's eyes trembled. He was in an unfamiliar situation. He was completely helpless. B slightly opened his stance, sheathed his sword, and focused. Kai didn't have long. Out of all the young heroes, he perhaps had the toughest challenge of them all. He had 2 powers he had to learn, energy and light. Sharp blades of wind were bouncing around inside of him, slicing his internals. His healing was keeping up, but that made it worse. He would heal, and then the wind blades would slice him open again. Heal, bleed, heal, bleed. The cycle seemed to continue forever. Kai had one option. He had to take B's energy for himself. If he could drain one's energy, and he saw B coat his sword with his wind power, then for sure he could interact with whatever was in his body. He dispelled Phil's poison after all. Kai closed his eyes and ignored the pain. He would heal from it anyway. Kai focused on his energy and held it to one side of his energy pool. He then concentrated on his light ability, the core of his power. He withdrew a small amount and slowly pressed it against the small clump of energy. The light pressed against the energy, but the energy refused to accept it. The light was his true power. The energy was the residual effect of his light power. As his light gave its power, Kai could grasp that and channel it. He had only tapped into his power. Kai tried again as B's arrogance made him feel as if he had the fight won. This time, Kai held the light close to his energy. When he pushed them together, they refuses again. But Kai focused and held them in place. He allowed them to touch until they began to sink into each other. They soon became one, and a new yellow and white swirling ball of power was created. Kai sweated profusely. He could not hold this effect long. The wind blades inside of him flew to the ball of power and were absorbed. The ball began to spin rapidly and grew in size. Kai yelled out. His skin felt as if it would burn. His eyes began to bleed golden blood. The golden blood leaked from his ears, nose, and mouth. Kai didn't know what to do with this essence inside of him. B stopped and stared at Kai. Quickly, he refocused on his sword. Kai saw this and thought about what B was doing and what he had observed with his life sense. Still screaming like a lunatic, Kai sent this power to his hands in an attempt to channel it into his sword. The energy slammed into his fingertips, and most of it entered the orb at the sword's pommel. The sword lit up in roaring yellow flames. B's eyes widened. Kai's stood and his body began to glow. He let out a scream and swung his sword down. A wave of yellow fire shot out and engulfed the area B was in. B swung his wind-charged sword. The yellow flames swallowed the wind blade and continued forward. Kai heard a loud roar and then a crash. A section of the wall of the sect had fallen. Kai's scream ended and he fell to one knee. His energy was gone. Kai laughed. This was perhaps the first time he was out of energy. He felt it refilling as he thought of this, so he was fine. He stood and walked to the wall. Flames were still burning all around it. Kai peered through it, attempting to see what he could. He activated his life sense again and saw a sight he thought he would never see. He saw the confident B running away. "I'll be damned," Kai mumbled. He tried to use boost, but he didn't have even that small amount of energy to use it. Although that was his movement skill and the tax was minimal, it was a tax he couldn't afford. Just in case. He focused to speed up the process and ran behind B using normal 1-star speed. B ran limped. He continued looking over his shoulder and Kai gave chase. "Shit, how did he do that?" B growled. He threw out a few panicked wind blades to keep Kai at a distance while he retreated. Kai simply evaded or knocked them away with his katana. B was badly injured. His skin was burned and he had a large wound across his abdomen. His jingasa was broken. Blood poured from the cut, leaving a trail of his stupidity behind. Hindsight is 20/20. He should have finished him. He should have charged forward and shoved his blade in the guy's neck and sliced down, decapitating him. Instead, he played around. No samurai he studied ever did that. Kai was a few feet away and raised his sword for a strike. Afraid, B sent wind into his feet and sped up. He ran away and put more distance between him and Kai. B zoomed through the trees, and before long Kai was completely out of sight. Soon after, he saw a person. The man walked forward. "Hold it. Who are you, Fashan?" the man asked. The fact that he knew of Fashan put B on guard. He hoped he didn't have to fight this gut. "B," was the fiend's response. "I'm Robert. We are your allies. You're at the edge of port. Let me get you to safety," Robert said. "Being followed. Strong fighter," B said. "Okay, I'll handle it," Robert responded. He called back and Phil approached with Cody. "He's with us. He says he's being followed," Robert told the two. "What? And you brought him here?" Phil asked. "He was already here, a few dozen feet away. I think he's important. Look at how he's dressed," he said. "We'll go see who's following him and handle it." "We'll get him some treatment," Phil said. "We don't have a lot of patches." "Your girl had the recipe," Cody said. "Yeah, but she's scrapping right now. We have to wait for her return. And if not, then we will have to find and enter their lair. Right now, we are instructed to remain here for 3 days," Phil said. Robert nodded. "I'll be back," he said. "Not if it's Reed or Sabino. You're deader than dirt then," Cody said. "Not now, Cody," Phil said. Robert shrugged his shoulders. "We all got to go eventually," he said. Robert ran off into the woods to engage their foe. Chapter 146. "Vital strike," Reed yelled. Malachi felt a pain in his back as he was propelled towards the group of young heroes. Sabino was first after using his Mach 1 skill and spun his spear as the Minotaur was flying at him. "Sonic wave," he yelled. A ripple of sonic energy slammed into Malachi. He roared and flew back towards Logan and Victor, who had charged in behind him. Logan switched to his wolf form and let Malachi fly over his head. Victor shot up and flipped. "Wind Ripper," he boomed. "Freezing howl," Logan screamed as he transformed back into his human form. He pulled out his claymore and attacked while Victor descended, rapier in his hand. Reed's shoulder rammed Malachi as he came back towards him. Malachi took the blow and staggered forward, gathering his steps. He drew his machete. Reed looked at his brass knuckles and unsheathed his sword. "Should have asked Kai to make me a fancy weapon with some range," he said as he glanced at Sabino going to town with his flaming spear. Steve Spatial threw a hatchet at Logan. He crossed his claymore over his body and took the small little stick with the metal shard. The hatchet hit the claymore and Logan staggered back. "Scar!" Gale yelled. A vertical line of purple energy ripped from her hand like a visible sword slash. Victor leaned back but frowned. He felt a force pulling him towards the skill as he fought to keep away. He had to buffer himself with wind to avoid it. If it was Malachi or Logan, they might not have been so lucky. Still injured, Dexter roared and charged at Victor. "Where is she? Where is Jessica?" He screamed at Victor. "She's mine now, chump. She never liked you anyway." Victor baited him. Dexter began to release skill after skill. "Dexter, calm down. Don't exhaust yourself," Celeste yelled. Dexter didn't care. His love was gone. He had finally confessed his feelings to her, and this thing had stolen her away. Victor laughed as he dodged all of Dexter's earth skills. He shot forward using a gust of wind. He looked like he was standing still, and then he seemed to float over to Dexter. He reached out. Dexter quickly used his Fortify skill. "Wind Ripper," Victor boomed. 3 blades of wind came out at point-blank range. Dexter was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood behind. He crashed into a house again. He stood, seething with anger. Although he hadn't restored enough energy for an extreme skill, he couldn't stop. He glanced left and to his surprise, he saw Erica, Otis, and Frank Fortune running forward. Frank had grabbed his fallen friend Josiah's sword. Dexter smiled. Another 3-star had arrived. At the same time, Ariel and Harmony came from the other direction. Sabino briefly made eye contact with Harmony, and she shook her head. No one was in that direction, at least no one alive. "Shrill wave, sonic wave." He released his skills and charged behind it. A mound of earth rose to absorb the skills. The waves of sonic energy crashed into it. It crumbled the earth mound, but the skills dissipated upon impact. Even while fighting Reed, Malachi was still looking out for his fellow brothers. Reed kept the pressure on Malachi, but even though Malachi wasn't as seasoned a fighter as his brothers, he was still stronger than Fachan. Reed jumped past Malachi. They needed to keep them together. Him being in the line of fire was not good, and he meant line of fire literally. Harmony was loose, slinging fireballs with reckless abandon, laughing and flying around. She was especially aiming for Logan. Having fur, he was an easy target for her. Unfortunately, Logan controlled ice. He simply let a sheet of ice cover his fur, making it wet. Although he was getting hit, his fur was not burning. Steve used his shadow hand to try and grab Logan. Logan used black ice, and the shadow hand froze when it struck it and shattered. Steve was surprised. His shadow was supposed to be ethereal. "What are you, stupid? If it can touch something, then it can be touched in return." Logan laughed. He kept flipping from his wolf form to his human form to his werewolf form. He didn't want to burn through his energy using his other two forms. One made him an extremely muscular werewolf, but he didn't like how he felt more human in that form. To him, more docile, and his third transformation made him a wolf-human hybrid, but he didn't increase in size at all. He just changed. However, he was insanely more vicious. But this form was new. He hadn't perfected it yet. And it tore through his energy at an alarming rate. Plus, he could only use it during a full moon. Noticing that Reed had jumped past him, Malachi had also put two and two together. They wanted them together, but Malachi wasn't having it. "Victor, buffer me with your wind," Malachi said. Victor shrugged. Malachi broke down to all fours and charged. "Bull rush," he yelled. Malachi leaped forward, tucked in his legs, and launched. "Beholder," he called. The moon turned into a huge eyeball in the sky. Otis's extreme skill would manifest a large eyeball, and it would lock on to enemies. It would drain their energy and charge itself. Then it would release it at them, at double the strength in the form of a large beam. Logan panicked slightly. His moon was different. The young man had turned it into an eyeball. Otis would manifest an eyeball in the sky anyway, but if the moon was out, then the eye would manifest inside of it, cutting his energy usage by a bit, around a 15% energy reduction. But after using his extreme skill, he would be blind in that eye for a full day. It wasn't long, but very inconvenient. The entire moon, or eye, depending on how you viewed it, blasted 3 beams that struck the generals with a booming force. All 3 went flying in opposite directions. Already injured from Sabino's extreme skill, the blast had just been too much. It wasn't a blast that they could block. There was a flash of light, and then pain. Victor was furious. He didn't even get to use his extreme skill, but more than that, he was at his limit. There were too many of them. Following Therian Black's initial instructions, he made a head nod towards Logan. The werewolf nodded back and whistled. The ground shook as Malachi ran past the young heroes. Surprised, they all froze. He never broke stride, he just continued to run. Logan and Victor looked at the youths for a moment, then they ran off behind Malachi. Reed yelled out, "Where's Kai?" The others looked around. "We didn't see him during the fight," said Evan. "He was with me. We were fighting a powerful foe. When Sabino called for help, he sent me to go and stayed back to fight." Gale jumped. "We've got to find him," she said. "Let's split up in groups of 2. Someone get Sabino back to the Royal Rec Center. Steve, you can teleport. You go outside the gates and search," Reed said. "I'll go with you. I can see what dangers lurk ahead," Frank said. "That's not a bad idea," Reed said. "If you try anything—" Yeah, I'll regret it," Frank finished. Reed sneered. Steve rolled his eyes. "He's got some kind of future sensing ability," he told Reed. "Then he knows I'm serious then," Reed said. Frank smirked. Steve opened a portal and Frank entered. Steve nodded to Reed, then looked at Gale. "I'll bring him back," he said. She nodded. Steve entered his portal and it closed behind him. Meanwhile, Fachan slowly used a health patch and applied it to his skin. His distorted face slightly healed. He recovered a small bit of energy and stood. He staggered away towards an exit. Any exit. The rules were clear. Survive. He hated that his brother and sisters had to lose their lives, but that was their purpose. He wasn't as well versed as Thayan Black, but even he knew that everyone couldn't make it. Besides, more of them were being created at this exact moment. Black had told him A, B, and C to look at them like minions. They were the leaders. Although A and C were no more. He was still alive, and from what he knew, so was B. He could live to fight another day, as Black had said. With a heavy heart, remembering his fallen sisters, he retreated to the town of Port. Therian Black was anything but foolish. Their goal wasn't to die. Their goal was to cause ruckus and chaos, inspire doubt within this supposedly peaceful environment, to make people question if they were truly protected. Through all the books Therian Black had read, one thing remained the same. The strongest societies crumbled from within. If they managed to take the lives of a few heroes, then that was a boon for them. The fact that Stone and Victor's wives died was unfortunate. But if his generals lived, they could repopulate by turning others. After all, they had a whole city that worshipped him. Black could easily turn some of them. He had numerous plans. Besides this one, he and his sister White would experiment on humans by giving them drops of their blood. Therian blood. They wanted to see what would happen. From what Phil had told them, Thaddeus was all about the sect. Once Black noticed they were outmatched, he would retreat and focus on re-establishing another army. He figured that the superiors would not chase them in lieu. He was confident he could build another army. He had ordered Logan to leave one werewolf in the other zones, and Victor was instructed to try and turn at least 2 heroes if possible. Plus, underneath Logan and Victor's fortresses, fiends were constantly multiplying. The others were to cause destruction. Therian Black stood back and watched as his sibling fought the heroes. He occasionally looked past them and saw his 3 generals fighting a bunch of heroes. Too many for his liking. He saw B retreat after the black guy knocked him through a wall. What was that attack he used? Black thought. He saw Fachan, bloody and beaten, limping away. Fachan locked eyes with Black, and Black nodded, as if to say, "Good job." Fachan was proud and upset. He had never felt so much pain. Yet he had accomplished his goal. He caused chaos. Black knew that he would lose a few important figures, but if he could keep his generals, then it would be okay. He watched his siblings beginning to branch off and engage the supposed superiors in one-on-one battles. After watching their techniques, he smiled as Therian White began to gain the upper hand on the female with her hair braided back in 2 big braids. He frowned as he felt a surge of energy, and then the woman shrieked something. Then everyone went flying. He waited a bit longer to see how his siblings would handle this turn of events. Everyone got up sluggishly. Surprisingly, it was Therian Blue that got up first and not Green. Therian Green had been training with him and Red, but then again, the black woman had weakened her before the blonde went crazy and released that powerful skill. He frowned as Blue was defeated by the red-headed man who controlled fire. Then his generals arrived to gather the Therians and get them to safety. Black figured it was as good a time as any to step forward. He walked inside the gate. As soon as he did, a huge lightning bolt struck the ground in front of him. A black, bald-headed man stood in front of him. He simply stared at Therian Black. The presence of power poured from this man like a river. Black smiled. "You must be Thaddeus," he said. Before he could say another word, the man was upon him. Lightning. Chapter 147. Kai slowed as he approached a large crater. He walked to the edge and peered down. He saw a body lying on the ground in the center of the hole. He descended the bottom and observed the body. There, he saw Bobby Beast's dead body. Kai made a cross sign across his heart and internally said a little prayer. Kai patted Bobby's pockets but found nothing. He saw a bracelet on his wrist and removed it. He had no idea what it was, but knew that the men did not wear jewelry. The accessories they had all had some type of function critical to survival. He heard that each superior gave their squad a certain item. Wayne had given his squad a ring. When Kai sent his energy signature into it, he found that it allowed him to breathe underwater for an extended time. Kai had helped Mr. Smith craft items that were based on a beast's ability. He had imbued his abilities into several orbs and, following Frank Fortune's instructions, had sent them to his mother. His energy and light signatures were inside them. Wendy was over the rescue squad, but this bracelet was all black, not grey, like she had given to her first-year squad members. He didn't have the energy or light essence to spare for an inspection of what the bracelets did, so he put it away for now. At the least, he could give it Bobby's family. If they survived the attack on the sect, that is. He looked in the direction he thought B had gone and saw a gruesome sight. He approached a body, or 2 halves of one. Kai almost retched at what he saw. Sophia Speed was there, split in half. Again he said a quick prayer and removed her black bracelet as well. Who could have done this? He wondered. He held back tears as he proceeded south. Kai continued on and arrived at a wooded area. He activated his life sense and saw a splattering of life signatures. Are there more? Have I stumbled across a base? He wondered. Kai knew they were attacked by multiple powerful evil beings. What he didn't know was if there were more. He did know that the swordsman headed this way. He stopped and crouched when he saw a life signature heading towards him. While squatting, he moved behind a tree and watched. A familiar face emerged from the dense foliage. The face of Robert Rewind. Robert looked around and continued walking toward the dirt road Kai had just left from. Kai watched the man for a while. Robert looked down and stopped. He began to walk in a certain pattern. After several steps, he stopped. Robert's innate skill let him rewind himself or any action he did for as long as his energy pool allowed. His core skill allowed him to rewind the action of another by half the time of his core skill. Currently, his energy pool allowed for a rewind for 25% of it. That was around 2 to 3 seconds. He had refined once. He could now perform what was called a rapid rewind. That allowed him to rewind time at twice the speed for the same cost. While Frank Fortune could interact with the future, Robert could dabble with the past. He stared at a certain area and lowered his brow. Rapid rewind, he mumbled. Kai, who was intensely watching Robert, felt his body pull against his will. What in the world? Kai wondered. He began to take steps back, and a few seconds later was in the open, exposed. Robert looked at him with his arms folded. Kai, no need to ask why you're here, he asked. Kai growled. The actions of you guys have killed thousands, he said to Robert. Oh man, not another one. Geez, you sound like Bobby, he said. You did that to him, Kai asked. Calm down, soldier boy. I'm not capable of all that damage. That was courtesy of the angry one. Bobby was a 2-star, but even a 2-star has limits. Andy must be on the cusp of becoming a 2-star himself. To think, he took Bobby down all by himself. Robert laughed. Kai frowned. And Sophia? He asked. She's fast, but death comes faster, Robert said. Kai knew what Robert was hinting at. He had others with him. He had already incriminated Andy, and Kai knew where there was Andy. There was Phil. Not to mention Hector and B. Five people that he knew were close by. He knew that if they all arrived, he was done. He was all alone, and although his wounds healed fast, his energy pool still hadn't fully replenished. Robert withdrew his sword. And speaking of death, Robert bellowed. Rewind, he yelled. Robert rewound himself and was immediately next to Kai. Eyes wide, Kai opened his left hand and a light shield appeared. Robert opened his eyes like he saw death approaching. But he didn't do that out of cowardice. Kai could see what looked like hands on a clock in the pupils of Robert's eyes. Kai's light shield disappeared and he felt Robert's sword slash across his armor. Kai took the blow and flipped backwards. Then suddenly, he hesitated in the air and landed on his neck. Ah! He shouted. Robert had rewound Kai's retreat, causing his flip to go awry. This was bad. Kai knew it. While Frank Fortune could predict the future, Robert could actually affect the past. He could grab someone's current action and return it to the way it was a few seconds ago. Kai had small resistances and what everyone said was abnormal reserves of energy for a 1-star hero. He could heal, but his healing didn't keep up with the damage he received. It was more like a 3-to-1 ratio. For example, if he lost 3% damage, he would recover 1% in return. If Robert kept rewinding and hacking at him, eventually he would die. Kai was no slouch, though. He was a quick thinker and was in no way afraid to battle. The fact that he healed at an accelerated rate meant that he had more time to come up with a game plan. The obvious plan was to retreat and return with others. But Robert would simply rewind him back to his original position. So whether he liked it or not, he had to at least knock Robert unconscious first. That was easier said than done. For all he knew, Robert could rewind that too. Still, Kai knew he had to try. Kai shot a bullet, and of course Robert rewound it and made it return inside Kai's body. Kai immediately used boost and began to run around Robert in a circle. Every so often, Kai would feel himself slow a bit, but he would then speed up again. While running around Robert, Kai became to release his bullet skill. Robert spun in a circle with his hand out. The majority of Kai's bullets slowed and then sped back up. Robert did his best to block and evade, but several hit him. Occasionally, Kai opened his palm and used his flash technique. A blinding light flashed, making Robert turn his head and raise his hand to cover his eyes. Kai smiled. So he can only rewind what he sees. Sorry, Robert, you're done, Kai thought to himself. Kai began to throw out grenades, mixed in with a few bullets. As he ran in a circle around Robert, he was slowly closing in. Robert was becoming frustrated. He couldn't keep up with little balls of light. Some were the size of tennis balls with a small contrail of light, and some were the size of a fist. Those packed a bigger punch. Damn you, he yelled at Kai. The young hero knew this was almost over. All he needed to do was finish it. Kai began to close in, faster and closer. He made a flash of light and dashed. In. Robert turned toward Kai, but he was too late. He called for a rewind, but Kai had slid on the ground and slashed at Robert's legs. In an instant, Robert shrunk by a few feet. He fell to the ground, blood shooting from his severed legs. Kai had removed his legs at the knees. Robert screamed, "God damn! Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh man, you black son of a bitch! I'ma kill you!" Kai stood and smirked. "Why, Robert? What the hell is wrong with you guys?" Kai asked. "Screw you, man. Why should we be lapdogs to the superiors? Huh? What's wrong with you guys?" He groaned as he answered. "So instead, you will be lapdogs to half-man, half-abomination things." "Yeah, that sounds smart." Kai shook his head as he performed a chiburi, flicking the blood from his sword. "At least we will have our own territory. That's something. Better than a goddamn designated house in a designated area," he moaned. "Sorry you feel that way. The sect is specifically designed for us. For us who have powers," Kai said. "Man, you sound stupid, like a brainwashed puppy. As long as they live, we will always be under them, given limited resources that they deem fit. To hell with that, and to hell with you." Robert boomed in defiance. Kai held out his hand. He was done talking. He jumped as he felt a powerful energy arrive near him. A portal opened. Out stepped Steve and Frank. The two looked at Kai, and then Robert. They stared at Robert for a moment, and then back at Kai. Frank shook his head. Steve scratched the back of his. "Glad you're okay, but wow, dude, you just cutting off knees, huh?" "What is that? Knees, shins?" "Whatever. Reed asked us to find you. Let's head back to the sect. We need you," Steve said. "Yeah, there's a werewolf, a minotaur, and a vampire. They're hardcore." "So," Frank said. Kai shook his head. "Look, up ahead, there's a sword dude that used wind. He's got a horn, and he's tough too." "We can't let him get away," Kai said. "All right, well we should be able to take him," Steve said. Frank, who was more seasoned than Kai and Steve, held up his hand. Wait. What's the town's name? Who else is there, and how's your energy looking?" he asked. "Man who cares," Kai said. "You should care. You've got crazy energy reserves, but you're not invincible. And Steve just used several portals to get here. We saw Bobby and Sophia. Who did that to them?" Frank asked. "These buttfucks," Kai said, pointing to Robert. Frank nodded. "And what else?" he asked. Kai filled him in. "I'm pretty sure it's that demon-worshipping place. I know for sure Andy, Phil, Hector, and that fiendish swordsman are there," Kai said. Frank rubbed his chin, "not to mention the other ones who turned on the sect. Okay, look, we need to return to the sect. Help out the others. The threats seem about split. We have to save the sect. It's the last bastion of this world. We cannot lose it. Once that's secure, we can regroup and return here. A bunch of 1-stars against all of us should be easy cleanup," Frank said. "Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure. Andy took out Bobby," Kai said. "Kai, I'm a 3-star, and the superiors are higher than that." "First rule?" Frank asked. Kai and Steve looked at each other. "What's that supposed to mean?" Steve asked. "What? You mean you didn't have to know the motto?" "First rule, last rule, only rule. Protect the sect," Frank said. Steve snickered. "What? That's like a mantra or something?" he asked. "I just said what it was," Frank said. "All right, fine. Let's go," Kai said. Steve nodded and made a portal. Robert was dumbstruck. "Oh, y'all forgot about me," he mumbled. He pointed at Steve's portal. Extreme skill, blast from the past. A force hit Steve's portal right before they entered. "Kai, look out!" Frank leapt and tried to tackle Kai. "The hell!" Steve yelled. He turned and pointed at Robert. "Extreme skill, spatial distortion," he yelled. A portal opened under Robert, and he fell inside, screaming. When the portal closed, a fountain of blood shot in the air like a fountain. Kai and Frank seemed to be stuck in place. "Steve, close the portal," Frank yelled. The portal was rumbling and had black arcs of what seemed to be lightning coming from it. "Hey, it's been disrupted. I can close it, but you have to get away from its pull. If I close it, it will still pull you in. It's trying to teleport something. Thing is, I don't know where it's teleporting to," he said. "What you mean? You don't know?" "It's your portal," Frank asked. "Again. Disrupted," Steve said. "Ah, it's pulling me. Steve, do something." Kai yelled. "I can't," Steve said. "Frank, let go," Kai said. "Hold up, we can save you," Frank said. The portal began to expand. Kai made a light shield between him and Frank, separating the two. The portal made a loud popping noise and exploded. The energy from the explosion sent Steve and Frank flying, knocking Steve into a tree in the distance and Frank sliding across the ground. Steve stood, ignored the pain, and ran to the spot where the portal was. He slowly spun around. Hello? Kai?" Steve scratched his head. Frank groaned as he stood. He looked around. "Where's Kai?" he asked. Steve looked dumbstruck. "I don't know," he answered. "What do you mean, you don't know?" "That was the whole reason we came here," he stated. Man, this is not good," Steve mumbled. Realizing they were on enemy turf, he opened a portal to the sect and motioned Frank to enter. He looked back. He had devastating news to announce. Kai was lost. Chapter 148. Wayne took a deep breath. "Way of water," he said lowly. Water began to gather around him. A thin line of water passed over his arms, legs, and body like a snake slithering around a tree. The Therians raised their longswords and roared. Therian Red met Wayne's charge with his own. His sword ignited, and he swung in a wide arc. A wave of flames erupted from the sword directly at Wayne. A line of water fanned out into a makeshift shield. Steam rose and everyone scattered. Wayne flicked his nunchucks. Small arcs of lightning danced from them and mixed with the scattered water. Lightning skipped off Therian Red's skin. It was more of a nuisance than anything. Red took it in stride and stepped forward. He roared and swung in a horizontal arc. Wayne flipped over the swing and solidified water in a blade form. Red swung up with the gauntlet of his left forearm. The water blade struck it and fell apart. Red ignited his body. Flames burned around him, drastically raising the heat in the immediate area. Upon seeing this, Wayne shot a stream of water at the ground from his mouth. The stream knocked up chunks of earth and pushed Wayne back in the process. Wayne conjured more water to stream around him like a liquid snake. Therian Red, the eldest of the Therians, the firstborn, was primed and ready. Wayne held both the batons of his nunchucks in one hand. He had grown used to the lightning now. At first, it was irritating. Water was naturally weak against lightning. Wayne, being forever martial arts savvy, felt that if he could temper himself against it, he would see progress in small doses. Building up a tolerance to his weakness would surely help him improve. Wayne had a look of intensity on his face. He, too, was ready. After the steam was released everywhere and everyone scattered, Evelyn moved after the first Therian she saw. Now she stood face to face with Therian Green. Evelyn's bronze skin shimmered due to the firelight of the burning buildings in the background. She gripped her naginata and shot forward as fast as she could. Therian Green raised an open palm to the sky. Numerous vines shot from the ground and cracked like whips. Evelyn opened her left hand and touched her left breast. Her skin seemed to dull somewhat. Then she pushed her hand towards the ground. Small holes repeatedly opened and closed, chopping the vines like a maniacal lawnmower. Evelyn spun her fire naginata and slashed at the remaining vines that were still coming at her. Green opened her hand, and small flowers began to sprout. Evelyn ignored it and engaged directly with Green. A hot blade cut across her chest. Therian Green roared like a lion, but Evelyn didn't let up. Green kept leaping around and releasing thorny vines. She was trying to keep her distance. She wasn't equipped for close range like the others. She was better at range as it gave her thorny vines time to come out. The blade part of the naginata was glowing red. No one knew what Kai and Mr. Smith had done. But the more the weapons were used, the more they built up affinity-based energy. Mr. Smith had a gauge of some sort installed in each weapon, whether it was a filler or something else. Evelyn's was nearly full. Once full, she would release her weapon skill. Hers was a fiery slash, but with a twist. Once familiarizing themselves with their unique weapons, Wayne thought it would be a good idea to try something. What if they mixed their extreme skills with their weapon skill? It started small at first, simple things like weapon skill release plus a regular skill. Then more powerful skills plus weapon release skill. It took a while to learn what their weapons did and how their extreme skills interacted with them. After trial and error, all 5 of the superiors had learned these skills. However, this was a last-ditch effort. This combination skill is what Wayne called it. It was a more enhanced, more powerful version of their extreme skill. Evelyn had learned to mix her fire wave from her naginata with her extreme skill to create a real-life erupting volcano that had jagged pieces of red-hot earth at its base that shot out. She was the first to learn her combination skill, even before Wayne. And he was the meditating, looking into oneself, yin-yang, understanding your energy and how it works type of guy. But she had synchronized with hers first, and for that, she was proud. Evelyn slammed the butt of her naginata shaft on the ground, and rippling sharp pieces of earth came at Green in a line. Green summoned 2 large thorny vines next to her. They shot up like strange trees, thick at the base, and they became thinner the more they rose. They were a pale grey colour with large thorns that dripped a dark green liquid. The thorns began to circulate around the thick vines like a chainsaw. They sped up until it was indescribable where they began and ended. Periodically, they would shoot out at Evelyn like bullets. Evelyn could see and feel the nature around her dying as these vines consumed the very earth itself. It's like the earth is rotting around these things, Evelyn thought. Of course, this didn't stop Evelyn. She wasn't nature like Therian Green, she was Evelyn Earth. And nature needed earth to thrive. Evelyn growled at the earth she loved so much being rotted away. But Evelyn had a skill that broke down materials and replenished the earth. With this, she was rewarded with her energy being restored as this effect took place. Humus, she mumbled. Therian Green took a step back as she felt her large vertical thorns begin to slowly wither away. The only downside to this was that the process was slow. This was similar to Kai's focus skill, because this restored her energy and allowed her to use her skills longer. Kai could not do that. He could restore his energy with his skill, but he could not use other skills while he was focusing. But he was only a 1-star and Evelyn was a 4-star, so it made sense. Evelyn raised earth walls to block the attacks from the thorns. She then sent in more energy and created spikes that shot back at the large vines. There were 4 spikes across and 6 spikes high, 24 in total, but Evelyn could do something that she realized Therian Green could not. She could control her spikes. She let 20 shoot from each wall and controlled 4 from each wall, giving her 8 in total that she could maneuver through the air like a puppeteer. But Evelyn had forgotten about the flowers that she had run past and decided to ignore. Slowly, the flowers started blooming. They favored roses, but they were green instead. The petals were the regular green color, and they faded to black the closer one got to the inside. A steady stream of a dark green pollen shot up in a whistling noise. Evelyn glanced back and received a spike in her shoulder that snuck through. Therian Green smirked. Got you, she thought to herself. Evelyn shrugged off the pain and continued to close the ground on Therian Green. The spike was lodged in her shoulder. She tugged at it, but it was just stuck. The stream of pollen ended, and now the surrounding atmosphere had green pollen floating in the air. The petals began to fall off, and inside each of the 4 flowers were humanoid figures. All 4 stood. They had sharp teeth and 4 petals that went up like a crown. They wore 4 other petals at their waists that fell like a skirt. Their eyes were pitch black, and somehow they wore black lipstick. Their skin seemed to be made completely of leaves. Evelyn did not fret. The good thing about plants was that they burned. And guess who had a fire naginata? Evelyn fortified her skin again to impede any more of those strange spikes, and began to gather her senses. She would now be on the defense, as it would be 5 against 1. If her large vines survived, it would be 7 against 1. They were slowly being drained as she gathered herself. Secretly, this is what she wanted, to test herself against overwhelming odds. Her boyfriend was Wayne, the best hand-to-hand fighter in the world. Surely she had learned a thing or two. She lowered her head and smiled. A few more cuts, she thought. Her naginata was just a few more cuts away from being able to use her weapon skill. Multi-golem summon, she mumbled. The earth began to shake. Mounds of dirt rose up. They formed into 4 separate copies of Evelyn. They were dirt-colored with the most basic of features, but they looked just like her. She looked at Therian Green. "What? You thought you were the only one?" she teased. The 4 all separated, attacking a flower clone each. Evelyn wanted to test herself, but she would not underestimate her opponent. Evelyn laughed and charged at Therian Green. Therian White held out her hand and shot out a blast of wind. A wind arrow continued to burrow into the wind. Therian White held up her other hand to strengthen her wind blast. She yelped when she felt a strong blow against her back. Her neck snapped back and she was shot forward. She gathered herself and held her hands out again. She shot wind out again and stopped her forward momentum. Wendy Wind hovered in the air with her bowstring pulled back. Multiple arrows made of swirling wind were already channeled. She opened her fingers and 5 arrows whizzed at Therian White. The fiend bent her knees and the wind began to swirl around her. She leapt and turned into a large cyclone. The wind arrows were absorbed and released back at her. "Windwalk," she said. She flew amongst the wind currents, effortlessly moving through the air. Then she shot at Therian White like a rocket. She stopped in front of her and the trailing wind blew on Therian White. She was wide open. Wendy went into an attack with the blade of her bow. She was a flurry of strikes. She had to thank Kai for having the wherewithal to add a blade to her bow for close combat. Therian White had no choice but to take the first few slashes before she began to flick her hand out to make small shields of wind. Although Wendy broke through them, she now was narrowly missing White. Therian White shot a gust of wind at Wendy's foot. Wendy fell face first, but not before White closed in. White blew herself forward and performed a backflipping kick. She channeled wind into her foot, and when she flipped, the wind coalesced into a thin line of sharp wind. Wendy saw it at the last minute. She blew wind from her left, making her go right. The thin wind blade from Therian White's foot sliced Wendy's left wrist. Wendy yelled and tumbled to the ground. Her left wrist was barely attached. It hung loosely. Blood poured from it. Her bow was now essentially useless. All the superiors looked in her direction. However, no one could help. They had their own battles to fight. Evelyn growled. Wayne's heart dropped. Fred ignited himself, and flames began to roar around him. Therian Blue threw up an ice wall. Fred shot a stream of fire at it. The wall repurposed itself. Fred turned back to her. "Safe to say you're busy, right?" she said. Therian White glided to Wendy and gently landed. She wiped her horns. "You got blood on my horns," she laughed. Wendy was pale. She scrambled to get a health patch. She pulled out one, but Therian White shot a burst of wind and it flew away. Wendy frowned. "Damn it," she murmured. Therian White channeled wind around her hand and threw it at Wendy's neck. Wendy made wind swirl around her fave to form a makeshift helmet. The wind slash knocked into it and a piece got through. It slashed across Wendy's face, leaving a huge gash across her right eye. She yelled and a huge storm of wind began to blow. Therian White jumped back. Wendy's remaining eye was completely grey now, a strange, shimmering grey color. The wind continued to get stronger. "Hey, Wendy, don't use that. We're too close," one of the superiors yelled. But Wendy didn't care. Her life was on the line. She hovered in the sky and called out, "Extreme skill, Category 5, Hurricane." Then everything and everyone was blown away. Chapter 149. Minutes before Wendy went crazy and released her extreme skill, Fred was observing his opponent. He was severely disappointed. "Hey, Wayne, let's switch. I got a woman. I don't want to fight a woman," he yelled. "Shut up, Fred," Wayne yelled back as a fireball streamed past him. "Oh man, he got fire like me. Let me get him. Fred boomed. A spinning blade of ice flew past him. Fred shot a stream of fire and flew back. You underestimate me, human, Therian Blue yelled. I'm not evil, lady. I don't want to be accused of hitting a woman. You're looking at the ultimate man here. I don't hit women, he explained. I'm not a woman. I'm a Therian, she screamed. Fred raised an eyebrow. I mean, your shape says otherwise. You Therian women are surprisingly fine, just butt ugly, and you all stink. Does the hierarchy go off of who's the funkiest? He floated in the sky and kept insulting her. Therian Blue had a huge vein on the side of her forehead. I don't stink, she yelled. She threw out beams of ice. Fred easily evaded them. Well, your attitude does. He laughed. Since you proclaim to not be a female, then I guess I can give you the old one too. He cracked his knuckles. Fred summoned 6 fireballs and made them spin around him. Next, he ignited himself. His strength, speed, durability, and attack power increased. Finally, he sent a powerful amount of energy to his fists, feet, and chest. Then he charged. Therian Blue encased herself in multiple sheets of ice. Then she manipulated the ice and made ice spikes come from her body. Finally, she raised her hand and it began to snow. Fred held out his hand to feel the falling snow. The snow melted before it came anywhere near him. He shook his head and held out his hand. The fireballs traveled down his arm and flew from his hand. Therian Blue began to run, walls of ice raised from the ground, taking the blunt of the fireballs. They exploded on contact, leaving chunks of ice behind. Once his fireballs were used up, he began to shoot beams of flames. The snow that fell formed into a platform for Therian Blue to slide on. As she cleared a certain area, the platform would rearrange into pointed spikes of ice and shoot at Fred. The superior ignored it and gave chase to Therian Blue. Because his flames were extremely hot, he figured that the thin ice spikes would melt. He paused in the air and looked at his leg. Blood trickled from a wound. The ice had cut him. He looked back and saw numerous thin ice blades were hovering in the air. They all began to fly at him. He flew away in an attempt to maneuver. However, several cut him. Razor-thin lines were being made across his body. Blood was seeping out. His wounds were cauterizing themselves by his flames, but there was a problem. Fred noticed that wherever the cuts were made, that his flames were burning dimmer in those areas. His bright orange flames were a dim red in those areas. His flames were not as prominent as they were sending extra energy to those areas to make his ignition skill more unified. Therian Blue's ice did what ice did in a sense. It froze the effects of certain skills. Fred didn't know how long the effect lasted for, but the areas that her ice struck were frozen from receiving his buff. Therian Blue had literally created weak spots. The thin ice shards continued to follow Fred. They split into groups. The ice shards continued to try to attack the same spots over and over again. No matter how he flew or how hot his flames were, the ice still found him. After around 20 minutes of trying to evade, Fred had several areas of his body that weren't even on fire anymore. The flames simply went around the area as if it wasn't there. What's worse was that those areas were numb. He couldn't feel anything but a bone-chilling cold. Therian Blue held out her hands and snow began to swirl around it. She pointed both of them at Fred and 2 ice beams came out. Fred evaded them, but they continued. Wherever he went, the ice beams and ice shards found him. She threw out periodic fireballs, but the ice projectiles ignored them. They slammed into trees and anything that stood between them and Fred. One ice shard got through. Fred stopped abruptly as the shard sped towards his chest. Damn, he thought, he knew it would hurt. But then the ice shard changed direction and flew at his left calf muscle, where the most ice shards had struck him. The ice beam then followed. His entire left leg was now a block of ice. So the initial hit leaves an energy signature for the others to lock in on. The question now is, how long does that last? He frowned. With so much snow, she has unlimited projectiles and tracking devices that she can use. Truly an irritating ability, he smiled. Well, I wanted a challenge. Looks like I got one, Fred thought. He summoned 6 fireballs. They were noticeably smaller than before. I see, so it's costing me the same amount of energy to use my skills. However, they are only half as effective. It'll cost me double the energy for any skill I use. That negates my extreme skill then. That costs half of my energy pool. No way will I have a full energy pool to perform it. I can, but it will be a pathetic version of what it is supposed to be, he thought as he continued to fly and shoot fireballs at Therian Blue. Then Fred had a thought. He flew at Therian Blue and stopped directly in front of her. "Ignite!" he yelled. His body erupted in fire and Therian Blue raised an ice wall. He used that distraction to quickly move around her. He turned as Fred swung his warhammer. The flat side of the warhammer crashed into her abdomen. She screamed as she went flying. Fred flew behind her and smiled as his dull flames began to burn a little brighter. Sap energy to boost energy, but the drawback is that she's more prone to physical damage. Oh, and how I love physical damage. Too bad, Thaddeus is the energy aficionado. Making light shows and shit, he laughed. Fred kept up the pressure. He needed to get to Wendy. She was losing her mind right now. She was floating in the air, screaming like a maniac. Category 5 hurricane force winds were flying out, sending debris everywhere. The superiors would be okay, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Reed and the others covering their eyes. They couldn't come any closer, and at the 1-star power level they were currently at, they couldn't handle Wendy's extreme skill. But Fred and the others could. If they knew what to expect, that is. An attack that one is unprepared for is much stronger than one that someone is aware of. Wind continuously swirled around Fred's warhammer. He had a wind orb embedded in it. Exactly what he wanted. He had also learned something when practicing with his warhammer. He had learned his combination skill. He could perform a flame cyclone, and when he unleashed the warhammer's weapon skill, it would make a wind cyclone. If he quickly ignited himself, it would make a flame cyclone. So what if he released his flame cyclone immediately after that? He tried this with Wayne several times. Wayne controlled water so he could put out Fred's fiery attacks. Training with Wayne proved beneficial because he could go all out. Wayne would wet the area to minimize Fred's damage. Then Fred could go wild. Now it was time to use this to eliminate this pesky creature. He spun the warhammer to the spiked side and drove it into Therian Blue's shoulder. She conjured ice in that spot in an attempt to push it out. Fred growled when he realized this, and he growled when he released his combination skill. Combination skill, solar cyclone, he boomed. A wind cyclone came from the warhammer, and he performed a quick ignite and immediately called for his flame cyclone. The warhammer's cyclone came out and sucked his flames from his ignite skill, turning into a burning swirl of death. Then his flame cyclone skill came out immediately after it. This was his own skill, and he had control over it. He pushed it out as it formed. It swirled in unison with the warhammer's fiery cyclone and turned into a massive burning cyclone. Therian Blue continued to raise numerous domes of ice and overlaid them atop each other. The combination skill dug directly in the center of the dome. Chunks of ice flew away, and where the edge of the cyclone was, began to melt. The cyclone was huge at the top, but the bottom was where all the concentrated energy was. This was the hottest and spun the fastest. The tip struck Therian Blue, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. The inside of the ice dome shattered, sending huge chunks of ice that hadn't melted yet flying everywhere. The flame cyclone dug into the earth, engulfing the area in searing flames. The water from her ice evaporated, and steam filled the area. Fred had used all of his energy. After all, this was not his extreme skill. It was his precious one. His extreme skill was his firestorm, a bunch of swirling fireballs that struck with devastating force. He hadn't figured out how to combine that with his weapon skill yet. So he had to switch to his former extreme skill. That proved to be beneficial, and today that proved to be what saved him. Fred began to slowly drop from the sky. His energy was gone. His body took a few seconds to register this fact. He was only around 10 feet in the air, so he quickly landed. Breathing heavily, he waited until the fog began to clear. This gave his energy time to replenish and him time to gather himself. The fog slowly dissipated. When it did, Therian Blue was gone. "What the?" Fred mumbled. He knew he hit her, without a shadow of a doubt. He heard the screaming. Fred saw the recruits looking at him with their eyes wide. "What power?" Reed marveled. "Can my brass knuckles do that?" he wondered. Fred had no time for them gawking at him. "Where is she? Where did she go?" He yelled. He ran to the spot where his cyclone had struck. He saw an enormous amount of black blood. Reed and the others ran over. "Obviously, you hit her," Reed said, pointing to the blood. "Yeah, no shit," Fred said. They heard noise. Everyone spun and saw a massive black wolf running off with Therian blue across his back. "Don't let them get away," Fred yelled. The youths tried to give chase. They saw a giant minotaur and a slender, pale male standing side by side. The minotaur raised a large machete and shoved it in the ground. He held both hands over the handle, and the ground began to shake. The youths that couldn't fly began to stumble and fall. The vampire was chugging blood like a fool. He took a big breath, a breath so big that his chest enlarged. "Blood beam!" he yelled. Victor made a sweeping motion with his face, and a glowing beam of red energy swept across the battlefield where the youths stood. Everyone had to use their once-a-day block skill. It negated the damage, but the force of the blood beam shoved everyone away, including Fred. Victor had never used this during his fight with the youths earlier. This was his trump card. Malachi withdrew his machete and broke down onto all fours, running off into the woods behind Logan and Therian Blue. Victor released a gust of wind, pushing him away with a boost and pushing the heroes away. Victor leapt and flew away. Fred ran forward, still weak. He looked at Victor flying away. The vampire made a huge swoop and flew towards the downed body of Therian White. Fred tried to shoot a fireball, but nothing happened. He staggered and Reed had to catch his fall. Fred weakly yelled, and just like that, all four fiends were gone. Chapter 150. Thaddeus Thunder slowly cancelled his lightning release into the clouds. It had taken him a while, but he had done it. If he was correct, then this little experiment of his would change the game. He was currently sitting inside of a cumulonimbus cloud. This cloud was the only cloud that was directly associated with lightning, thunder, and hail. He sent steady streams of lightning into it. He couldn't send in too much too fast. He had to periodically send in a bit and wait. He could feel that the cloud had stored it. Then he would send in some more. When he felt that he could only send in a little bit of lightning, he knew the cloud was fully charged. He then released an electric field around it and sealed the lightning-charged cloud. Thaddeus had seen the devastation and betrayal in and around the sect. Youngsters that he and his companions had invested in had used their training and cunning to stab everyone in the back. They had told the Therians about their fighting tactics, and they had dealt a huge blow to them. They had lost friends and family because of this. His general and confidant, Taylor Telepath, was stabbed through the heart. Felicity Flight, stabbed by 2 daggers. She managed to eliminate the one who killed her, but still her death was an unnecessary one, unless they died in battle, but the other deaths were by betrayal. Bobby Beast's neck was broken so bad by Andy's extreme skill that it was completely snapped off. Then Tierra Twinkle sliced Sophia Speed in 2 with a spinning star. And not a waist-style split in 2, but a vertical split. Then Jessica was abducted. The vampire struck again, taking her away. If what happened to Stuart Steam and Taylor Telepath was any indication, then she was permanently lost. Even if she returned, she would have to be killed. Dexter wouldn't let her go again, so he would have to be killed or at least beaten into submission. Thaddeus had no clue why he didn't tell her how he felt. Everyone knew that they would fool around from time to time. They went out together to recruit those with powers. They had a helicopter they could use, but sometimes their return was delayed. They said that they decided to remain in the town and check out the sights. But really, what did small towns have that a huge city like the sect didn't? No one was fooled. The valuable and kind-hearted Josiah was frozen and shattered into a bunch of ice chunks. And Sam. Poor Sam. He was always the first to attack. He would proudly throw hands with anyone. Sam trained the youths in basic survival skills. Then Wayne would give them the real training. Everything was thrown into chaos when the fiends first appeared. And a very promising youth, Kai, had disappeared when Steve's portal was hit by a time manipulation skill from Robert. That broke Thaddeus's heart. Out of all the youths, his smarts and fighting prowess gave him the most potential. Although he knew Reed was the perfect representation of heroism, he knew in his heart of hearts that Kai was more. Versatile, he could use his powers in a myriad of ways. He could also heal himself. heal others, had sword skills, and was progressing at a fast rate. Thaddeus remembered the fallen ones: Taylor, Felicity, Sam, Josiah, Jessica, Bobby, Stuart, Ivan, and Sophia. Thaddeus felt a huge burst of energy and knew it was time. He could delay no longer. Wendy had just released her extreme skill minutes ago. Fred had risen first. He and the blue one had fought for a while. Thaddeus was surprised at how long it took Fred to defeat her. Wayne and the red thing were at AA stalemate. However, Evelyn had the green Therian on the ropes. If Wendy's extreme skill hadn't blown everyone away, then she would have killed the thing. The fact that her defenses were naturally enhanced helped greatly. Plus, fighting with Wayne greatly improved her hand-to-hand combat abilities. Not to mention, her extreme skill was tailor-made for one-on-one combat. The Black Therian began to walk forward. Thaddeus felt the evil radiating off the creature. He was the strongest of them. But so was he. Thaddeus thanked his lucky stars that he had managed to fully charge the cloud. He had a strange feeling that he would need it. He enveloped his halberd in a static field and threw it as high as he could in the air. His eyes popped open, and he called for his traveling bolt. He merged with the bolt as it struck in front of the Therian. When the bolt struck, Thaddeus remained in its wake. He looked at the large horned man-beast hybrid in front of him. He recognized him instantly from the picture that Kai's father had drawn. He was the one at the top, the leader. Thaddeus charged. "Lightning!" he called out. A bolt of lightning struck out at Thayan Black. He opened his palm, and a small black portal appeared. The bolt entered and vanished. "Supercharge," he said next. Electricity danced around his skin. Therian Black withdrew his greatsword and roared. He swung at Thaddeus's head. Thaddeus ducked and placed one hand down. He swung with both of his feet in a semi-cartwheel. The electricity from his feet made an arcing blade. Black went with his sword swing and raided the flat side of his blade to each side. The cutting edge was vertical to his face, allowing him to see. The electric arc struck the greatsword and began to spark around it. Thaddeus flipped back and slapped the ground with his right hand. The halberd shot down from the sky and stuck in the ground. Electricity shot everywhere. Therian Black opened a huge portal and fed dark energy into it. The inside of the portal was like a vortex. All of the electricity was now going directly into it. Thaddeus ran forward and grabbed the halberd. He closed the distance, electric pulses releasing from the axe head. He did a spinning attack, and when his back was away from Therian Black, he used his static step skill and turned into a flash of electricity. He immediately used false flash and left and after image of himself to confuse Therian Black. He appeared behind Therian Black and called out, "Extreme skill, lightning storm." A dozen huge lightning bolts erupted from Thaddeus, the one directly in front of him, striking Therian Black as he turned to face him. Therian Black had raised as he was attempting to call forth a portal to stop the attack. He was now stuck in agony as the lightning bolt held him in place and shocked him. It began to spin, and he had no choice but to spin with it. Thaddeus could separate these bolts to create another smaller dozen. But he chose to keep them together. He only separated them when he was surrounded and against overwhelming odds. Instead, he screamed like a lunatic, and the bolts brightened and became stronger. This was why Thaddeus had supercharged himself. With this, all of his attacks received the ability to be intensified. He didn't know what tricks this thing had, and he didn't want to find out. Thaddeus kept his focus on strengthening his lightning bolts. To continuously keep the skill going, it drained his energy at twice the normal rate. His energy rapidly drained. However, he couldn't stop. Therian Black shook and sizzled. The smell of burned flesh and what smelled like burned fish scales permeated the air. Finally, Thaddeus ended the skill with around 10% of his maximum energy left. It cost him half to use his extreme skill, and to intensify it further, his energy would drain at twice the normal rate. That allowed him to double the impact for an additional 10 seconds. Thaddeus was panting, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his eyes were low. He looked as if he had ran a marathon. He glared at the one called Therian Black. The thing fell over as soon as the skill ended. Thaddeus grinned. Therian Black sat up and began to stand. His scaly skin smoked and patches of flesh could be seen. "Ah, that was rough," Thank goodness dark energy has an innate damage negation effect. I can feel your energy has greatly diminished. What is this extreme skill that you are all yelling about? It seems to intensify your power, but only for one super powerful attack. The cost seems high, though. I notice between you and the blonde chick that it takes a huge amount of energy. You're kinda counting your chickens before they hatch, huh? Therian Black teased. Unless you're afraid to match swords. He stood straight. Thaddeus looked up and stared into Therian Black's red eyes. Insulted, he snarled, I am Thaddeus Thunder, the leader of the superiors. I fear no one, he rose, halberd in hand. Ooh, the superiors. Inferiority complex? Maybe? Therian Black showed his pointed teeth as he smiled. He spun his great sword. Thaddeus's eyes began to spark with electricity. He could see the residual effects of his skill were still at work. The thing was talking a big game, but he was just good at hiding it. Good at taking pain, huh? Well, I'll test that theory, Thaddeus thought. He spun his halberd and prepared for battle. He hoped the thing would monologue longer. That way, he could replenish his energy. A little. The thing didn't know that Thaddeus had activated his charge skill. This skill replenished his energy pool at twice the normal speed. Currently, he could release a few more skills. Although that wouldn't be wise, his plan all along was to strike hard and fast, then have a good old-fashioned melee contest. He could always replenish his energy. That was the whole point of him charging the cloud. That and one other reason. But in case of emergencies, he would break the field and allow the stored lightning to recharge his pool. For now, he would simply use supercharge and fight with his weapon. He also made sure to have enough energy to use his EMP skill in case things got real. His supercharge skill slowly drained mana at a very low rate. Last he checked, he could sustain it for a whole hour before it completely drained. The recovery to depletion ratio was like 2 to 1. For every point he gained in his energy pool, he would expend 2. Obsidian wisps of energy began to emulate off of Therian Black. Thaddeus decided he would wait to supercharge himself. Instead, he would see what Therian Black's sword skills were like. Thaddeus charged. Therian Black screamed and a blast of dark energy erupted from him. Spears of darkness shot out at Thaddeus. He spun his halberd on to deflect them. Dark blast, Therian Black called. He raised his hand and shot a stream of darkness from it. Thaddeus used his static step to evade it and bring him closer. Black stepped, roared, and swung. His sword blade turned from its steel-grey color to a dull black. He swung it in a horizontal arc. A wave of dark energy came out in a crescent. Thaddeus used static step again. Then he was upon Black. He swung his halberd in a downward slash. Black raised the flat side of his blade and took the blow head-on. The two engaged in a dance of swings, neither one seriously harming the other, but both inflicting minor wounds. A cut here and a glancing blow there. Therian Bulk went for a crosscut, but Thaddeus parried it. He kicked Black, but his foot just struck what felt like a wall. Black made a fist and back-fisted Thaddeus. The superior staggered back a few steps. Black channeled darkness into his foot while throwing out a kick. It hit Thaddeus in his chest and sent him sprawling. Thaddeus gathered himself and charged. Black raised his greatsword, prepared to cleave Thaddeus. Thaddeus snapped his fingers and a blinding flash of light appeared. Black groaned and turned his head slightly. Thaddeus went into a flurry of slashes. Black sent energy to his feet. Black tentacles came out and whipped out in all directions. Thaddeus fused with a lightning strike to retreat several yards. Black stared at Thaddeus as blood seeped from his wounds. Thaddeus stared back. He spun his halberd and slammed the butt on the ground, generating sparks of electricity. Black smiled. "Come on, Superior, show me what you got," he said. "Let's do it," Thaddeus replied. Then Black roared, "Dark destruction!"